Imagine living a life unaffected by the chaos of the world, resistant to the urban flow of fortune, and strong enough to withstand the difficulties that life will surely bring your way. It sounds like an impossible dream, doesn't it? Would you believe me if I told you that the key to that kind of life has been around for thousands of years, just waiting for you to find it? Welcome to a very special video, a complete guide to the world of Stoicism. We are frequently carried away by the waves of emotions, distractions, and worldly desires in our chaotic modern lives, which are often accompanied by noise and hurry. Stoicism offers a way to find inner peace, self-control, and mental toughness. It is firm and immovable like a rock. Mastering the art of letting go is the first thing we need to do on this road. You will learn not only how to tell the difference between things you can control and things you can't, but also how to let go of the things you can't control. We can clear out our inner and outer worlds through Stoicism and minimalism, making room for more meaningful activities. Making room in our lives for what really counts is the first step. The next step is to strengthen our willpower. Building self-discipline is the Stoic way to become great. It's about developing values, controlling your urges, and living a life that doesn't follow society's ever-changing whims, but instead follows unchanging principles that make you happy. Now that we are focused, we face the problems in life head-on. That's where the mind that can't be broken comes in. We're going to talk about 10 strong lessons that will give you the mental toughness you need to get through life's big waves. Being optimistic isn't the point. The point is to build strong mental models that help you stay strong when things go wrong. Last but not least, get ready to free your mind. You will learn 10 life-changing lessons from Stoicism that will help you break free from the limits you put on yourself. You can take control of your emotions and actions and drastically improve the quality of your life if you know how to pull the right mental buttons. You can become impervious to the chaos of the outside world by following the Stoic advice we'll discuss today. It gives you a peace and happiness that nothing outside of yourself can take away. It's a trip to learn the art of living a life full of virtue, knowledge, and unbreakable strength. Now, take a deep breath. Prepare to learn, feel more confident, and gain freedom as we explore the modern-day Stoics' knowledge. What if you woke up in a peaceful place where everything you own has a place and a purpose? Your heart is happy and your mind is clear. You know that the only things you can control are your thoughts and deeds, so you can face the storms of life with a strong heart. It's not impossible to reach these seemingly impossible goals. In fact, the way to a meaningful life is at the heart of both minimalism and Stoicism, two philosophies that were created hundreds of years apart. Welcome to Minimalism and Stoicism, letting go for a meaningful life. In this video, we'll start a journey that will help you find a life that you not only live, but also love. First, let's talk about the growing modern minimalist trend. Minimalism is more than just a style, it's a way of life. It's about getting rid of the things that aren't important, the junk that makes our thoughts and places heavy, and focused on the things that make our lives better. Minimalism started as an art trend that emphasized realism and simplicity in the middle of the 20th century. It slowly crept into many areas of culture, such as music, building, and way of life. People are turning to minimalism to get back their time, space, and mental focus. They are discovering that getting rid of the physical mess helps them build relationships, follow their hobbies, and enjoy a level of depth that material things can't provide. Now, let's go back in time to the busy streets of ancient Athens, where Stoicism first appeared around the 3rd century BC. Like minimalism, Stoicism is about making things simpler, but its main focus is on making things simpler inside. The philosophy teaches that the best way to live a happy life is to build self-control, logic, and ethics. Stoicism helps people figure out what they can control and what they can't. It encourages people to focus on what they can control and let go of what they can't. Seneca, Marcus Aurelius, and Epictitus, three Stoic philosophers, taught us that what makes us happy is not what is happening around us, but rather our perceptions and responses to it. Letting go is what connects minimalism and Stoicism. Minimalism tells us to get rid of unnecessary things in our bodies, and Stoicism teaches us how to let go of mental loads and ties. Both philosophies are based on the idea that there is freedom in simplicity and separation, which means freedom to live a meaningful, happy life. We will learn a lot about the subtleties of both minimalism and Stoicism in this film. We'll talk about where they came from, what they stand for, and how they can improve people's lives. We will also talk about how to apply these philosophies to our everyday lives and compare and contrast them. For example, case studies and anecdotes will show us how these ideas have changed the lives of real people. Finally, we will talk about what we have learned and encourage you to start using parts of minimalism and Stoicism that work for you. As we begin this illuminating trip through the worlds of minimalism and Stoicism, get ready to have your ideas about what it means to live a fulfilling life challenged. To live a meaningful life, you need to plan ahead, be good, and be brave enough to let go of what isn't important. Let's go down this road together. Now, let's get into the first part of our conversation, which is about what minimalism is. The minimalist movement as we know it today did not start by itself. Like many other art forms that came out in the late 1950s and early 1960s, it has its roots in music and visual arts. It was not thought that art had to be complicated in order to be meaningful, so these types of art focused on using simple things. As time went on, this idea changed into living minimalism. People started to question the consumerist culture that ruled society in the early 2000s, which is when minimalism became popular as a way of life. They wanted a life that was less complicated and more meaningful, without all the things that come with it. This is where the modern minimalist movement got its start. It's a reaction to the excesses of capitalism and the search for happiness beyond material wealth. The fundamental principles that underpin minimalism will now be discussed in greater detail. To begin with, minimalism is all about making things easier. It means getting rid of the extra, the pointless, and the annoying things so that you can focus on what really counts. This could mean getting rid of junk in your house, making your schedule more manageable, or even cutting back on social media. Making a space in your mind and body that shows your values and priorities is what it's all about. This is the second core principle, being mindful. Making choices about what to keep and what to let go of is an important part of minimalism. It's not just about getting rid of things. Does this add value to my life? Does this align with my goals and values? Is what intentionality means. It means living with a purpose instead of just sliding through life. It's about making decisions that show what kind of life you want to live. In the third aspect, quality is more important than number. People in a consumerist culture are often told that more is better. This idea is questioned by minimalism. Less isn't better just for the sake of less. It's about having the right things. Instead of collecting a bunch of useless things, it's better to put your money into good things and relationships that will last. Let's look at the many advantages of leading a simple lifestyle while keeping these principles in mind. To begin, minimalism can help you think more clearly. Getting rid of trash and other things that get in the way can help us concentrate and be creative. Not having to deal with the chaos around us frees up our minds to think more clearly and make better choices. Financial freedom is another huge gain. By planning what we buy and putting quality over number, we can cut down on spending a lot that isn't necessary. There may be savings, less debt, and the ability to spend money on meaningful activities and hobbies. The environmental impact of minimalism is also favorable. Our carbon impact gets smaller when we use less. Making and throwing away things are two of the main things that hurt the earth. We are not only making our own lives better when we choose to live with less and make decisions that are good for the world when we do so. As with any trend, though, minimalism has its share of bad press and misunderstandings. One complaint that is often made is that being able to choose to live with less is a luxury that not everyone can enjoy. Some people also say that minimalism can turn into another form of consumerism if people keep buying new minimalist things to replace the ones they already have. Some people also think that minimalism means living with very little, or that it's an answer that works for everyone. It's important to remember that minimalism is not a rule, but a tool. This is a way to make a life that fits your values and priorities, and can be changed to fit your needs and tastes. Although these complaints are important to look at, it is important to remember that minimalism is not a goal. Instead, it is a process of self-discovery and purpose. It's not a rigid set of rules, but a philosophy that can be changed to fit different wants and ways of life. Minimalism doesn't expect us to be perfect. Instead, it pushes us to make progress and be aware of the choices we make. In the same way, minimalism shouldn't just be seen as an advantage. The core principles of purpose and focusing on quality over number can be motivating for people from all social groups, even though some parts of minimalism may be easier to adopt for those in a more stable financial situation. It can be about making the most of what you have and being happy with simplicity, no matter how many things you have. To clear up the false idea that minimalism means living a simple or poor life, it is also important to note that minimalism is not always about having a certain number of things. Finding what is meaningful and getting rid of what isn't is what it's all about. For some, this could mean a home with only the things they need, while for others, it could mean a carefully chosen collection of things that make them happy and serve a purpose. Thanks a lot. The philosophy of minimalism is deep and alive, and it's more than just getting rid of stuff. It's about making a life with meaning, purpose, and happiness by focusing on quality, simplifying, and making smart choices. Minimalism helps people get clear on their thoughts, be financially free, and protect the earth. But, like any philosophy, it has its critics and people who get it wrong. You should go into minimalism with an open mind, knowing that it is a tool that can be used in many ways to create a meaningful life. As the movie goes on, we'll look into the old knowledge of Stoic philosophy and see how, like minimalism, it can help us let go of the extra in our lives, both outside and inside. Our discussion will focus on the similarities and differences between these two philosophies, as well as how they can be used together to make our lives more fulfilling. Stay tuned as we go on a trip through time and thought, pulling apart the threads of Stoicism and minimalism and stitching them into a fabric of happiness, purpose, and purpose. This is a call to rise to a life that is lived with awareness, integrity, and meaning, not just to purge or to be stoic in the face of hardship. May this trip make you think, question, and open up to the endless possibilities that lie in the simplicity and wisdom of Stoicism and minimalism. As we leave the modern rooms of minimalism, let us go back in time to the world of ancient times, where Stoicism began. Stoicism is a school of Greek philosophy that began in Athens in the early 3rd century BC. The Stoic philosophy was founded by Xenophon of Citium, who taught from the Stoa Poikile, a painted porch. Then, in ancient Rome, Stoicism became very popular and was one of the most important philosophies during the Roman Empire. Seneca, Epictitus, and Marcus Aurelius are the three most important people in Stoic philosophy. In his letters and writings, Seneca, a Roman politician and writer, talks about how Stoic ideas can be used in everyday life. Epictitus, a famous Stoic teacher, was born as a slave in what is now Turkey. His Enchiridion and Discourses are important works that provide useful tips on living a good life. Last but not least, Marcus Aurelius, who was Emperor of Rome, is sometimes called the Philosopher King. His meditations, which he wrote while he was in the army, show what he really thought about right and wrong, duty, and the meaning of life. The first of the Stoic principles that claims our attention is reason. To the Stoics, reasoning and reason were the most important things in the world. They stressed the importance of using logic to understand and get around in the world. People thought that this logical way of thinking would lead to virtue and peace because it let people make choices that were in line with nature and morality. The second idea is that you can control how responses happen. For Stoics, there is a clear line between what we can control and what we can't. We have complete control over our ideas, perceptions, and deeds, but we cannot influence the outside world. We can stay calm in tough situations by focusing on what we can control and letting go of what we can't. The third principle is to seek virtue as the best thing that can happen. Stoic virtue includes knowledge, bravery, justice, and temperance, in addition to moral goodness. They thought that the key to happiness and satisfaction was to live a good life that was in tune with reason and nature. So, how can this old philosophy help us deal with problems? Stoicism teaches us to separate ourselves from the chaos and look at things objectively through the lens of reason when we are confronted with difficulties. By doing this, we can keep our emotions from getting in the way of our decisions and act in a way that is consistent with our values. It tells us to look at problems not as bad things that happen, but as chances to learn and grow. Let's jump ahead to the present day. Even though it's an old philosophy, its ideas are still relevant today. Stoicism gives us a way to find our way through the storms in a world that is becoming more unstable and unsure. Cognitive behavioral therapy is a popular way to help mental health problems. Its focus on reason and control over responses is similar to this theory. Leaders in the business world are also using Stoic principles to make smart choices and build resilience in their teams. This philosophy gives people who are interested in personal growth tools they can use to strengthen their minds and live purposeful, honest lives. Practices like writing, awareness, and self-reflection that encourage living in line with one's values are becoming part of everyday life. Stoicism is a philosophy that dates back to old Greece and Rome. It enables people to lead lives of happiness and moral integrity thanks to its central principles of reason, control over responses, and desire of virtue. It can be used as a guide in a world that is always changing, from the lessons of Seneca, Epictitus, and Marcus Aurelius to current psychology and leadership. As we learn more about Stoicism, it's important to remember that it's more than just a set of logical thoughts. It's a call to action. The message tells us to develop a smart and good mind, to know what we can control and let go of what we can't, and to see problems as chances to grow as people. This is a call to live wisely, as well as with thought. After going into great detail about Stoic philosophy, we now come to an interesting point where minimalism and Stoicism meet. Although they came about at different times and in different situations, both philosophies are based on the idea of letting go of things that are too much, whether they are material things or mental constructs, and finding a life that is meaningful, happy, and in line with our values. In the next sections, we'll look at how these two philosophies work together and how they differ, as well as how they can be used in our daily lives. We will talk about how the knowledge and virtue of Stoicism can be added to the purpose and simplicity of minimalism. These philosophies can work together to create a strong foundation for a life that is not only clear and strong, but also deeply meaningful. With an open mind and a desire to learn, let us start this journey of discovery. We should be ready to question our beliefs, break out of old habits, and accept new ways of doing things. The ideas of minimalism and Stoicism invite us to go on a trip that is both about letting go and finding out what is really important to hold on to. This journey isn't just about ideas, it's also very emotional. We are all being asked to think about the choices we are making, the lives we are living, and the values we are supporting. It's a call to let go of what's extra and choose what's important, to stop the noise and choose knowledge, to let go of what's temporary and choose what will last forever. Together, let us follow the path of minimalism and Stoicism to a life that is not just lived, but loved, not just endured, but honored, and not just short, but meaningful. At one point, Stoicism and minimalism stand next to each other as we walk the road of discovery. Though they came out hundreds of years apart, these two strong philosophies have a lot in common as well as clear differences. Now, let's take a close look at the tapestry they've made. Let's start with what they have in common. In the first place, both stress the importance of seeking simplicity and focus. Minimalism tells us to make our lives easier by getting rid of unnecessary things and clearing out our places. When it comes to our inner lives, Stoicism tells us to keep things simple by being reasonable and focused on what we can control. In both philosophies, we are told to get rid of what isn't important so that we can focus on what does. The second thing they have in common is getting rid of extra. In the philosophy of minimalism, this means getting rid of things that don't make our lives better. Stoicism is about letting go of excessive desires, emotions, and ties that obstruct our pursuit of virtue and cloud our judgment. Both philosophies agree that too much, whether it's physical waste or mental chaos, can get in the way of living a happy life. The third thing they have in common is that they both stress being happy inside. The idea of minimalism teaches us that happiness doesn't come from having more things, but from living a life with meaning. Stoicism, on the other hand, holds that happiness comes from living in harmony with nature and reason, not from receiving praise or money from other people. So let's look at the things that are different. The first difference is how they fit into history and culture. Modern minimalism grew out of a reaction against consumerism and having too many things. It was mostly popular in the Western world. But Stoicism comes from old Greece and Rome. It was an intellectual reaction to people's search for happiness and virtue in a world that was full of chaos. What's different about the second one is its reach and use. Minimalism is mostly about the real parts of our lives. It tells us to clear out our places and think about what we buy. Stoicism, on the other hand, looks at our internal ideas, emotions, and character, in addition to our outward situations. The third difference is in what drives each person. A lot of people who are minimalists want to make their lives more open, free, and sharp. It's about taking care of your surroundings. However, Stoicism has its roots in moral philosophy. It's about taking care of your soul and spirit. The Stoic is driven by a sense of duty to live in a way that is in line with reason and nature. When we think about these ways the philosophies are alike and different, we can see that they are like two sides of the same coin. They both show us how to live a simple, focused, and happy life, but they do it in different ways and with different tools. If you will, think of minimalism as a way to get around in the real world by clearing out our areas and narrowing our actions. Stoicism is the guidance that helps us manage our thoughts, emotions, and character with virtue and knowledge as we travel through the internal seas. They work well together to make something powerful. Adding the focus and simplicity of minimalism to the wisdom and virtue of Stoicism can help us make a life that is not only clear and focused, but also deeply meaningful and in line with our greatest values. Not only should we pick one philosophy, but we should pick both. Let's instead see them both as helpful guides that work together. The guide of Stoicism will keep us on a path that is true to who we are and what we value. Let minimalism be the ship that moves us forward. Let's take a moment to think about this. Take a moment to think about the places we live and the things we keep around us. Are they useful, or are they just extra stuff? Now, look inside yourself. Consider our words, feelings, and deeds. Are they in line with our values, or are they all over the place? Let's take with us the core of Stoicism's call to knowledge and minimalism's call to simplicity as we move forward. Let's be like builders and carefully plan a life that meets our deepest needs for meaning and happiness. Even though the two philosophies come from different places and have different goals, they both aim to help us live a life that is simple and full of what's important. Minimalism tells us to clean up the outside world, and Stoicism pushes us to control the inside world. We discover a road that leads not only to simplicity or knowledge, but also to a life that is deeply meaningful in their convergence. As we stand at the intersection of these two philosophies, we have the power and the tools to shape our journey. It will be as unique as each of us, but it will be focused on the goal of a more meaningful and happy life. It's not always easy to go on this trip. Sometimes you have to be brave and let go. Each step we take on this road, though, weaves together threads of simplicity, knowledge, purpose, and happiness to make a fabric. Let's take the flames of Stoicism and minimalism with us as we enter the world of practical application with open hearts and minds. Let us learn more about these old philosophies, combine their ideas, and live by their lessons. Let us keep moving forward by being thankful for the knowledge that has been passed down through the years and for the chance to make it a part of our lives. The actual application of these philosophies will be covered in the following section. We will talk about ways to incorporate Stoicism and minimalism into your daily life, creating a fabric that is not only straightforward and wise, but also deeply and deeply meaningful. Thanks a lot. The merging of these philosophies into our daily lives is a crucial step on our journey as we make our way through the rich fabric that is minimalism and Stoicism. Here is where the theory turns into practice and where we take the first steps toward living a more meaningful life. Let's get started by talking about how to put simple principles into practice in real life. First, clean up your actual room. Take a look at what you own and ask yourself if it serves a purpose or makes you happy. If not, you might want to let them go. You can take your time with this. Start with one room or even just one box and work your way up. Second, be aware of what you're consuming. Think about whether the thing is important and in line with your values before you buy it. You can use this way of thinking in other areas of your life, like partnerships and responsibilities. Last but not least, put quality over number. Spend money on things and people that will make your life better. This doesn't always mean spending money. It could also mean giving time and care. Now, let's talk about how to use Stoic philosophy to make choices and deal with situations. To start, work on the duality of control. Know what you can control and what you can't. Events outside of your control are out of your hands, but you can choose how to respond and what to do. When you're facing a problem, ask yourself what you can control and put your attention on those. Second, think about your values and make choices based on them. Stoicism tells us that being good is the best thing that can happen. Choose to act in a way that is honest, trustworthy, and caring. Lastly, regularly practice being aware and thinking about yourself. Take some time to think about the things you did, the choices you made, and the emotions you experienced. This practice helps you become more logical and emotionally strong. How can we find a balance between Stoicism and minimalism for our own growth? All of this must work together. Stimulate your surroundings with minimalism to support your values and goals, and train your mind to be strong, focused, and good with Stoicism. It's also important to know that Stoicism and minimalism are not either-or ways of thinking. They are flexible and can be changed to fit your needs and goals. Be steady, take small steps, and be ready to change how you do things as you learn and grow. Here are some examples of real people who have combined the two philosophies to help you understand what I mean. Take a look at the story of Joshua Fields Milburn and Ryan Nicodemus, who are known as the minimalists. Their business jobs were full of stuff, but didn't give them any meaning, so they both quit. They made their lives easier and more in line with their values by focusing on what they could control and following the principles of Stoicism through minimalism. Another example is businessman and author Tim Ferriss, who has been very open about how Stoicism has changed his life and the way he makes decisions. He has also turned to minimalism, focused on the most important things and people in his life that are in line with his values. Combining Stoicism and minimalism can be a great way to grow as a person and live a more meaningful life. By making our outside world simpler through minimalism and strengthening our minds with Stoicism, we can create a life that is not only free of clutter, but also full of meaning and happiness. As we come to the end of this part, I want you to take a moment to think about what you like about both Stoicism and minimalism. You should think about how you can apply these principles to your own life and how they can help you grow and be happy. Let's keep going down this path together, taking in the knowledge and usefulness that Stoicism and minimalism have to offer. These philosophies can make our lives better, help us let go of the extra, and give us a deep sense of meaning. Let's look at some of them. Before we go any further though, let's be honest. The path to combining minimalism and Stoicism can be very beneficial. There are some problems along the way, and we have to work hard, be committed, and sometimes be ready to leave our comfort zones. It's also important to remember that blending is not a goal, but a path of growth and change that never ends. The way we understand and use these philosophies will change and grow as we do. There is no one-size-fits-all solution, and we will never reach the state of minimalism or Stoicism. They are with us on our lifelong path to becoming fully human. As we go along this road, let's remember to be kind and patient with ourselves. It takes time to make changes, especially ones that affect how we live and think. We will trip and fall sometimes, and that's okay. The important thing is that we get back up, learn from these mistakes, and move forward with more energy and focus. We are not going on this trip by ourselves. An enormous number of people have gone down similar roads, combining minimalism and Stoicism in their search for a more meaningful life. We can learn from their mistakes and be inspired by their stories. It can also comfort us to know that we are not the only ones looking for meaning and happiness. Thank you as we continue to explore. Let's go across time and countries to learn more about the complex philosophies and religions of the East. With its thousands of years of history and thought, the East has a lot to offer people who want to live a meaningful life. It's interesting that Stoicism and minimalism are related in a number of ways. Let's look into these lovely similarities and see how they can make our lives better. Buddhism. The middle way is one of the most important ideas in Buddhism. This idea supports a road of balance and staying away from extremes, which is a lot like minimalism. According to the middle way, we can live a healthy life that is good for our spiritual growth if we don't indulge in either excess or frugality. The Four Noble Truths and the Noble Eightfold Path, which are also part of Buddhism, are instructions for living without ties, which is a concept that fits with Stoic principles. The Four Noble Truths describe human pain and what causes it. The Noble Eightfold Path, on the other hand, gives advice on how to stop suffering through right behavior, right motivation, and right awareness. When we talk about awareness, Buddhism has a long history of focusing on the present moment and meditating. In helping people focus on the current moment and what really counts, these techniques are consistent with Stoic awareness. Focusing on our inner selves and letting go of fleeting emotions are two benefits of meditation. Let's talk about the Tao and Wu Wei when we talk about Taoism. Following the principles of simplicity, naturalness, and non-action is important in Taoism, which is similar to minimalism. Wu Wei means not acting or not doing. It doesn't mean not acting, but rather acting in a way that is in line with the natural flow of things. It's about doing things without thinking and living a simple life. Yin and Yang are also important in Taoism. They stand for balance and unity in nature. In Taoist thinking, this balance is very important. It is also similar to minimalism and Stoicism, which also try to find balance in one's life and emotions. Living in harmony with nature is another component. Following Taoism means living in harmony with the Tao, which is the basic idea that makes everything possible. The Stoic concept of living in harmony with nature to achieve virtue and happiness is very similar to this idea. Hinduism is another old faith in the East that talks a lot about dharma and being simple. Moral responsibility is another name for dharma. It is a way where focus and simplicity are very important. Following your dharma means living a moral and purposeful life, which is similar to the focus of minimalists on being thoughtful. Non-attachment is also important in Hindu philosophy. The idea behind this, which is related to Stoic detachment, tells people not to let their material belongings or fleeting emotions hold them back. In Hinduism, yoga and meditation are not just physical activities. They are also ways to find out more about yourself and match your inner ideals. This is a lot like Stoic self-reflection and getting in line with what is good and reasonable. Confucianism. Finally, let us talk about Confucianism, which has a big impact on Eastern thought. Following the principles of minimalism, Confucianism's doctrine of the mean promotes balance and simplicity. Ren, which means kindness, and Li, which means rituals and right behavior, are also very important in Confucianism. In line with Stoic values, these ideas are about moral qualities and how to act in public. Confucianism also stresses the value of relationships and getting along with others. This shows how important it is for Stoics to be involved in their communities and know that they are part of a bigger whole. Finally, both minimalism and Stoicism have a lot in common with Eastern religions and philosophies. Mindfulness, balance, and not being attached are Eastern ideas that can be found in the principles of minimalism and Stoicism. We can focus on what is important for a happy life by following the advice of both Eastern and Western philosophies. Eastern thought is especially helpful because it focuses on personal growth, getting along with others, and how everything is linked. The lessons can be a great source of knowledge for anyone who wants to live a happier, more meaningful life. As we've seen, minimalism asks us to pare down our material possessions and put more emphasis on quality than number in our lives. Being logical, controlling our emotions, and seeing honor as the best thing is what Stoicism teaches us. Eastern philosophies, with their wide range of beliefs, can teach us a lot about how to live in balance with ourselves and with nature. As you go about your daily life, think about how you could combine these philosophies. For example, you could follow the awareness techniques of Buddhism, the easy action of Taoism's Wu Wei, the moral guide of Hindu Dharma, or the social ideals of Confucianism. Put these together with the simplicity of minimalism and the sense that makes sense of Stoicism. Let's not think of these philosophies as different from one another, but rather as colors that go well together on a canvas that we can use to paint our lives. Getting ideas from both the East and the West can help people of all ages and countries understand and learn from each other. You can find a lot of examples in real life to help you understand. Many people go about their lives without getting much attention. They live simple, good, and balanced lives. They are happy and satisfied not because they have a lot, but because they know what's important. It's not a goal to reach this unification, it's a process. Remember what Lao Tzu said, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." This information can be that step for you. Take what the East and West have to say and find your middle ground by simplifying, rationalizing, harmonizing, and finding your way. It might not always be easy to follow this path. You might have to make compromises and tough decisions. But in the end, it gives us something priceless, a life with meaning, happiness, and a strong bond with the world around us. Now that our trip through minimalism, Stoicism, and Eastern philosophies is over, let's take a moment to think about the rich fabric of knowledge we've shown you. We started off by learning about the history of minimalism and its main principles, which are to keep things simple, be purposeful, and put quality before number. We talked about some of the problems and misunderstandings about living a frugal lifestyle and also found the many benefits such as mental clarity, financial freedom, and protecting the environment. We went back in time and learned more about the deepest parts of Stoic philosophy, which comes from Greece and Rome in the Old World. We learned from Stoicism how important it is to be logical, to be able to control our emotions, and to see virtue as the greatest good. We looked at how Stoicism helps people deal with problems and how it is still useful today by reading the writings of philosophers like Seneca, Marcus Aurelius, and Epictitus. The next stop on our trip was the place where minimalism and Stoicism meet. We saw strong links between them in their search for simplicity, focus, and inner peace. But we also saw differences in their historical background, scope, and main goals. We talked about how these different philosophies can help us live a more meaningful life by cutting down on the unnecessary things in our lives. In addition, we talked about how to use minimalism and Stoicism in our everyday lives. We talked about how we can organize not only our real places, but also our minds by following simple principles. We also talked about how to use the Stoic philosophy to help us make decisions and deal with the things that happen around us. We saw cases of people in real life who have used both philosophies together to improve themselves. Our journey didn't end there. It got bigger as we crossed the ocean to the eastern shores. We took a look at some of the many Eastern faiths and philosophies that have things in common with minimalism and Stoicism. We found many beliefs that fit with minimalism and Stoicism, such as the middle way in Buddhism, Tao and Wu Wei in Taoism, Dharma in Hinduism, and the doctrine of the mean in Confucianism. Please don't let this be the end of your study. Instead, let it be the start. Think about how you can use the lessons you've learned from Stoicism and minimalism in your everyday life. Try out different things to see what works for you, and don't be afraid to change them to fit your needs. Different people have different ideas about how to live a meaningful and happy life. There isn't a single answer that works for everyone. You have to keep learning, unlearning, and learning again. It's a garden where seeds of knowledge from various philosophies can be planted, and with care and nurturing, they can grow into a life that is full, fulfilling, and in line with one's values and ideals. It is very important to realize that the things we buy, the praise we get, and the social standards we use to judge our own progress are all temporary. The happiness and satisfaction that come from living a life based on simplicity, virtue, and purpose are what last. Finally, let's carry on the knowledge that has been passed down for thousands of years. Let's carry the torch and light the way for each other and ourselves. Explore the world and learn new things, but most of all, look for value. As you go forward, may your life be like a well-written book, where the depth of its writing is more important than its size. May the ideas of minimalism, Stoicism, and Eastern philosophies fill every page of your life with meaning, happiness, and satisfaction. As the great philosopher Seneca once said, "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." Let's keep learning, keep growing, and most importantly, keep moving through life with virtue as our anchor and knowledge as our guide. Thanks for coming along with me on this trip. Your way should be clear, and your heart should lead you to a life that is meaningful and full of happiness. Marcus Aurelius is one of the few people in history who has had such a lasting impact on philosophy and leadership. As Emperor of Rome and a devoted follower of Stoicism, his life was a living example of self-discipline and strength. Today, we'll examine his philosophies in greater detail, look at how he taught and showed self-discipline throughout his life, and find practical ways to incorporate his lessons into our own lives today. Stoicism is based on the ideas of a school of philosophy that starts in ancient Greece and grows during the time of the Roman Empire. Because of what Marcus Aurelius wrote and taught, Stoicism became very famous. Epictitus and Zeno of Cithium, two early Stoic philosophers, made important additions to what we know about Stoic philosophy. As a philosophy, Stoicism stresses the importance of self-discipline, personal virtue, and strength. It offers a way to deal with life's problems, handle and control emotions, and find peace in the middle of chaos in the outside world. The Stoics think that we have full control over our own thoughts, deeds, and emotions, but not over the things that happen around us. The Stoic philosophy gives us a deep understanding of what it means to be human and how we are connected to and a part of the world. When things happen that are out of our control, we should focus on what we can do, like adopting principles like understanding, self-control, and fairness. The way of Stoicism leads to a life of moral purity, change, and personal growth. In the year 165 AD, people living by the Stoic philosophy reached their highest level of devotion during the Antonine Plague, which killed a lot of people in the Roman Empire. It destroyed the land, took many lives, and caused fear and chaos in the Roman Empire, which resulted in one of the worst depressions in history. During this crisis, Emperor Marcus Aurelius showed amazing leadership skills by blending his unshakable determination with the deep lessons of the Stoic philosophy. He got through the plague by using the Stoic way of thinking, which gave his people security, courage, and hope. The Antonine Plague, which was thought to be an attack of smallpox or measles, hit the Roman Empire with a force that had never been seen before. The plague quickly spread, destroying the empire's social and economic order and making the people afraid because of the chaos and doubt it caused. As a leader, Aurelius saw how important it was to have a way to guide people through this time of chaos and turned to the Stoic philosophy. He looked inside himself for knowledge and strength to help him face the task. Aurelius followed the practice of Stoicism, which says that you should accept the difficulties of life and stay good even when things go wrong. Stoic philosophers like Epictitus and Seneca taught him that virtue alone is enough to make someone happy. He also learned that real happiness and power come from inside a person, not from their surroundings. By facing the facts about the plague, Aurelius built up his strength and refused to let fear take over. Instead, he concentrated on his own personality and how he dealt with the problem, which were under his control. Marcus Aurelius set a good example by living by the Stoic values he believed in. He showed unshakable courage and strength by staying strong even when he was going through terrible things and huge problems. Even though it put his health at constant risk, He worked hard to meet the needs of his people, showing understanding and kindness through his actions. He told his people to be strong and find peace within themselves. There was a lot going on in his life, but Stoicism helped him find meaning and purpose. He knew that the plague was a chance to improve himself and help others get stronger. The situation acted as a warning of how short life is and how important it is to live virtuously. Through thinking about how life is temporary, Aurelius told his people to enjoy every moment, put virtue above financial gain, and learn to be thankful even when things are bad. The Roman Empire was strengthened and comforted by Aurelius's use of Stoic philosophy, despite the Antonine Plague's severe suffering. His guidance and strength made it possible for the kingdom to eventually recover and be restored. Today, the lessons of Stoicism that Aurelius taught us are still relevant because they remind us of the strength of the human spirit and the ability to find inner peace even in the worst situations. The worst time for the Roman Empire was during the Antonine Plague. Marcus Aurelius turned to the timeless knowledge of Stoic philosophy when he was faced with this terrible problem. With courage, strength, and knowledge, he led his people through the storm and helped them rebuild their lives. The Stoic way of thinking gives us hope by telling us that even in the worst situations, people can rise above their problems, hold on to hope, and win. Stoic lessons have stayed useful over the years and continue to give smart advice to people who want to figure out how to deal with the complicated things in life. It focuses on resilience, self-discipline, and other traits that give people useful tools for dealing with everyday problems, getting through hard times, and finding meaning in a world that is always changing and becoming more complicated. We will look at some important principles that can help us evaluate our lives, as well as the lessons of famous Stoic philosophers that can help us use the idea of Stoicism in real life. We can start a life-changing journey towards self-discovery, inner peace, and living a happy life by learning about Stoic philosophy. As you know, Marcus Aurelius, who was a famous and important philosopher, fully accepted Stoicism as his driving principle and lived his life according to its rules. Stoicism, which has its roots in ancient Greece and gained popularity during the Roman era, emphasizes the development of virtue and fortitude in the face of difficulties. The goal of self-mastery through self-control and discipline is at the heart of this philosophy. Marcus Aurelius, the respected Roman emperor, was the personification of Stoicism. He lived by its lessons and used them to handle the challenges of his life with unshakable strength and knowledge. Stoicism encourages people to find their inner powers and become more resilient. It also suggests that people improve their moral character by exercising moderation and using knowledge to make sure that everyone is treated fairly. The importance of resilience in dealing with hardship was also recognized by Stoic philosophers. Stoic principles give people the power to take control of their minds and, as a result, their ideas, emotions, and actions, which are always in line with their values and goals. At its core, Stoicism provides a complete framework for personal improvement and the desire of a good and strong life. Although we can control our emotions, thoughts, and actions, events and occurrences may be outside of our control. Humans are typically emotional beings. At its heart is this idea of Stoicism. As Marcus Aurelius put it, real power comes from being able to control your own thoughts and actions. We can get to this level of inner strength by working on our self-discipline. Marcus Aurelius said in his famous book Meditations, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This quote sums up the Stoic idea that we should focus our energy on controlling our thoughts and emotions rather than letting outside events dictate how we feel inside. During their reigns, great leaders often faced the hardest problems. Marcus Aurelius, as ruler of Rome, was no different. During his time in office, he faced many difficult problems and failures that tested his strength and determination. As Emperor of Rome, Aurelius had to deal with many difficult situations that required all of his attention and smart thinking. The Roman Empire was in danger of losing its security and wealth because of things like civil unrest, war battles, and unstable economies. Despite these problems, he faced them with unshakable resolve and a dedication to the well-being of his people. During his rule, Aurelius showed an unmatched ability to bounce back from losses. He knew that being a leader meant sticking with things even when they got tough. He never gave up on finding answers that would protect the empire's well-being, even when it meant losing battles or dealing with problems within the empire. His leading style was marked by his ability to keep going even when things went wrong. In addition, his spiritual beliefs, especially his practice of Stoicism, helped him a great deal when things were hard. Stoicism taught him to see problems as chances to grow and to keep his sense of right and wrong even when things went wrong. It stressed getting stronger on the inside and being okay with things that are out of your control. By using Stoic principles in his leadership style, Aurelius was able to deal with failures in a historical way, which made him strong and motivated the people around him. Despite the huge problems he had to deal with, he stayed committed to the well-being of his people. His dedication to good government and the search for justice was a driving force during his rule. Taking action to handle the worries of his people, he made changes to improve living conditions and promote the empire's overall well-being. Marcus's personal life was a great example of how well he could keep himself disciplined. Marcus was found to be humble and aware of how temporary power and material things are, even when he was emperor. Meditations and thoughts that led to constant self-improvement while seeking knowledge were important parts of Marcus's personal life. He was also a man of great character, which helped him make choices and act in certain ways. Aurelius rose to power as a leader of great strength and intelligence, leaving a record of bravery and kindness that will last for generations. As Marcus Aurelius showed, the world is still learning about Stoic principles. To develop self-discipline in our lives right now, we can use some of these same principles. Being consistent and judging yourself are two very useful ways to practice self-discipline. We can make it a habit to think about our values and life purpose every morning, just like Marcus Aurelius did. This will help us see how our actions and words match up with those things. The physical discipline of daily exercise not only improves our physical health, but also makes our minds stronger. Marcus understood the deep link between the mind and body and stressed how important it was to take care of both. Being mindful is another powerful way to develop self-discipline. We can better control our feelings and make smart decisions if we train ourselves to be fully present in every moment. One of the ideas behind Stoicism is to be thankful and try to be calm. Marcus Aurelius thought that noticing the wonderful and beautiful things in life, even when things are hard, can make you stronger and more resilient. We can become more firm in character by practicing thanks every day and keeping things in perspective. Last but not least, Stoic philosophy places a high value on society and relationship. Marcus felt that working together and helping other people become more self-disciplined could be very helpful. The Marcus Aurelius principles would need to be applied in order to take a critical look at Stoic philosophy as it relates to developing self-discipline in the modern world. Marcus Aurelius wrote a lot about how important it is to have control over your mind, which is the first thing to think about. During the meditation, he talked about how the quality of our lives is linked to the way we think and how important it is to exercise control over our thoughts. Marcus Aurelius thought that the only way to really be powerful was to be able to control our own minds and choose what we think. Marcus Aurelius said that our perceptions, emotions, and behaviors are shaped by the ideas we have. He understood that pain and the ability to live fulfilling lives can be caused by negative or useless thoughts. Because of this, he pushed for the practice of mindfulness and self-awareness, telling people to become aware of their thought processes and actively fight against false beliefs. To control our thinking, we need to be disciplined and alert all the time. It means asking the truth of our thoughts, changing the way we think about bad stories, and picking more positive points of view. To live a more fulfilling life, we can match our ideas with Stoic principles and have an inner conversation that is based on reason and ethics. Writing in a diary was a useful skill that Marcus Aurelius used. He looked at his thoughts and emotions every day, reflecting and introspecting to try to figure out where they came from and what impact they had. This practice helped him notice trends in the way he thought and change his ideas in a way that led to better ones. Marcus Aurelius thought that we could become stronger in the face of hardship by controlling our thinking. He understood that we can't control what happens in the outside world, but we can choose how to react to it. Whatever is going on, we can find inner peace and strength by actively focusing our thoughts on things like thanks, acceptance, and virtue. Practicing controlling our thinking is still useful and important in the current world. Being aware of our thought habits, getting rid of negative thoughts, and building positive perceptions are all skills we need to improve our health, endurance, and ability to handle life's obstacles with ease. Second, Stoic philosophy stresses the significance of taking what is outside of our control and refocusing on what we can change, our actions and attitudes. Stoics think that worrying about things we can't change causes us needless stress and anger. They instead say we should focus our energy on things we can change, like our own decisions, actions, and attitudes. We can be more flexible and keep our peace of mind if we accept that change and uncertainty are going to happen. When we look at the Stoic principle with a critical eye, it shows that our biggest power is the people we can affect. Focusing on what we can change and taking acts that are in line with our values are things we need to work on growing. Third, Marcus thought it was important to make plans and objectives that were in line with our values. To become self-disciplined, you need to have a clear calling, goal, and life purpose. We make good decisions and take good action when we know our values and make sure they are in line with our goals. Setting goals based on our values helps us figure out what's most important to us and gives us direction as we face the challenges of life. In line with our true selves, it helps us make choices and decisions that give us a sense of dignity and satisfaction in our purpose. We can focus our efforts and actions on self-discipline and personal growth by making our purpose clear and setting meaningful goals. Thanks a lot. Marcus Aurelius said that learning self-control is one of the most important parts of becoming self-disciplined. In order to develop inner strength and achieve personal growth, he thought, we must exercise control over our desires, urges, and emotions. Self-control helps us learn to wait for what we want, say no to temptations, and make decisions that are in line with our values and long-term goals. Self-control, according to Marcus Aurelius, is not about denying ourselves joy. Instead, it's about making choices that will bring you more happiness and help you grow as a person over time. By controlling ourselves, we boost our willpower and become more dedicated to our self-discipline road. Marcus pointed out that building up resiliency is an important part of Stoic philosophy. Stoicism teaches us to not be afraid of the problems and failures that come up in life, seeing them as chances to learn and grow. In this case, resilience means being able to deal with problems and difficulties while still feeling strong and stable inside. Marcus says that an attitude that accepts that life changes and is unpredictable helps people be resilient. Stoics know that we can't change the things that happen to us outside of our control, but we can change how we react inside of ourselves. When we accept that things will change and that the world is unsure, we build up inner strength that lets us handle the storm with strength and calm. In Stoicism, being resilient also means seeing losses and mistakes as opportunities to grow as a person. Stoics see challenges as chances to put traits like courage, determination, and patience into practice rather than as barriers to overcome. We build the strength to handle life's ups and downs by accepting difficulties as part of our journey. When we focus on the things we can control, we can focus our attention on them and feel better about ourselves. We become more resilient when we don't let outside events control how we feel. We can keep our inner peace and calm even when bad things happen because we are resilient. In Stoic philosophy, building resilience entails accepting life's flaws, seeing setbacks as chances to grow, and concentrating on what we can control. Before we end this video, let's look at 3 important lessons from Marcus Aurelius's most important work, Meditations, that can help us become more self-disciplined and understand how important it is to live a good and fulfilling life. The power of the present moment is the first lesson. Marcus Aurelius said in Meditations, "Do not bother yourself by picturing your life as a whole. Do not load into your mind the many and varied troubles that have come to you in the past and will come again in the future. But ask yourself, with each present difficulty, what is there in this that is unbearable and beyond endurance?" This quote sums up what it means to be in the present moment. Often, we can't be self-disciplined because our thoughts are filled with regrets from the past or worries about the future. Aurelius shows us how important it is to focus on the present moment. By doing so, we can break down seemingly overwhelming tasks into doable pieces and practice control and discipline in our instant actions. This focus on the present moment is a cornerstone of self-discipline, allowing us to take meaningful and virtuous actions without being overwhelmed. Lesson 2. Separation from outward approval. Marcus Aurelius was very aware of how short-lived fame and other people's opinions were. He wrote, "I have often wondered how it is that every man loves himself more than all the rest of men, but yet sets less value on his own opinions of himself than on the opinions of others." This observation highlights the human tendency to seek validation and approval from the outside world, often at the expense of our own values and integrity. Self-discipline, as Aurelius suggests, needs a separation from this outward reinforcement. Instead, we must focus on cultivating inner virtues and following our moral compass. This inner-directed focus enables us to make decisions and take actions that are in alignment with our values, rather than being swayed by the ever-changing opinions of others. It helps us to build a strong foundation of self-discipline, which is grounded in self-respect and personal integrity. Lesson 3. Adaptability and acceptance. One of the most celebrated quotes from Meditations is, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This quote is the epitome of adaptability and acceptance, 2 traits closely associated with self-discipline. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that obstacles and challenges are not just to be endured, but can be transformed into opportunities for growth and learning. Self-discipline involves the ability to adapt our actions and attitudes in response to the challenges we face. Instead of resisting or lamenting the difficulties, we can embrace them as opportunities to exercise virtue, to learn, and to grow. This mindset not only helps in building self-discipline, but also in fostering resilience and a deep sense of contentment. Marcus Aurelius's Meditations offer a treasure trove of wisdom for building self-discipline. Through focusing on the present moment, detaching from external validation and embracing adaptability and acceptance, we can cultivate a form of self-discipline that is deeply grounded in wisdom and virtue. This self-discipline is not just about control, but about living a life of purpose, meaning, and fulfillment, regardless of the external circumstances. By embracing the core principles of Stoicism, self-mastery, acceptance, and resilience, we have the potential to cultivate self-discipline in our modern lives. Self-mastery, as Marcus Aurelius believed, starts with gaining control over our thoughts and emotions. By actively observing and guiding our inner world, we can shape our responses to external events and maintain a sense of composure and clarity. Acceptance is another crucial element of building self-discipline. Developing resilience, as espoused by Aurelius, is cultivated by reframing setbacks as opportunities for growth. By viewing obstacles as stepping stones on our journey, we can develop the strength and perseverance necessary to face adversity with unwavering determination. Resilience also involves maintaining a sense of inner peace and stability, even when circumstances are chaotic or unfavorable. To build self-discipline, we can incorporate practical strategies inspired by Aurelius into our lives. By establishing consistent routines, engaging in physical discipline, practicing mindfulness, expressing gratitude, and fostering communal support, all contribute to our growth and development. Ultimately, living a more disciplined and fulfilling life can be achieved by following the Marcus Aurelius principles. We can develop the strength and fortitude to navigate through life's challenges with self-control. As we stand at the crossroads of history and philosophy, the figure of Marcus Aurelius towers above, casting a long shadow that has weathered the sands of time. In a world that is often chaotic and ever-changing, the importance of self-discipline becomes a beacon, a guiding light that can lead us through the storm. Through the lens of Aurelius and historic teachings, self-discipline is not a mere trait, but an art of living. Self-discipline is the compass by which we navigate the seas of life. It is the anchor that holds us steady amid tempests and the sails that propel us forward. Through self-discipline, we attain mastery over ourselves, which in turn begets a deeper understanding and engagement with the world around us. Thanks a lot. The life and philosophy of Marcus Aurelius serve as a testament to the transformative power of self-discipline. In this constantly interconnected world, where distractions are incessant and information is ceaseless, we need self-discipline now more than ever. It is through self-discipline that we can filter out the noise and focus on what truly matters. It is through self-discipline that we can be true to our values and principles and act not on impulse, but with deliberation and wisdom. What is particularly astonishing is how Marcus Aurelius, an emperor who lived nearly 2 millennia ago, could grapple with many of the same challenges and inner conflicts that we face today. This illuminates a profound truth. The human experience at its core is unchanging. Our fears, aspirations, dilemmas, and yearnings weave a common thread through the tapestry of time, and it is in this tapestry that the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius finds its enduring resonance. We live in an age of unprecedented opportunities and possibilities. Yet, with these opportunities come challenges and responsibilities. The Stoic wisdom of Marcus Aurelius equips us with the mental fortitude to embrace these challenges, to wield them not as burdens, but as catalysts for growth and self-realization. As we conclude this video, let us reflect on the magnitude of our potential. Each one of us, in our own unique way, can be a philosopher, a seeker of truth, and a bearer of wisdom. Let the words of Marcus Aurelius be a reminder of the indomitable spirit that resides within each of us. Let his stoic resolve inspire us to build our reservoir of self-discipline. As we forge ahead on our respective journeys, let us carry with us the knowledge that self-discipline is not an end, but a means a means to lead lives of purpose, integrity, and fulfillment. Let us remember that in the grand theatre of existence, we are both the playwright and the protagonist. Through self-discipline, we can pen epics of triumph, odes to joy, and ballads of resilience within the vast chronicles of history. Let the chapters we author be woven with threads of wisdom. Let each page be steeped in purpose, and let the ink that flows from our quills be that of self-discipline. With Marcus Aurelius as our steadfast sentinel, guiding us from the revered corridors of antiquity, let us march ahead with our gazes fixed firmly on the horizon and our hearts ablaze with the boundless figure of possibility. Thanks a lot. It is not events that disturb people, it is their judgments concerning them. Epictitus. Imagine a world where external events no longer dictate your happiness, where you have complete control over your emotions, and where you can find peace in the midst of chaos. Welcome to the world of Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that has guided countless individuals towards personal growth and fulfillment for centuries. At the heart of this philosophy lies the wisdom of Epictitus, a former slave-turned-philosopher who transformed his life through the power of Stoic thought. Today, we'll dive into the teachings of this extraordinary man and uncover the top 10 lessons from his renowned work, the Enchiridion. Epictetus was born in Phrygia, present-day Turkey, around 50 AD. Despite being born into slavery, he rose above his circumstances and became one of the most influential Stoic philosophers of all time. As a slave, he was owned by a high-ranking Roman official who recognized his intellectual potential and allowed him to study philosophy. Epictetus eventually became a student of the philosopher Musonius Rufus, who was a prominent Stoic teacher in Rome. After gaining his freedom, he began teaching philosophy in Rome, where his reputation quickly grew. However, when the Roman Emperor Domitian expelled all philosophers from Rome in 89 AD, Epictetus was forced to flee. He found refuge in Nicopolis, Greece, where he established a philosophical school that attracted students from across the Roman Empire. His teachings were recorded by one of his students, Arrian, who compiled them into two main works, the Discourses and the Enchiridion. The Enchiridion, also known as the Handbook or Manual, is a concise collection of Epictetus's most essential teachings. It is a practical guide to living a virtuous life, providing valuable insights on how to navigate the challenges and uncertainties of our existence. The Stoic philosophy centers on the idea that we cannot control external events, but we can control our reactions to them. By cultivating inner strength, wisdom, and resilience, we can remain calm and composed in the face of adversity. This is achieved by focusing on our actions and thoughts, rather than being swayed by external circumstances or the opinions of others. In this video, we'll delve into the top 10 lessons from the Enchiridion, exploring the wisdom and practical advice that has stood the test of time. By understanding and applying these teachings, you too can experience the transformative power of Stoicism and unlock your potential for personal growth and self-improvement. As we embark on this journey through the Enchiridion, remember that the words of Epictetus are not just abstract ideas or theories. They are practical tools that can be applied to your everyday life. By embracing these lessons and incorporating them into your daily routine, you can build a strong foundation for personal development and create a more fulfilling, purposeful existence. Lesson 1. Differentiating between what is in our control and what is not. One of the core principles of Stoic philosophy, as espoused by Epictetus in the Enchiridion, is the understanding that we should focus our energy on what is within our control and accept what is not. This simple yet powerful concept can have a profound impact on our well-being and overall satisfaction with life. Epictetus believed that our thoughts, beliefs, and actions are within our control, while external events, the actions of others, and the natural world are not. By recognizing this distinction, we can save ourselves from unnecessary stress, anxiety, and disappointment. Let's explore an example to illustrate this lesson. Imagine you're preparing for an important job interview. You've spent weeks researching the company, practicing your responses, and honing your skills. On the day of the interview, however, a major traffic jam causes you to arrive late, and you miss the opportunity. While it's natural to feel frustrated and upset in this situation, Epictitus would advise us to focus on what we can control. We cannot change the traffic or the fact that we missed the interview, but we can control our reaction to the situation. Instead of dwelling on the missed opportunity, we can choose to learn from the experience, adapt our approach, and continue our job search with renewed determination. By applying this lesson, we can develop a greater sense of inner peace and resilience in the face of life's challenges. When we accept the inherent unpredictability of the world and focus on the aspects of our lives that we can influence, we empower ourselves to cultivate a mindset of growth and adaptability. This way, we can navigate through the ups and downs of life with grace and composure, making the most of every situation and maintaining our equilibrium in the face of adversity. Lesson 2. Embracing the concept of faith and accepting events in life. Another crucial lesson from the Enchiridion is the idea of accepting fate and learning to embrace the natural course of events in life. According to Stoic philosophy, the universe follows a rational order, and everything that happens is a part of this cosmic plan. By accepting the notion of faith, we can cultivate an attitude of serenity and learn to appreciate life's experiences, both positive and negative. Embracing faith doesn't mean passively resigning ourselves to whatever happens. Rather, it encourages us to focus on what we can control and develop the wisdom to accept and adapt to the circumstances we cannot change. By doing so, we can find peace and purpose in even the most challenging situations. Consider this example. You've been planning a vacation for months, and you're looking forward to a well-deserved break. Just days before your departure, however, you become ill and are unable to travel. While it's natural to feel disappointed and frustrated, Epictetus would remind us that our health is ultimately outside of our control. By embracing the concept of fate and accepting the situation, we can prevent ourselves from becoming overwhelmed by negative emotions. In practical terms, this might mean focusing on our recovery, using the unexpected free time to catch up on personal projects, or spending quality time with loved ones. By reframing our perspective and finding the silver lining in the situation, we can turn a seemingly negative event into an opportunity for growth and learning. Learning to accept faith and embrace the natural order of the universe allows us to develop a sense of equanimity in the face of life's uncertainties. When we approach life with an open heart and a willingness to adapt, we can find meaning and joy in every experience, regardless of the outcome. This mindset of acceptance and adaptability can ultimately lead to a more fulfilling and contented life. Lesson 3. Pursuing a virtuous life. A central tenet of Stoic philosophy, as presented by Epictitus in the Enchiridion, is the pursuit of virtue as the ultimate goal in life. Virtue in this context refers to moral excellence and the development of one's character. According to Epictetus, a virtuous life is intrinsically valuable and leads to true happiness and fulfillment. The Stoics believe that there are 4 main virtues: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. By cultivating these virtues in our daily lives, we can become better individuals and contribute positively to our communities. Let's consider an example to illustrate how we might apply this lesson. Suppose you find a wallet on the street containing a significant amount of cash and the owner's identification. While it might be tempting to keep the money, pursuing a virtuous life would involve making the effort to return the wallet to its rightful owner. In doing so, you practice the virtues of justice by treating others fairly, and wisdom by understanding the importance of honesty and integrity. By consistently choosing virtuous actions even in challenging situations, we develop our character and strengthen our moral compass. Over time, these decisions can lead to a sense of deep satisfaction and self-respect, as well as the admiration of others. By prioritizing virtue above material possessions or external validation, we can create a solid foundation for lasting happiness and personal growth. Pursuing a virtuous life is a key lesson from the Enchiridion and an essential aspect of Stoic philosophy. By striving to cultivate moral excellence and uphold the values of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, we can enrich our lives and contribute positively to the world around us. By embracing these principles, we can begin to experience the true happiness and fulfillment that Epictitus believed was attainable through a life of virtue. Lesson 4. Detachment from material possessions and external circumstances. In the Enchiridion, Epictitus emphasizes the importance of developing a sense of detachment from material possessions and external circumstances. According to Stoic philosophy, our happiness and well-being should not be dependent on external factors, as they are inherently impermanent and outside our control. Instead, we should cultivate inner strength and self-sufficiency, finding contentment in our own actions and thoughts. By practicing detachment, we can free ourselves from the desire for external validation and the fear of loss, which can cause unnecessary suffering and anxiety. This does not mean that we should abandon our possessions or relationships. Rather, we should maintain a healthy perspective and recognize that they are not the source of our happiness. To illustrate this concept, let's consider an example. Imagine you've worked hard to build a successful career and have amassed a substantial amount of wealth. While you might feel a sense of pride and satisfaction in your accomplishments, Epictetus would caution against becoming too attached to these external markers of success. Instead, he would encourage you to focus on your inner values and virtues, which are the true sources of lasting happiness. To apply this lesson in your daily life, you could practice gratitude for what you have while remaining mindful of the impermanence of material possessions. You might also choose to engage in acts of generosity, such as donating to charity or volunteering your time, to help you maintain a balanced perspective on the importance of wealth. Detaching from material possessions and external circumstances is a crucial lesson from the Enchiridion and an essential aspect of Stoic philosophy. By cultivating this mindset, we can develop a greater sense of inner peace and resilience, ultimately leading to a more fulfilling and purposeful life. Lesson 5. Practicing self-discipline and self-control. The fifth lesson from the Enchiridion revolves around the importance of self-discipline and self-control, critical components of a virtuous life according to Stoic philosophy. Epictetus believed that mastery over one's impulses and desires was crucial for maintaining mental tranquility and achieving personal growth. Self-discipline and self-control involve the ability to resist short-term gratification in favor of long-term benefits, as well as the ability to control our reactions to external circumstances. This practice can be seen as a form of personal freedom, as it liberates us from being slaves to our impulses and allows us to live in accordance with our core values and principles. Consider the example of maintaining a healthy lifestyle. It's often tempting to indulge in unhealthy foods or skip exercise in favor of more sedentary activities. However, by exercising self-discipline, you can resist these short-term temptations and prioritize your long-term health and well-being. This could involve creating a regular exercise routine, preparing healthy meals, and ensuring you get enough sleep. Applying this lesson requires consistent effort and practice, but the rewards are significant. By developing self-discipline and self-control, you can make better decisions, achieve your goals more effectively, and live a more balanced and fulfilling life. By mastering our desires and reactions, we can experience the personal freedom and lasting satisfaction that comes from living in harmony with our values and principles. Lesson 6. Overcoming fear and anxiety by focusing on rational thinking. The sixth lesson from the Enchiridion emphasizes the importance of rational thinking in overcoming fear and anxiety. Epictitus believed that many of our negative emotions arise from irrational beliefs and assumptions. By examining these thoughts and replacing them with rational perspectives, we can alleviate unnecessary suffering and develop a more balanced mindset. One of the primary techniques for achieving this is to question our thoughts and assumptions, especially when they cause us distress. By identifying the irrational beliefs that underlie our fears and anxieties, we can challenge them and replace them with more realistic perspectives. For instance, imagine you're preparing for a public speaking engagement and you're feeling extremely anxious. Your fear might be based on the irrational belief that if you make a mistake or stumble over your words, you'll be ridiculed and judged by your audience. To apply rational thinking, you could remind yourself that everyone makes mistakes, and it's unlikely that your audience will be overly critical. Moreover, you can recognize that your value as a person isn't determined by a single performance. By replacing your irrational beliefs with more balanced thoughts, you can reduce your anxiety and approach the situation with greater confidence. Another strategy is to focus on the present moment and avoid dwelling on negative hypothetical scenarios. Often, our fears and anxieties stem from our tendency to imagine worst-case outcomes. By grounding ourselves in the present and concentrating on the task at hand, we can minimize the impact of these unproductive thoughts and maintain a more balanced state of mind. The sixth lesson from the Enchiridion teaches us the power of rational thinking in overcoming fear and anxiety. By challenging our irrational beliefs and focusing on the present moment, we can develop a more stable mindset and navigate life's challenges with greater clarity and confidence. Lesson 7. Treating others with kindness and empathy. The seventh lesson from the Enchiridion highlights the importance of treating others with kindness and empathy. Epictetus believed that recognizing our shared humanity and extending compassion towards others is vital for living a virtuous life. According to Stoic philosophy, we are all interconnected and should strive to support one another in our journey toward wisdom and personal growth. One way to apply this lesson is by practicing active listening and being genuinely interested in the thoughts and feelings of others. This approach can help us better understand their perspectives and experiences, fostering empathy and creating stronger connections. For example, imagine a friend is going through a difficult time and shares their struggles with you. Instead of offering unsolicited advice or trying to fix their problems, you can practice empathy by validating their feelings and acknowledging the challenges they're facing. By showing that you genuinely care and understand their situation, you can provide them with the support and encouragement they need to navigate their difficulties. Another aspect of treating others with kindness and empathy involves being aware of how our actions and words may impact those around us. We can strive to act in a way that is considerate, respectful, and supportive, even when we may not agree with or understand someone else's perspective. This practice can help to create a more harmonious and compassionate environment for everyone. The seventh lesson from the Enchiridion underscores the significance of kindness and empathy in our interactions with others. By actively listening, validating others' experiences, and being considerate of their feelings, we can foster deeper connections and contribute to a more compassionate world. In doing so, we embody the Stoic virtues of wisdom, justice, and temperance, furthering our own personal growth and well-being. Lesson 8. Learning from criticism and not being affected by others' opinions. The 8th lesson from the Enchiridion addresses the importance of learning from criticism while maintaining a healthy detachment from others' opinions. Epictitus believed that it's essential to evaluate feedback objectively, discerning valuable insights from unconstructive remarks. By doing so, we can grow and improve without becoming emotionally entangled in the judgments of others. To apply this lesson, start by cultivating a mindset of curiosity and openness when receiving feedback. Recognize that criticism can offer valuable opportunities for growth and self-improvement. When you encounter criticism, consider the source and context and reflect on whether there's a valid point or lesson to be gleaned from the feedback. For instance, if a colleague offers constructive criticism on a project you've been working on, instead of reacting defensively, take a moment to objectively evaluate their suggestions, if their feedback is valid and can help you improve your work. However, by exercising self-discipline, you can resist these short-term temptations and prioritize your long-term health and well-being. This could involve creating a regular exercise routine, preparing healthy meals, and ensuring you get enough sleep. Applying this lesson requires consistent effort and practice, but the rewards are significant. By mastering our desires and reactions, we can experience the personal freedom and lasting satisfaction that comes from living in harmony with our values and principles. Lesson 6. Overcoming fear and anxiety by focusing on rational thinking. The 6th lesson from the Enchiridion emphasizes the importance of rational thinking in overcoming fear and anxiety. Epictetus believed that many of our negative emotions arise from irrational beliefs and assumptions. By examining these thoughts and replacing them with rational perspectives, we can alleviate unnecessary suffering and develop a more balanced mindset. One of the primary techniques for achieving this is to question our thoughts and assumptions, especially when they cause us distress. By identifying the irrational beliefs that underlie our fears and anxieties, we can challenge them and replace them with more realistic perspectives. For instance, imagine you're preparing for a public speaking engagement and you're feeling extremely anxious. Your fear might be based on the irrational belief that if you make a mistake or stumble over your words, you'll be ridiculed and judged by your audience. To apply rational thinking, you could remind yourself that everyone makes mistakes, and it's unlikely that your audience will be overly critical. Moreover, you can recognize that your value as a person isn't determined by a single performance. By replacing your irrational beliefs with more balanced thoughts, you can reduce your anxiety and approach the situation with greater confidence. Another strategy is to focus on the present moment and avoid dwelling on negative hypothetical scenarios. Often, our fears and anxieties stem from our tendency to imagine worst-case outcomes. By grounding ourselves in the present and concentrating on the task at hand, we can minimize the impact of these unproductive thoughts and maintain a more balanced state of mind. The 6th lesson from the Enchiridion teaches us the power of rational thinking in overcoming fear and anxiety. By challenging our irrational beliefs and focusing on the present moment, we can develop a more stable mindset and navigate life's challenges with greater clarity and confidence. Lesson 7. Treating others with kindness and empathy. The 7th lesson from the Enchiridion highlights the importance of treating others with kindness and empathy. Epictetus believed that recognizing our shared humanity and extending compassion towards others is vital for living a virtuous life. According to Stoic philosophy, we are all interconnected and should strive to support one another in our journey toward wisdom and personal growth. One way to apply this lesson is by practicing active listening and being genuinely interested in the thoughts and feelings of others. This approach can help us better understand their perspectives and experiences, fostering empathy and creating stronger connections. For example, imagine a friend is going through a difficult time and shares their struggles with you. Instead of offering unsolicited advice or trying to fix their problems, you can practice empathy by validating their feelings and acknowledging the challenges they're facing. By showing that you genuinely care and understand their situation, you can provide them with the support and encouragement they need to navigate their difficulties. Another aspect of treating others with kindness and empathy involves being aware of how our actions and words may impact those around us. We can strive to act in a way that is considerate, respectful, and supportive, even when we may not agree with or understand someone else's perspective. This practice can help to create a more harmonious and compassionate environment for everyone. The seventh lesson from the Enchiridion underscores the significance of kindness and empathy in our interactions with others. By actively listening, validating others' experiences, and being considerate of their feelings, we can foster deeper connections and contribute to a more compassionate world. In doing so, we embody the Stoic virtues of wisdom, justice, and temperance, furthering our own personal growth and well-being. Lesson 8. Learning from criticism and not being affected by others' opinions. The eighth lesson from the Enchiridion addresses the importance of learning from criticism while maintaining a healthy detachment from others' opinions. Epictitus believed that it's essential to evaluate feedback objectively, discerning valuable insights from unconstructive remarks. By doing so, we can grow and improve without becoming emotionally entangled in the judgments of others. To apply this lesson, start by cultivating a mindset of curiosity and openness when receiving feedback. Recognize that criticism can offer valuable opportunities for growth and self-improvement. When you encounter criticism, consider the source and context and reflect on whether there's a valid point or lesson to be gleaned from the feedback. For instance, if a colleague offers constructive criticism on a project you've been working on, instead of reacting defensively, take a moment to objectively evaluate their suggestions. If their feedback is valid and can help you improve your work, express gratitude for their input and implement the necessary changes. If, however, the criticism appears unfounded or unhelpful, acknowledge their perspective and then let it go without allowing it to negatively impact your self-esteem. It's also essential to remember that others' opinions don't define your worth or abilities. By developing a strong sense of self-awareness and confidence in your own values and strengths, you can maintain emotional equilibrium and avoid being swayed by the judgments of others. The eighth lesson from the Enchiridion teaches us the value of learning from criticism while remaining unaffected by others' opinions. By adopting an open and objective mindset when receiving feedback, we can use it as a tool for growth and self-improvement while maintaining a healthy sense of self-worth and emotional resilience. Lesson 9. Developing resilience in the face of adversity. The ninth lesson from the Enchiridion highlights the importance of developing resilience in the face of adversity. Epictetus believed that life is inherently filled with challenges and setbacks, and our ability to adapt and persevere through these difficult moments is crucial for personal growth and well-being. One way to cultivate resilience is by embracing a growth mindset, which entails viewing setbacks as opportunities for learning and self-improvement. By reframing challenges as chances to develop new skills and perspectives, we can maintain a positive attitude even when facing adversity. Suppose you've lost your job unexpectedly. Instead of succumbing to despair or feeling like a failure, you can apply the lesson of resilience by viewing the situation as an opportunity to explore new career paths, acquire new skills, or pursue passions that you may not have had time for previously. By maintaining a growth mindset, you can turn adversity into an opportunity for positive change. Another aspect of developing resilience is learning to manage our emotional reactions to difficult circumstances. Epictitus emphasized the importance of distinguishing between events themselves and our judgments about those events. By recognizing that our emotions are shaped by our thoughts and beliefs, we can gain better control over our reactions and maintain a sense of calm and stability even in challenging situations. The ninth lesson from the Enchiridion underscores the importance of developing resilience in the face of adversity. By embracing a growth mindset and managing our emotional reactions, we can persevere through life's challenges and continue to grow and thrive. This ability to adapt and bounce back from setbacks is a hallmark of Stoic philosophy and a key component of a fulfilling life. Lesson 10. Reflecting on one's own thoughts and actions for self-improvement. The 10th lesson from the Enchiridion emphasizes the importance of self-reflection as a means for personal growth and self-improvement. Epictetus believed that by regularly examining our thoughts, actions, and motivations, we can gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and make conscious efforts to align our behavior with our core values and principles. One effective method of self-reflection is to set aside time each day for introspection and contemplation. This practice can involve reviewing the events of the day, identifying areas where we may have fallen short of our values, and considering ways to improve in the future. By making self-reflection a consistent habit, we can become more mindful of our actions and strive for continuous self-improvement. For example, at the end of each day, you might take a few moments to reflect on your interactions with others, your responses to external events, and any internal struggles you may have experienced. As you review these experiences, consider whether your actions were in line with your values, such as honesty, compassion, or integrity. If you identify areas where you could have behaved differently, use this insight to guide your actions in the future. Another important aspect of self-reflection is recognizing and challenging any limiting beliefs or negative thought patterns that may be holding you back. By becoming aware of these mental obstacles and working to replace them with more empowering beliefs, you can foster personal growth and create lasting change. The 10th lesson from the Enchiridion highlights the power of self-reflection as a tool for personal growth and self-improvement. By consistently examining our thoughts and actions and striving to align them with our core values, we can foster a deeper understanding of ourselves and cultivate a more authentic and fulfilling life. This practice of introspection and self-awareness is an essential component of Stoic philosophy and a valuable lesson for us all. As we come to the conclusion of this enlightening journey through the top 10 lessons from Epictetus, we are reminded of the enduring wisdom and practical insights that the Enchiridion offers us. We began by understanding the significance of differentiating between what is in our control and what is not, learning to cultivate inner peace in a world often brimming with uncertainty. We then delved into the importance of embracing fate and accepting events in life with grace, fostering a sense of resilience and serenity in the face of adversity. We also discovered the profound truth that living a virtuous life characterized by kindness, wisdom, and self-discipline is within our reach. We learned to detach ourselves from material possessions and external circumstances, finding fulfillment and contentment within ourselves. The lessons of practicing self-discipline and self-control, as well as treating others with kindness and empathy, were illuminated, reminding us of the fundamental principles of Stoic philosophy. We understood how to overcome fear and anxiety through rational thinking, learning to challenge and transform our irrational beliefs into balanced perspectives. In a world that often values external validation, we were shown the necessity of learning from criticism without being affected by others' opinions, fostering a healthy sense of self-worth and emotional resilience. The ninth lesson underscored the value of developing resilience in the face of adversity, emphasizing the importance of a growth mindset and emotional regulation. And finally, we were encouraged to engage in continual self-reflection, striving to align our actions with our values and seeking constant self-improvement. As we move forward, I invite you to carry these lessons with you, applying them to your daily life. Remember that Stoicism is not just a philosophy to be contemplated, but a way of life to be lived. Embodying these teachings can profoundly impact your perspective, your relationships, and your overall quality of life. Epictitus, once a slave who rose to become one of the most influential Stoic philosophers, leaves us with a remarkable legacy. His teachings, encapsulated in the Enchiridion, still resonate with us today, providing us with practical wisdom to navigate the complexities of life in a world that is continuously changing. The philosophy of Epictetus remains a steadfast guide, offering timeless insights into achieving a life of tranquility, virtue, and fulfillment. As we conclude, let us remember Epictetus's words: "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Let this be a compass that directs us toward a life of wisdom, resilience, and virtue. Let's embody these teachings, embrace the Stoic way of life, and step into a world of peace, understanding, and continual growth. Marcus Aurelius, a renowned Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, is often referred to as the philosopher king, despite being one of the most powerful men in the world during his time. He faced numerous struggles and hardships, from political upheaval to personal loss. Amidst these challenges, he penned his deeply introspective and insightful book, Meditations, as a means of self-improvement and reflection. Comprised of his personal thoughts and observations, this iconic work has inspired countless individuals over the centuries, providing guidance on how to live a virtuous and fulfilling life in today's fast-paced and often uncertain world. Resilience and inner strength are qualities that have become more important than ever before. We're constantly bombarded by change, whether it's in our careers, relationships, or personal lives. But what if we could learn to navigate these changes with grace and wisdom, transforming adversity into an opportunity for growth and self-discovery? This is where Marcus Aurelius's Meditations comes into play. As a Stoic, Marcus Aurelius believed in the importance of cultivating inner virtues and practicing self-mastery. He believed that by focusing on the things we can control, our thoughts, emotions, and actions, we can overcome external circumstances and maintain a sense of balance and equanimity. In essence, Stoicism teaches us to be the architects of our own happiness and well-being, regardless of the challenges we face. What can we learn from this great philosopher? In this video, we're going to delve into the pages of Meditations and uncover 10 timeless life lessons that will help us develop resilience and inner strength. These lessons will not only provide practical advice for managing difficult situations, but also inspire us to cultivate a more resilient mindset in our daily lives. By applying the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius, we can become better equipped to handle adversity, grow from our experiences, and ultimately lead a more fulfilling and contented life. As we journey through these 10 lessons, we'll explore the importance of controlling our thoughts and perceptions, accepting what we cannot change, focusing on the present moment, cultivating humility and empathy, and much more. Each of these lessons is grounded in the Stoic principles that Marcus Aurelius espoused and practiced throughout his life, offering a roadmap for navigating life's challenges with resilience, wisdom, and inner strength. Whether you're facing personal struggles, professional setbacks, or simply looking for guidance on how to lead a more balanced and fulfilling life, the teachings of Marcus Aurelius can serve as a powerful source of inspiration and wisdom. Lesson 1. Control your perception. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. Our perception of the world around us shapes our reality. It influences how we react to situations, how we interact with others, and ultimately, how we feel about ourselves. Marcus Aurelius's quote serves as a powerful reminder that we need to be mindful of our thoughts and perceptions. By recognizing that our interpretations of events are not absolute truths, but rather subjective perspectives, we can start to take control of our emotional responses and thought patterns, leading to greater resilience and inner strength. Controlling our thoughts and perceptions begins with self-awareness. It's essential to monitor our thoughts and identify when we may be engaging in negative or unhelpful thinking patterns. Once we become aware of these patterns, we can actively work to replace them with more constructive, rational perspectives. One practical tip for practicing this skill is to engage in daily mindfulness exercises. Mindfulness involves focusing on the present moment without judgment, allowing us to observe our thoughts and emotions as they arise without becoming overly attached or reactive. By practicing mindfulness, we can develop greater self-awareness and learn to recognize when we need to shift our perceptions. Another technique to help control your perception is to challenge your thoughts through cognitive restructuring. This involves identifying any negative or irrational thoughts, then actively questioning and replacing them with more balanced and rational alternatives. For example, if you find yourself thinking, "I'm a failure because I didn't get that promotion," try to reframe the thought as, "I may not have gotten the promotion this time, but it doesn't define my worth or abilities. I can learn from this experience and continue to grow professionally." Finally, surrounding yourself with positive influences can also help you control your perceptions. Seek out friends, mentors, or role models who embody the values and attitudes you want to cultivate within yourself. Engaging in uplifting conversations and activities can help reinforce a more optimistic and constructive mindset. In summary, controlling our perceptions is a crucial step in building resilience and inner strength. By practicing self-awareness, mindfulness, cognitive restructuring, and surrounding ourselves with positive influences, we can train our minds to see the world through a more balanced and constructive lens. This shift in perspective can empower us to overcome adversity and face life's challenges with greater confidence and composure. Remember, as Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, our perceptions are not absolute truths, and we have the power to shape them to our advantage. Lesson 2. Accept what you cannot change. Accept the things to which fate binds you and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart. One of the most powerful lessons Marcus Aurelius teaches us is the importance of acceptance and letting go of what we cannot control. This is a fundamental principle of Stoicism and a key aspect of building resilience and inner strength. When we learn to embrace the unpredictability of life and accept circumstances beyond our control, we can focus our energy on what truly matters: our thoughts, emotions, and actions. Acceptance allows us to make peace with the present moment and find contentment despite life's inevitable ups and downs. By letting go of our need for control, we free ourselves from the burden of worry, anxiety, and frustration, making it easier to navigate challenging situations with grace and wisdom. To adopt this mindset, start by recognizing the aspects of your life that are beyond your control. Make a list of situations, events, or circumstances that you have no power over and practice accepting them as they are. This exercise can help you become more aware of the difference between what you can and cannot control, allowing you to let go of any unproductive attempts to change what is out of your hands. Another helpful technique is to practice the art of non-attachment. Non-attachment involves acknowledging and appreciating the impermanent nature of life. By understanding that everything is transient and subject to change, we can develop a more balanced perspective and learn to accept the natural ebb and flow of life. When faced with a challenging situation, remind yourself that this too shall pass, and try to approach it with an open heart and mind. Meditation can also be a valuable tool for promoting acceptance. By setting aside time each day to quiet your mind and observe your thoughts and emotions, you can develop a greater understanding of your reactions to life's challenges. This increased self-awareness can make it easier to recognize when you're struggling to accept what you cannot change and help you shift towards a more accepting mindset. Learning to accept what we cannot change is a critical aspect of building resilience and inner strength. By practicing awareness, non-attachment, and meditation, we can develop a more balanced and accepting perspective on life. Embracing this mindset not only enables you to face adversity with grace and wisdom, but also allows us to appreciate the beauty and richness of life, as Marcus Aurelius so eloquently expressed in his quote, "Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart." Lesson 3. Focus on the present moment. Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of living in the present moment and not allowing ourselves to become consumed by the past or future. By concentrating our minds on the here and now, we can experience life more fully and develop a greater sense of inner peace and contentment. Focusing on the present moment has numerous benefits, including reduced stress and anxiety, increased self-awareness, and improved mental well-being. When we practice mindfulness and being present, we allow ourselves to truly engage with our experiences and emotions, instead of being constantly distracted by past regrets or future worries. This heightened sense of awareness enables us to gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and our environment, fostering personal growth and self-discovery. One way to develop the habit of being present is by engaging in mindfulness meditation. This form of meditation involves observing your thoughts and emotions without judgment, allowing you to become fully immersed in the present moment. To practice mindfulness meditation, simply find a quiet space, sit comfortably, and bring your attention to your breath. As thoughts and emotions arise, acknowledge them without judgment and gently guide your focus back to your breath. This practice can be done for as little as 5 minutes a day and can have a profound impact on your overall well-being. Another technique to help you focus on the present moment is to incorporate mindful activities into your daily routine. This can include practices such as mindful eating, where you savor each bite and pay attention to the flavors and textures of your food, or mindful walking, where you observe your surroundings and the sensations of your body as you move. By integrating mindfulness into everyday activities, you can develop a greater appreciation for the present moment and become more in tune with your thoughts and emotions. Consider setting aside time each day for reflection and self-assessment. Journaling can be an effective way to process your experiences, emotions, and thoughts, helping you become more aware of the present moment. By reflecting on your day and identifying patterns in your thoughts and behaviors, you can gain valuable insights that can help you stay focused on the present and make more conscious choices moving forward. Lesson 4. Cultivate humility and empathy. Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize? Humility and empathy are essential virtues for building resilience and inner strength. They help us develop stronger relationships, create a more compassionate mindset, and foster greater self-awareness. Marcus Aurelius's quote serves as a reminder that before we judge or criticize others, we must first reflect on our own imperfections and strive to understand the experiences and feelings of those around us. Practicing humility involves recognizing that we are not infallible and that we can learn from others, regardless of their status or background. By adopting a humble attitude, we become more open to feedback and personal growth, enabling us to overcome challenges and adapt to new situations more effectively. To practice humility in your daily life, make an effort to listen more and speak less. Pay attention to the ideas and opinions of others, and be open to the possibility that you may be wrong or have something to learn from them. Additionally, be willing to admit your mistakes and take responsibility for your actions. This willingness to be vulnerable can help you grow as a person and develop a more resilient mindset. Empathy, on the other hand, involves putting yourself in another person's shoes and trying to understand their feelings, thoughts, and experiences. This ability to connect with others on a deeper level can help you navigate difficult situations and foster stronger relationships, ultimately making you more resilient in the face of adversity. To develop empathy, practice active listening when conversing with others. Give them your full attention and strive to understand their perspective without judgment. Ask open-ended questions to encourage deeper sharing and show genuine interest in their feelings and experiences. Volunteering or engaging in acts of service can also help you build empathy. Helping others, especially those in need or facing challenges, can provide you with a greater understanding of their experiences and emotions, fostering a deeper sense of compassion and empathy. Humility and empathy are key components of building resilience and inner strength. By practicing active listening, engaging in self-reflection, and participating in activities that foster compassion, we can develop a more empathetic and humble outlook on life. Lesson 5. Practice gratitude. When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius reminds us of the power and importance of gratitude in our lives. By focusing on the blessings we have and appreciating the beauty of life, we can foster a more positive mindset, enhance our well-being, and build resilience in the face of challenges. There are numerous benefits to embracing gratitude. Studies have shown that people who regularly express gratitude experience increased happiness, improved mental health, stronger relationships, and even better physical health. Grateful individuals tend to be more optimistic, have lower levels of stress and anxiety, and are better equipped to handle difficult situations. To integrate gratitude into your daily life, consider starting a gratitude journal. Each day, write down 3 things you are grateful for, no matter how big or small. This simple practice can help you shift your focus from the negative aspects of life to the positive, enabling you to recognize and appreciate the good things that are often overlooked. Another way to practice gratitude is to express your appreciation to others. Take the time to thank friends, family, and colleagues for their support, kindness, and understanding. By acknowledging the value of their contributions to your life, you not only strengthen your relationships, but also reinforce your own sense of gratitude. Additionally, Make a habit of reflecting on your achievements and accomplishments, as well as the challenges you've overcome. Recognizing your personal growth and the lessons you've learned can help you appreciate the journey you've taken, fostering a deeper sense of gratitude for the experiences that have shaped you. Mindfulness can also play a role in developing gratitude. By paying attention to the present moment, you can notice the small joys and pleasures that often go unnoticed, such as the warmth of the sun on your face or the laughter of a loved one. By savoring these moments, you can nurture a greater sense of gratitude for the simple gifts life has to offer. Practicing gratitude is a powerful way to enhance your overall well-being, foster a positive mindset, and build resilience. By maintaining a gratitude journal, expressing appreciation to others, reflecting on personal growth, and practicing mindfulness, you can develop a deeper sense of gratitude for life's many blessings. Lesson 6. Embrace adversity as an opportunity for growth. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Marcus Aurelius. In this powerful lesson, Marcus Aurelius teaches us to view adversity not as an insurmountable obstacle, but as an opportunity for personal growth and self-improvement. By shifting our perspective on challenges and setbacks, we can develop greater resilience and inner strength, allowing us to overcome even the most difficult situations. Challenges can be opportunities for personal growth in several ways. They can help us build new skills, gain valuable experience, and learn more about ourselves and our capabilities. Additionally, overcoming adversity can foster a greater sense of self-confidence as we recognize our ability to navigate difficult situations and emerge stronger on the other side. To reframe adversity as a chance to learn and grow, start by adopting a growth mindset. A growth mindset is the belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. When faced with a challenge, ask yourself what skills or knowledge you can acquire from the experience and how it can help you become a better, more capable person. Another technique to help you embrace adversity as an opportunity for growth is to practice reframing negative thoughts. When encountering a difficult situation, try to identify the negative thoughts that arise and consciously shift them into more positive, empowering statements. For example, if you find yourself thinking, "I'll never be able to handle this," reframe it as, "This is a challenging situation, but I can learn and grow from it." You can also seek inspiration from the stories of others who have overcome adversity and achieved personal growth. Research the lives of famous figures, read biographies, or listen to podcasts about individuals who have faced significant challenges and use them as stepping stones to success. These examples can serve as a powerful reminder of the potential for growth and transformation that lies within every obstacle. Lastly, consider seeking support from friends, family, or professional counselors when faced with adversity. Surrounding yourself with a supportive network can provide valuable encouragement, advice, and perspective, helping you to view challenges as opportunities for growth rather than insurmountable barriers. Embracing adversity as an opportunity for growth is a key component of building resilience and inner strength. By adopting a growth mindset, practicing reframing, seeking inspiration, and leaning on a support network, we can learn to view challenges as chances to learn, grow, and become better versions of ourselves. Lesson 7. Be guided by reason. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius highlights the crucial role that rational thinking and logic play in our overall happiness and ability to overcome adversity. By guiding our thoughts and actions with reason, we can make more informed decisions, manage our emotions more effectively, and navigate challenges with greater clarity and resilience. Rational thinking is important in overcoming adversity because it enables us to objectively assess a situation, identify potential solutions, and weigh the pros and cons of each option. By approaching challenges with a logical mindset, we can minimize the influence of impulsive emotions such as fear or anger, which can often cloud our judgment and lead to poor decision-making. One way to develop rational thinking is by practicing critical thinking skills. This involves questioning assumptions, evaluating evidence, and considering alternative viewpoints. When faced with a difficult situation, take a step back and ask yourself what assumptions you might be making, whether there is sufficient evidence to support your beliefs, and if there are any alternative explanations or solutions that you may have overlooked. Another strategy for cultivating rational thinking is to engage in regular self-reflection. By periodically examining our thoughts, beliefs, and actions, we can gain a deeper understanding of our motivations, biases, and thought patterns. This self-awareness can help us recognize when our thinking may be influenced by emotions or false assumptions, allowing us to redirect our thoughts toward a more logical and reasoned approach. It's also important to practice emotional regulation, as strong emotions can often interfere with rational thinking. Techniques such as mindfulness meditation and deep breathing exercises can help you manage your emotions more effectively, creating the mental space needed for clear, logical thinking. Finally, consider seeking out opportunities to learn and develop your problem-solving skills. Engage in activities that challenge your mind, such as solving puzzles, playing strategy games, or participating in debates. These experiences can help sharpen your logical thinking abilities and enhance your capacity to approach adversity with reason and clarity. Being guided by reason is a vital component of overcoming adversity and building resilience. By practicing critical thinking, engaging in self-reflection, managing emotions, and honing problem-solving skills, we can develop a more rational mindset that allows us to navigate life's challenges with greater clarity and success. Lesson 8. Cultivate inner peace. The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the profound impact our thoughts have on our emotional state and inner peace. Cultivating inner peace is essential in building resilience and maintaining emotional balance, as it allows us to navigate challenges more effectively and maintain a sense of calm in the face of adversity. Inner peace is important for several reasons. First, it helps us manage stress and anxiety more effectively. When we are at peace with ourselves, we are better equipped to handle the pressures and uncertainties that life inevitably presents. This emotional balance can help prevent burnout, reduce the risk of mental health issues, and promote overall well-being. Second, inner peace allows us to think more clearly and make better decisions. When our minds are not clouded by emotional turbulence, we can approach challenges with a greater sense of clarity and focus, allowing us to develop more effective solutions and strategies. An effective way for cultivating inner peace is engaging in activities that bring you joy and relaxation. This might include spending time in nature, pursuing hobbies, or connecting with loved ones. Prioritizing self-care and nurturing activities can help replenish your emotional reserves and promote a sense of balance and tranquility. It's also essential to develop healthy coping mechanisms for managing stress and negative emotions. This might involve practicing deep breathing exercises or engaging in physical activity, such as yoga or walking. These techniques can help release tension and restore emotional equilibrium. Lastly, consider adopting a regular gratitude practice, as discussed earlier. By focusing on the positives in your life and expressing gratitude for the blessings you have, you can foster a more optimistic outlook and cultivate a sense of inner peace. Lesson 9. practice detachment. Attach yourself to what is spiritually superior, regardless of what other people think or do. Marcus Aurelius. In this lesson, Marcus Aurelius encourages us to practice detachment from external events and circumstances. By focusing on our inner values and spiritual growth, rather than seeking validation or fulfillment from external sources, we can develop greater resilience and inner strength. The benefits of detachment are numerous. Detachment allows us to maintain a sense of equanimity and emotional stability, even in the face of adversity or challenging situations. It also helps us avoid becoming overly attached to outcomes, possessions, or the opinions of others, which can lead to stress, anxiety, and disappointment. To cultivate detachment in daily life, begin by becoming more mindful of your thoughts and reactions to external events. Pay attention to how you respond to situations and practice observing your emotions and thoughts without becoming overly attached or identified with them. This increased self-awareness can help you recognize when you may be overly invested in external circumstances and make a conscious effort to shift your focus inward. Another tip for practicing detachment is to regularly remind yourself of the impermanent nature of life. Recognize that possessions, relationships, and circumstances are all subject to change, and that seeking lasting happiness from these sources is ultimately futile. Instead, strive to find inner contentment and fulfillment by focusing on your personal growth, values, and spirituality. Developing a strong sense of self and knowing your core values can also help you cultivate detachment. When you have a clear understanding of what truly matters to you, it becomes easier to let go of external factors that may not align with your values. Spend time reflecting on your core beliefs and use them as a guiding force in your decision-making and actions. Lastly, engage in regular spiritual or reflective practices such as meditation, journaling, or prayer. These practices can help you deepen your connection to your inner self, promoting a sense of detachment from external influences and fostering a greater focus on personal growth and spiritual development. Practicing detachment from external events and circumstances can be a powerful tool for building resilience and inner strength. By focusing on inner values, cultivating self-awareness, and embracing the impermanence of external factors, we can navigate life's challenges with greater equanimity and clarity. By cultivating mindfulness, embracing impermanence, understanding your values, and engaging in spiritual practices, you can develop a sense of detachment that allows you to navigate life's challenges with greater grace and equanimity. Lesson 10. Keep moving forward. Do not indulge in dreams of having what you have not, but reckon up the chief of the blessings you do possess, and then thankfully remember how you would crave for them if they were not yours. In this final lesson, Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of perseverance and forward momentum in overcoming adversity. By focusing on the blessings we already have and maintaining a growth mindset, we can continue to progress and evolve even in the face of challenges. Perseverance is crucial in overcoming adversity because it enables us to push through obstacles, learn from setbacks, and keep moving toward our goals. By maintaining a forward momentum, we can build resilience and inner strength, as well as develop the skills and experience necessary to navigate future challenges. To maintain motivation and a growth mindset, start by setting clear, achievable goals that align with your values and passions. By having a clear vision of what you want to achieve, you can stay focused and motivated even when faced with obstacles or setbacks. Break your goals down into smaller, manageable steps and celebrate your progress along the way to maintain motivation. Another suggestion for maintaining motivation is to practice self-compassion. Recognize that setbacks and challenges are a natural part of life, and treat yourself with kindness and understanding when you encounter difficulties. By cultivating self-compassion, you can maintain a positive attitude and stay motivated to continue moving forward even when faced with adversity. Additionally, surrounding yourself with supportive and like-minded individuals can help you maintain motivation and a growth mindset. Seek out friends, mentors, or support groups that share your values and goals and draw inspiration and encouragement from their successes and experiences. Finally, take time to regularly reflect on your progress and accomplishments. Acknowledge the obstacles you've overcome, the skills you've acquired, and the growth you've experienced along the way. This reflection can help you maintain a sense of forward momentum and inspire you to continue pushing through challenges and pursuing your goals. Maintaining perseverance and forward momentum is essential in overcoming adversity and building resilience. By setting clear goals, practicing self-compassion, surrounding yourself with support, and reflecting on your progress, you can maintain motivation and continue moving forward, no matter the challenges life may present. We have explored 10 powerful life lessons from Marcus Aurelius's Meditations that can help us build resilience and inner strength. These lessons have offered us invaluable insights into controlling our perceptions, accepting what we cannot change, focusing on the present moment, developing humility and empathy, practicing gratitude, embracing adversity as an opportunity for growth, being guided by reason, cultivating inner peace, practicing detachment, and maintaining forward momentum. By integrating these timeless teachings into our daily lives, we can foster personal growth, overcome adversity, and live more fulfilling, purpose-driven lives. It is important to remember that building resilience and inner strength is a lifelong journey, and implementing these lessons takes time, practice, and dedication. As you continue to face challenges and setbacks, draw upon the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and strive to embody the principles he so eloquently shared in his Meditations. By doing so, you will not only become more resilient and resourceful in the face of adversity, but will also discover a greater sense of inner peace, purpose, and fulfillment. As we part ways, I encourage you to reflect on these 10 life lessons and consider how you can apply them in your own life. As you embark on this journey of personal growth and self-discovery, remember that the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius is a timeless guide that can help you navigate life's challenges with grace, wisdom, and resilience. In the words of the great Stoic philosopher himself, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By incorporating these lessons into your daily life, you can positively shape the quality of your thoughts and cultivate the resilience and inner strength necessary to thrive in an ever-changing world. May you find strength, inspiration, and growth through the teachings of Marcus Aurelius, and may your journey toward resilience and inner strength be one of deep self-discovery, fulfillment, and lasting happiness. One practical tip for practicing this skill is to engage in daily mindfulness exercises. Mindfulness involves focusing on the present moment without judgment, allowing us to observe our thoughts and emotions as they arise without becoming overly attached or reactive. By practicing mindfulness, we can develop greater self-awareness and learn to recognize when we need to shift our perceptions. Another technique to help control your perception is to challenge your thoughts through cognitive restructuring. This involves identifying any negative or irrational thoughts, then actively questioning and replacing them with more balanced and rational alternatives. For example, if you find yourself thinking, "I'm a failure because I didn't get that promotion," try to reframe the thought as, "I may not have gotten the promotion this time, but it doesn't define my worth or abilities." I can learn from this experience and continue to grow professionally. Finally, surrounding yourself with positive influences can also help you control your perceptions. Seek out friends, mentors, or role models who embody the values and attitudes you want to cultivate within yourself. Engaging in uplifting conversations and activities can help reinforce a more optimistic and constructive mindset. In summary, controlling our perceptions is a crucial step in building resilience and inner strength. By practicing self-awareness, mindfulness, cognitive restructuring, and surrounding ourselves with positive influences, we can train our minds to see the world through a more balanced and constructive lens. This shift in perspective can empower us to overcome adversity and face life's challenges with greater confidence and composure. Remember, as Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, our perceptions are not absolute truths, and we have the power to shape them to our advantage. Lesson 2. Accept what you cannot change. Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart. One of the most powerful lessons Marcus Aurelius teaches us is the importance of acceptance and letting go of what we cannot control. This is a fundamental principle of Stoicism and a key aspect of building resilience and inner strength. When we learn to embrace the unpredictability of life and accept circumstances beyond our control, we can focus our energy on what truly matters: our thoughts, emotions, and actions. Acceptance allows us to make peace with the present moment and find contentment despite life's inevitable ups and downs. By letting go of our need for control, we free ourselves from the burden of worry, anxiety, and frustration, making it easier to navigate challenging situations with grace and wisdom. To adopt this mindset, start by recognizing the aspects of your life that are beyond your control. Make a list of situations, events, or circumstances that you have no power over and practice accepting them as they are. This exercise can help you become more aware of the difference between what you can and cannot control, allowing you to let go of any unproductive attempts to change what is out of your hands. Another helpful technique is to practice the art of non-attachment. Non-attachment involves acknowledging and appreciating the impermanent nature of life. By understanding that everything is transient and subject to change, we can develop a more balanced perspective and learn to accept the natural ebb and flow of life. When faced with a challenging situation, remind yourself that this too shall pass, and try to approach it with an open heart and mind. Meditation can also be a valuable tool for promoting acceptance. By setting aside time each day to quiet your mind and observe your thoughts and emotions, you can develop a greater understanding of your reactions to life's challenges. This increased self-awareness can make it easier to recognize when you're struggling to accept what you cannot change and help you shift towards a more accepting mindset. Learning to accept what we cannot change is a critical aspect of building resilience and inner strength. By practicing awareness, non-attachment, and meditation, we can develop a more balanced and accepting perspective on life. Embracing this mindset not only enables you to face adversity with grace and wisdom, but also allows you to appreciate the beauty and richness of life, as Marcus Aurelius so eloquently expressed in his quote, "Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart." Lesson 3. Focus on the present moment. Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of living in the present moment and not allowing ourselves to become consumed by the past or future. By concentrating our minds on the here and now, we can experience life more fully and develop a greater sense of inner peace and contentment. Focusing on the present moment has numerous benefits, including reduced stress and anxiety, increased self-awareness, and improved mental well-being. When we practice mindfulness and being present, we allow ourselves to truly engage with our experiences and emotions, instead of being constantly distracted by past regrets or future worries. This heightened sense of awareness enables us to gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and our environment, fostering personal growth and self-discovery. One way to develop the habit of being present is by engaging in mindfulness meditation. This form of meditation involves observing your thoughts and emotions without judgment, allowing you to become fully immersed in the present moment. To practice mindfulness meditation, simply find a quiet space, sit comfortably, and bring your attention to your breath. As thoughts and emotions arise, acknowledge them without judgment and gently guide your focus back to your breath. This practice can be done for as little as 5 minutes a day and can have a profound impact on your overall well-being. Another technique to help you focus on the present moment is to incorporate mindful activities into your daily routine. This can include practices such as mindful eating, where you savor each bite and pay attention to the flavors and textures of your food, or mindful walking, where you observe your surroundings and the sensations of your body as you move. By integrating mindfulness into everyday activities, you can develop a greater appreciation for the present moment and become more in tune with your thoughts and emotions. Consider setting aside time each day for reflection and self-assessment. Journaling can be an effective way to process your experiences, emotions, and thoughts, helping you become more aware of the present moment. By reflecting on your day and identifying patterns in your thoughts and behaviors, you can gain valuable insights that can help you stay focused on the present and make more conscious choices moving forward. Lesson 4. Cultivate humility and empathy. Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize? Humility and empathy are essential virtues for building resilience and inner strength. They help us develop stronger relationships, create a more compassionate mindset, and foster greater self-awareness. Marcus Aurelius's quote serves as a reminder that before we judge or criticize others, we must first reflect on our own imperfections and strive to understand the experiences and feelings of those around us. Practicing humility involves recognizing that we are not infallible and that we can learn from others, regardless of their status or background. By adopting a humble attitude, we become more open to feedback and personal growth, enabling us to overcome challenges and adapt to new situations more effectively. To practice humility in your daily life, make an effort to listen more and speak less. Pay attention to the ideas and opinions of others, and be open to the possibility that you may be wrong or have something to learn from them. Additionally, be willing to admit your mistakes and take responsibility for your actions. This willingness to be vulnerable can help you grow as a person and develop a more resilient mindset. Empathy, on the other hand, involves putting yourself in another person's shoes and trying to understand their feelings, thoughts, and experiences. This ability to connect with others on a deeper level can help you navigate difficult situations and foster stronger relationships, ultimately making you more resilient in the face of adversity. To develop empathy, practice active listening when conversing with others. Give them your full attention and strive to understand their perspective without judgment. Ask open-ended questions to encourage deeper sharing and show genuine interest in their feelings and experiences. Volunteering or engaging in acts of service can also help you build empathy. Helping others, especially those in need or facing challenges, can provide you with a greater understanding of their experiences and emotions, fostering a deeper sense of compassion and empathy. Humility and empathy are key components of building resilience and inner strength. By practicing active listening, engaging in self-reflection, and participating in activities that foster compassion, we can develop a more empathetic and humble outlook on life. Lesson 5. Practice gratitude. When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius reminds us of the power and importance of gratitude in our lives. By focusing on the blessings we have and appreciating the beauty of life, we can foster a more positive mindset, enhance our well-being, and build resilience in the face of challenges. There are numerous benefits to embracing gratitude. Studies have shown that people who regularly express gratitude experience increased happiness, improved mental health, stronger relationships, and even better physical health. Grateful individuals tend to be more optimistic, have lower levels of stress and anxiety, and are better equipped to handle difficult situations. To integrate gratitude into your daily life, consider starting a gratitude journal. Each day, write down 3 things you are grateful for, no matter how big or small. This simple practice can help you shift your focus from the negative aspects of life to the positive, enabling you to recognize and appreciate the good things that are often overlooked. Another way to practice gratitude is to express your appreciation to others. Take the time to thank friends, family, and colleagues for their support, kindness, and understanding. By acknowledging the value of their contributions to your life, you not only strengthen your relationships, but also reinforce your own sense of gratitude. Additionally, make a habit of reflecting on your achievements and accomplishments, as well as the challenges you've overcome. Recognizing your personal growth and the lessons you've learned can help you appreciate the journey you've taken, fostering a deeper sense of gratitude for the experiences that have shaped you. Mindfulness can also play a role in developing gratitude. By paying attention to the present moment, you can notice the small joys and pleasures that often go unnoticed, such as the warmth of the sun on your face or the laughter of a loved one. By savoring these moments, you can nurture a greater sense of gratitude for the simple gifts life has to offer. Practicing gratitude is a powerful way to enhance your overall well-being, foster a positive mindset, and build resilience. By maintaining a gratitude journal, expressing appreciation to others, reflecting on personal growth, and practicing mindfulness, you can develop a deeper sense of gratitude for life's many blessings. Lesson 6. Embrace adversity as an opportunity for growth. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Marcus Aurelius. In this powerful lesson, Marcus Aurelius teaches us to view adversity not as an insurmountable obstacle, but as an opportunity for personal growth and self-improvement. By shifting our perspective on challenges and setbacks, we can develop greater resilience and inner strength, allowing us to overcome even the most difficult situations. Challenges can be opportunities for personal growth in several ways. They can help us build new skills, gain valuable experience, and learn more about ourselves and our capabilities. Additionally, overcoming adversity can foster a greater sense of self-confidence as we recognize our ability to navigate difficult situations and emerge stronger on the other side. To reframe adversity as a chance to learn and grow, start by adopting a growth mindset. A growth mindset is the belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. When faced with a challenge, ask yourself what skills or knowledge you can acquire from the experience and how it can help you become a better, more capable person. Another technique to help you embrace adversity as an opportunity for growth is to practice reframing negative thoughts. When encountering a difficult situation, Try to identify the negative thoughts that arise and consciously shift them into more positive, empowering statements. For example, if you find yourself thinking, "I'll never be able to handle this," reframe it as, "This is a challenging situation, but I can learn and grow from it." You can also seek inspiration from the stories of others who have overcome adversity and achieved personal growth. Research the lives of famous figures, read biographies, or listen to podcasts about individuals who have faced significant challenges and use them as stepping stones to success. These examples can serve as a powerful reminder of the potential for growth and transformation that lies within every obstacle. Lastly, consider seeking support from friends, family, or professional counselors when faced with adversity. Surrounding yourself with a supportive network can provide valuable encouragement, advice, and perspective, helping you to view challenges as opportunities for growth rather than insurmountable barriers. Embracing adversity as an opportunity for growth is a key component of building resilience and inner strength. By adopting a growth mindset, practicing reframing, seeking inspiration, and leaning on a support network, we can learn to view challenges as chances to learn, grow, and become better versions of ourselves. Lesson 7. Be guided by reason. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius highlights the crucial role that rational thinking and logic play in our overall happiness and ability to overcome adversity. By guiding our thoughts and actions with reason, we can make more informed decisions, manage our emotions more effectively, and navigate challenges with greater clarity and resilience. Rational thinking is important in overcoming adversity because it enables us to objectively assess a situation, identify potential solutions, and weigh the pros and cons of each option. By approaching challenges with a logical mindset, we can minimize the influence of impulsive emotions such as fear or anger, which can often cloud our judgment and lead to poor decision-making. One way to develop rational thinking is by practicing critical thinking skills. This involves questioning assumptions, evaluating evidence, and considering alternative viewpoints. When faced with a difficult situation, take a step back and ask yourself what assumptions you might be making, whether there is sufficient evidence to support your beliefs, and if there are any alternative explanations or solutions that you may have overlooked. Another strategy for cultivating rational thinking is to engage in regular self-reflection. By periodically examining our thoughts, beliefs, and actions, we can gain a deeper understanding of our motivations, biases, and thought patterns. This self-awareness can help us recognize when our thinking may be influenced by emotions or false assumptions, allowing us to redirect our thoughts toward a more logical and reasoned approach. It's also important to practice emotional regulation, as strong emotions can often interfere with rational thinking. Techniques such as mindfulness meditation and deep breathing exercises can help you manage your emotions more effectively, creating the mental space needed for clear, logical thinking. Finally, consider seeking out opportunities to learn and develop your problem-solving skills. Engage in activities that challenge your mind, such as solving puzzles, playing strategy games, or participating in debates. These experiences can help sharpen your logical thinking abilities and enhance your capacity to approach adversity with reason and clarity. Being guided by reason is a vital component of overcoming adversity and building resilience. By practicing critical thinking, engaging in self-reflection, managing emotions, and honing problem-solving skills, we can develop a more rational mindset that allows us to navigate life's challenges with greater clarity and success. Lesson 8. Cultivate inner peace. The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the profound impact our thoughts have on our emotional state and inner peace. Cultivating inner peace is essential in building resilience and maintaining emotional balance, as it allows us to navigate challenges more effectively and maintain a sense of calm in the face of adversity. Inner peace is important for several reasons. First, it helps us manage stress and anxiety more effectively. When we are at peace with ourselves, we are better equipped to handle the pressures and uncertainties that life inevitably presents. This emotional balance can help prevent burnout, reduce the risk of mental health issues, and promote overall well-being. Second, inner peace allows us to think more clearly and make better decisions. When our minds are not clouded by emotional turbulence, we can approach challenges with a greater sense of clarity and focus, allowing us to develop more effective solutions and strategies. An effective way for cultivating inner peace is engaging in activities that bring you joy and relaxation. This might include spending time in nature, pursuing hobbies, or connecting with loved ones. Prioritizing self-care and nurturing activities can help replenish your emotional reserves and promote a sense of balance and tranquility. It's also essential to develop healthy coping mechanisms for managing stress and negative emotions. This might involve practicing deep breathing exercises or engaging in physical activity such as yoga or walking. These techniques can help release tension and restore emotional equilibrium. Lastly, consider adopting a regular gratitude practice, as discussed earlier. By focusing on the positives in your life and expressing gratitude for the blessings you have, you can foster a more optimistic outlook and cultivate a sense of inner peace. Lesson 9. Practice detachment. Attach yourself to what is spiritually superior, regardless of what other people think or do. Marcus Aurelius. In this lesson, Marcus Aurelius encourages us to practice detachment from external events and circumstances. By focusing on our inner values and spiritual growth, rather than seeking validation or fulfillment from external sources, we can develop greater resilience and inner strength. The benefits of detachment are numerous. Detachment allows us to maintain a sense of equanimity and emotional stability, even in the face of adversity or challenging situations. It also helps us avoid becoming overly attached to outcomes, possessions, or the opinions of others, which can lead to stress, anxiety, and disappointment. To cultivate detachment in daily life, begin by becoming more mindful of your thoughts and reactions to external events. Pay attention to how you respond to situations and practice observing your emotions and thoughts without becoming overly attached or identified with them. This increased self-awareness can help you recognize when you may be overly invested in external circumstances and make a conscious effort to shift your focus inward. Another tip for practicing detachment is to regularly remind yourself of the impermanent nature of life. Recognize that possessions, relationships, and circumstances are all subject to change, and that seeking lasting happiness from these sources is ultimately futile. Instead, strive to find inner contentment and fulfillment by focusing on your personal growth, values, and spirituality. Developing a strong sense of self and knowing your core values can also help you cultivate detachment. When you have a clear understanding of what truly matters to you, it becomes easier to let go of external factors that may not align with your values. Spend time reflecting on your core beliefs and use them as a guiding force in your decision-making and actions. Lastly, engage in regular spiritual or reflective practices such as meditation, journaling, or prayer. These practices can help you deepen your connection to your inner self, promoting a sense of detachment from external influences and fostering a greater focus on personal growth and spiritual development. Practicing detachment from external events and circumstances can be a powerful tool for building resilience and inner strength. By focusing on inner values, cultivating self-awareness, and embracing the impermanence of external factors, we can navigate life's challenges with greater equanimity and clarity. By cultivating mindfulness, embracing impermanence, understanding your values, and engaging in spiritual practices, you can develop a sense of detachment that allows you to navigate life's challenges with greater grace and equanimity. Lesson 10. Keep moving forward. Do not indulge in dreams of having what you have not, but reckon up the chief of the blessings you do possess, and then thankfully remember how you would crave for them if they were not yours. In this final lesson, Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of perseverance and forward momentum in overcoming adversity. By focusing on the blessings we already have and maintaining a growth mindset, we can continue to progress and evolve even in the face of challenges. Perseverance is crucial in overcoming adversity because it enables us to push through obstacles, learn from setbacks, and keep moving toward our goals. By maintaining a forward momentum, we can build resilience and inner strength, as well as develop the skills and experience necessary to navigate future challenges. To maintain motivation and a growth mindset, start by setting clear, achievable goals that align with your values and passions. By having a clear vision of what you want to achieve, you can stay focused and motivated even when faced with obstacles or setbacks. Break your goals down into smaller, manageable steps and celebrate your progress along the way to maintain motivation. Another suggestion for maintaining motivation is to practice self-compassion. Recognize that setbacks and challenges are a natural part of life and treat yourself with kindness and understanding when you encounter difficulties. By cultivating self-compassion, you can maintain a positive attitude and stay motivated to continue moving forward even when faced with adversity. Additionally, surrounding yourself with supportive and like-minded individuals can help you maintain motivation and a growth mindset. Seek out friends, mentors, or support groups that share your values and goals and draw inspiration and encouragement from their successes and experiences. Finally, take time to regularly reflect on your progress and accomplishments. Acknowledge the obstacles you've overcome, the skills you've acquired, and the growth you've experienced along the way. This reflection can help you maintain a sense of forward momentum and inspire you to continue pushing through challenges and pursuing your goals. Maintaining perseverance and forward momentum is essential in overcoming adversity and building resilience. By setting clear goals, practicing self-compassion, surrounding yourself with support, and reflecting on your progress, you can maintain motivation and continue moving forward no matter the challenges life may present. We have explored 10 powerful life lessons from Marcus Aurelius's Meditations that can help us build resilience and inner strength. These lessons have offered us invaluable insights into controlling our perceptions, accepting what we cannot change, focusing on the present moment, developing humility and empathy, practicing gratitude, embracing adversity as an opportunity for growth, being guided by reason, cultivating inner peace, practicing detachment, and maintaining forward momentum. By integrating these timeless teachings into our daily lives, we can foster personal growth, overcome adversity, and live more fulfilling, purpose-driven lives. It is important to remember that building resilience and inner strength is a lifelong journey, and implementing these lessons takes time, practice, and dedication. As you continue to face challenges and setbacks, draw upon the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and strive to embody the principles he so eloquently shared in his Meditations. By doing so, you will not only become more resilient and resourceful in the face of adversity, but will also discover a greater sense of inner peace, purpose, and fulfillment. As we part ways, I encourage you to reflect on these 10 life lessons and consider how you can apply them in your own life. As you embark on this journey of personal growth and self-discovery, remember that the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius is a timeless guide that can help you navigate life's challenges with grace, wisdom, and resilience. In the words of the great Stoic philosopher himself, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By incorporating these lessons into your daily life, you can positively shape the quality of your thoughts and cultivate the resilience and inner strength necessary to thrive in an ever-changing world. May you find strength, inspiration, and growth through the teachings of Marcus Aurelius, and may your journey toward resilience and inner strength be one of deep self-discovery, fulfillment, and lasting happiness. Imagine if just 3 hours stood between you and a radically transformed life, where stress, anxiety, and uncertainty no longer hold you back. What if I told you that the ancient philosophy of Stoicism holds the key to unlocking a more resilient, focused, and fulfilling existence? Join us as we dive deep into Stoicism, exploring practical steps that can reshape your mindset, boost your resilience, and radically alter your life in just 3 hours. Ready to start this life-changing journey? Let's begin. In today's fast-paced world, where stress and anxiety seem to be constant companions, many of us are searching for ways to find peace and resilience amidst the chaos. But what if I told you that an ancient philosophy, developed over 2,000 years ago, could offer us the very tools we need to thrive in our modern lives? This is the power of Stoicism, a philosophy that teaches us how to find contentment and strength by embracing virtue, wisdom, and the understanding that we control our reactions to the external world. In the next 3 hours, we're going to take a deep dive into the heart of Stoicism. We'll explore its origins, key concepts, and the lives of the Stoic philosophers who practiced it. More importantly, we'll uncover practical strategies derived from Stoic teachings that you can apply to your life immediately. These strategies are designed to help you develop mental clarity, emotional strength, and a profound sense of inner peace. By the end of this journey, you'll not only have a deeper understanding of Stoicism, but also practical tools to transform your approach to life's challenges. You'll learn how to turn obstacles into opportunities, stress into serenity, and uncertainty into understanding. So, if you're ready to transform your life with the wisdom of Stoicism, let's take the first step together. Welcome to 3 hours to transform your life with Stoicism. Let the transformation begin. What does "don't set yourself on fire to keep someone else warm" mean? It's a strong reminder that self-care and kindness should go hand in hand, which comes from ancient Stoic wisdom. But in today's rush to be liked and always be the one who helps, many people have turned the good deed of kindness into a habit that hurts their self-esteem. People often tell us to go the extra mile and push our limits for other people. But how much does it cost? Too much kindness is not a virtue when it drains your own resources, energy, and health. It is a way to ruin yourself. Many people have lost their way and have given so much that they feel empty, unappreciated, and worn out. In this modern tragedy, people who mean well end up doing terrible things. Stoicism shows us a different way to be generous without giving up who you are, to be kind without being mean to yourself. It teaches us how to be generous in a way that makes other people's lives better, while also looking out for our own. It's time to show how Stoic principles can help you set healthy limits so that your kindness builds you up instead of draining you. We'll talk about how to give without taking away, love without hurting, and be there for others without leaving our own lives behind. Follow us as we use Stoic wisdom to find the balance between being kind and taking care of ourselves. 1. Don't set yourself on fire to make other people warm. Marcus Aurelius, a wise Stoic philosopher, would warn us not to fall into the trap of unnecessary kindness. Picture yourself as someone who is always willing to help others and never says no. Giving away parts of yourself until there are none left is like that. You turn into someone who is always there for other people, but when you need help, you find yourself all by yourself. Being kind to other people is important, but being kind to yourself is even more important. Marcus would always remind us that taking care of ourselves is our first duty. We can't really be there for other people without it. Think about the story of two gardeners who lived next door to each other. One took great care of their own garden, and the other, even though they had their own plot, often helped take care of other people's gardens. Knowing the value of self-care, the diligent gardener gave their garden the right amount of care and resources, making it a vibrant and growing place. This gardener's plot not only brought them joy, but they also had extra food to share with their neighbors. The other gardener, on the other hand, spent so much time and energy on other people's gardens that they forgot about their own. They didn't take good care of their garden, so it died and didn't produce much. They forgot about their own needs while trying to help others, which left their garden and, in a way, themselves empty. This is a reminder to think about what you want to do before you start helping other people. Ask yourself if this help will last. Am I taking care of my health? By establishing healthy boundaries and making sure that in our efforts to be kind, we don't forget to be kind to ourselves. The ancient Stoics would advise us to practice Stoicism. You can't pour from a cup that's not full, after all. Stoicism says that you should keep your inner peace and honesty while also making the lives of others better. This will help you and the people you want to help live a balanced and satisfying life. 2. Being friendly with someone has an end date. Generosity is a good trait that makes our lives and the lives of those around us better, but it can also be dangerous if we don't use moderation. Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that still speaks to us today with wisdom, teaches us a crucial lesson about the boundaries of kindness. It's good to help others with an open heart, but it can be disappointing to expect the same level of kindness in return. Life often shows us that the good things we do today might not be remembered tomorrow. This isn't a sign of how valuable we are or how valuable our actions are. It's just how people naturally remember and feel grateful for things. Giving something away is like planting a tree. You take good care of it, hoping it will grow and maybe give you shade or fruit one day. Nature does what it does, though. Storms, droughts, and the seasons all happen. In the same way, when we show kindness, we should let go of the expectation of getting something in return. Epictitus, a Stoic philosopher, told us to think about our actions instead of how they turn out. He told us that we can't always control what happens, and that this should remind us that the joy of giving should come from the act itself, not from hoping to get something in return. We are protected from the pain of unfulfilled expectations when we adopt this mindset. It develops our emotional resilience so that we can keep being kind and generous without getting worn out or feeling exploited. This doesn't mean we should make our hearts tough. It means we need to find balance. Do not see the effect of your kindness as a transaction, but as a reflection of who you are. Not only do we protect our peace of mind, but we also grow a kind of generosity that is pure, self-sustaining, and truly satisfying. This Stoic principle tells us to give freely but wisely, so that our kindness makes us better no matter what other people do. How can you use the Stoic principle of giving without expecting anything in your daily life? Imagine a situation in which you can show kindness or help someone without expecting anything in return. Then, think about what you could do to make sure that your generosity stays a source of joy for you instead of draining you. 3. There are no limits on received requests. When you think about the past, it's interesting to see how much service royalty required, from getting dressed to keeping themselves clean, which was all done by attendants. Now that it's 2019, it's clear that people still expect things from us, and they often ask for favors that they could easily do themselves. Stoicism sheds light on this and teaches us how important it is to set limits and accept moderation. We can use this ancient philosophy as a lighthouse to help us find our way through the sea of endless requests and keep our emotional health. Stoicism isn't about turning down help. It's about finding balance so that we don't lose ourselves while helping others. One moving story is about a mother and her adult daughter who live in a cute town. The mother cared for her daughter so much out of love that she wouldn't let her take care of her duties. This pattern continued until the mother died too soon, which surprised everyone by making the daughter more independent. This story shows an important lesson. Even if our intentions are good, giving too much help can stop growth without meaning to. This wisdom was encapsulated by the Stoic emperor Marcus Aurelius in his Meditations. A man's job is to stand upright, not to be kept upright by others. Seneca, who had a lot of knowledge about how people connect with each other, said, "He who becomes your friend because of the benefit will also stop because of the benefit." This is a powerful reminder to build relationships based on real connections instead of transactions. Friendship and help shouldn't depend on what we can give each other, but on how much we respect and understand each other. Stoicism teaches us to value ourselves not for what we can do, but for who we are. This builds self-esteem and helps us connect with others in a real way. Stoicism gives us the strength to be moderate, to set limits to protect our own health while still truly helping others. By putting our needs first and responsibilities second, we not only stay true to ourselves, but we also do more meaningful acts of kindness. We can stay true to ourselves and our values and live a good, happy life if we take this balanced approach to life and relationships. Keep in mind that taking care of our own needs is not selfish. It's a necessary part of modern life. 4. Being seen and treated as weak. Stoicism teaches us a lot about self-command and inner resilience. To build a fortress inside, learn how to control yourself and make clear lines in the sand that mark our personal space. Ironically, always going the extra mile for other people can make you look weak over time. When we don't set clear limits, we leave ourselves open to being taken advantage of by people who see our kindness not as a strength, but as a chance to gain something. This cycle of overextending ourselves and taking advantage of others drains us, making us feel unappreciated and overworked. However, things change when we start to firmly say no. We're not the first people come to with any needs or requests. Being assertive shows that we value our time and energy, which makes others respect us in return. One of the most important figures in Stoic philosophy, Seneca, said it best. What you think of yourself is much more important than what others think of you. By setting limits and being self-disciplined, we not only protect our mental and emotional health, but we also get respect from those around us. Remember that the word no has the power to change things. It shows how much you value yourself and how much respect you expect from others. Adopt this mantra and see how it changes the way your relationships work, promoting respect based on self-worth and dignity. The challenges of implementing this change are real, though. Being available to everyone often brings in people who need help, leaving you out of the spotlight when it's time to celebrate. As a result of being open-hearted, you might miss out on times of happiness and be stuck as a helper, missing out on times of leisure. This painful realization helps us tell the difference between real connections and ones that are just looking for an easy way to make money. Being mindful about who we give our time and energy to is a Stoic exercise that helps us see the real value of relationships. You may not know this, but setting boundaries is an important Stoic principle that not only makes us happier, but it also makes our relationships better. People often respect us more when we are strong enough to say no. This is a strange but true psychological fact. This contradictory effect shows how self-respect can change things and how important it is to be careful in our relationships. Stoic wisdom not only keeps us from getting burned out, but it also helps us build relationships that are mutually beneficial. Give it a thumbs up if you think you've learned something useful so far. Let's now discuss ways to stay safe from being used by others and from the negative effects of excessive kindness. First, get over your fear of saying no. Think about why the word no often feels so heavy and how it may have come from learning that being nice meant accepting others. Such lessons are deeply ingrained in us from the time we are young and are mixed with a fear of being rejected. This creates a belief system that says our worth is equal to being accepted all the time. But the philosophy of Stoicism encourages us to question and break down these deeply held beliefs. It promotes a life of free will rather than one that is controlled by the subtleties of past conditioning. Adults have the freedom to change how they interact with others because they know that the fears they were taught as kids no longer control them. Stoicism gives us the mental tools to look at our feelings and figure out what they mean. This way, we can deal with life's challenges without letting old habits control us. Saying no to requests that cross our boundaries, especially when they hurt our well-being or sense of what's fair, is not only a way to fight old fears, but also a powerful way to show self-respect and independence. But it's important to keep our newfound assertiveness in check by developing our emotional intelligence and empathy. Stoicism doesn't just support self-interest or being alone. It also stresses how important it is to make a positive difference in our community and in the lives of those around us. The philosophy tells us to find a middle ground where we can help and support others without putting our own health at risk. These situations need emotional intelligence because it helps us know when and how to help in a way that is good for both us and the other person. True Stoic wisdom is demonstrated by the ability to recognize the genuine needs of others while also keeping in mind our own limits. It makes sure that our acts of kindness are not only self-disciplined, but also compassionate and understanding. This helps build a society where people respect and help each other. Second tip, pay attention to how you feel. Adopting Stoicism pushes us toward introspection and mindfulness, encouraging us to examine our feelings and thoughts and build mental resilience. This old wisdom tells us to take care of our inner peace by paying attention to how we react and feel, especially when we do kind things. It teaches us that helping others should make us feel good, like how clouds make us feel lighter. On the other hand, feelings of exhaustion, irritation, or exploitation mean that you need to change your perspective. It's important to know when our contributions, which aren't required, start to make our serenity lessened. Being honest about how this makes you feel is not lying to yourself. It's a brave act of self-care that keeps our kindness from becoming a source of stress and pain. The third tip is to put yourself first. In the most obscure fields, it's easy to become a master and forget about our own health. Making time for self-care is essential, just like the Stoic virtues of discipline and self-esteem. Stoicism, after all, is good for the soul and teaches us how to be self-sufficient. Instead of neglecting yourself, take care of your physical, emotional, and mental health. Recognize your presence and make your needs more important. You have to give this approach your full attention. Accept yourself completely, forgive yourself for mistakes you've made in the past, and see the coming year as a blank canvas for Stoic renewal. Choose something that will only make you happy and use this time to show how much you love yourself. Hold on to your boundaries and don't feel bad about turning down others if their demands come into your sanctuary. Help them as much as you can while making it clear that your own recovery comes first. Fourth, figure out who will take the risk. Adopting Stoic virtues like self-discipline and discernment gives us the power to tell the difference between relationships that make us feel good and ones that make us feel bad. Dealing with people who are always wanting more, whether it's attention, time, or resources, is like being a nurturer. We get worn out, and our energy is sapped by the insatiable. Stoicism teaches us the importance of inner strength and reminds us that change is a door that can only be opened by the self. It is a mistake to think that we can change other people just by being nice to them. Change that lasts is a personal journey that starts with one's own willpower, not with outside help. This philosophy doesn't encourage being cold-hearted. Instead, it supports a balanced way of dealing with relationships. In this dance of give and take, being too generous can leave us empty, while being too cheap can make us feel alone. Stoicism tells us to use our kindness and generosity, but it also tells us to think things through and cut ties when it's best for our health. It's about finding balance and making sure that our acts of kindness don't drain our energy. Remember that the best relationships are ones in which both people grow, not ones in which one person dies so the other can bloom. Stoicism tells us to find a balance and makes us think carefully about what we do and how it affects other people. It stresses how important it is to keep our generosity in check, telling us not to spend all of our money on others at the expense of our main goal, which is to live a happy life. On the other hand, it tells us not to be too careful when we give, and instead urges us to be generous but smart about it. Seneca, a great Stoic thinker, said it best: "Kindness is a treasure. A benefit should be kept like a buried treasure, to be unearthed only in case of necessity." His words remind us to be ready to be kind to others, recognizing the deep bond that exists between all people. Let's do a quick mind exercise before we continue, because this part of the video will undoubtedly change your minds for the better. In this part of the video, there is no judgment. Instead, there is an invitation to awaken a power that most people don't use, the power of your mind and the master of your thoughts. We will look at how to master your mind in a world where many people have trouble with it through the lens and wisdom of Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not over outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Let's look at how to use Marcus's words to get mental strength. Are you all set? Let's get started. 1. Don't care what other people think. Pay attention to your mind instead. One important part of mastering your own mind is letting go of how other people see you. This takes your attention away from the noise of the world and toward the clarity of your own thoughts. The first step on this journey is to realize that the only thing you really control is your mind. It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own, Marcus Aurelius said in a reflection that perfectly captures this sentiment. Imagine a world where any criticism or unasked opinion about the choices you make is drowned out by the sound of your own self-awareness. This isn't about building a wall around your ego. It's about growing a garden in your mind, where your own values and beliefs feed the seeds of your thoughts, instead of other people's judgments stepping on them. To master your mind, you have to get rid of these outside influences. This will let your true self grow without the need for approval from others. Consider the case of a young artist who, despite displaying promising talent, found his sense of self paralyzed by fear of judgment. Every brushstroke was accompanied by the fear of what other people would think, until he came across the principles of Stoicism. It took him a while to learn that his worth was based on his own opinion, and that criticism was just the surface of a deep ocean of self-confidence. As he turned his attention inward, his art grew into a true reflection of his inner world, free from the fear of being judged. He shows how turning inward can change things, and how true mastery of the mind can be found there. This is not an easy path. You have to constantly fight the urge to look for approval from other people. Still, this discipline is where freedom is found. Stoic philosophy says to focus on what's inside you instead of what's outside you. By focusing on your own mind, you follow this principle. The celebration of your own capacity for judgment, resilience, and growth is another aspect of mind mastery, in addition to the reflection of external opinions. To put it simply, Stoicism is a modern philosophy that helps you live your life with peace and strength. Build emotional resilience. Number 2. A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials, said Lucius Annaeus Seneca, a famous Stoic philosopher. The second lesson on our path to mind mastery, building emotional resilience, is inspired by this philosophy. In this fast-paced world, getting around is like exploring a dangerous but exciting trail, where problems and difficulties are bound to happen every day, just like the sun rising every morning. You may occasionally find yourself caught in the thorny vines of hardships, anxiety, or heartbreak as you walk along this never-ending path called life. These are not signs of weakness. They are chances to build a strong, unwavering resilience. Failures that happen along your journey are not just small disappointments. They are valuable lessons that come in the form of temporary defeat. Use the strength you already have to turn every problem into a chance to grow. We understand that it's not easy to do. You were given a dangerous climb, so it makes sense that you would fall apart under its weight. Instead, consider how you could use this adversity to your advantage and lead you closer to your goals. Long-lasting resilience is made up of the bravery and persistence that keep your spirit going through hard times. Emotional resilience. Getting stronger emotionally is like forging steel in fire. Think about the journey of a young business owner whose startup was about to fail because of the economy. He felt down every time he failed, was turned down, or dealt a blow. He kept going anyway, seeing each problem as a lesson in disguise. This person not only made it through the ordeal, but he came out of it stronger, more flexible, and with a better idea of how to move forward. The ability to face adversity head-on and draw strength from it, paving the way for emotional resilience, is exemplified by this story. Mastering your perception of difficulty is the first step in developing emotional resilience. Stoicism teaches you that things that happen or outcomes don't have any inherent good or badness. How we think about these things is what makes us feel and react. Emotional resilience doesn't mean ignoring setbacks or ignoring pain. It means realizing that you have the power and wisdom to understand them in a way that helps you grow as a person and strengthens your inner strength. Accept this wisdom, see how strong you are, and improve the story of your journey by taking control of your mind. Third, use the power of how you see things. You are walking along a familiar path, a regular trail that you have been on many times before. A moment of unexpected chaos in your otherwise well-planned day occurs when your foot slips and you find yourself stumbling. But what if you could train yourself to see the step instead of the drop? This is similar to Epictitus's resolute wisdom, who said, Men are not troubled by things, but by the view they have of things. Perception is like a window to the outside world. It helps us understand what we see. It's simple to forget that we can change how we see the world around us, especially when things are hard or unclear. When life throws you into rough seas, it doesn't always mean you're going to drown. It could just mean you're being given a chance to learn how to swim. You should steer your mind toward thoughts that help you instead of ones that hurt you, like an experienced captain guiding a ship through a storm. For instance, if your work presentation didn't go as planned, don't see it as a failure. Rather, see it as a valuable lesson that improves your ability and resilience for future tasks. This doesn't mean ignoring difficulties or skimming over mistakes. It means acknowledging them without letting them define your sense of self or your abilities. To really get good at this art of perception, you need to be patient and practice a lot. Perception is like a muscle. The more you work on controlling it, the stronger it gets. As a habit, question negative points of view and replace them with ones that make you feel good. Over time, this process goes from being something you do once in a while to being an automatic part of your minds that helps you master your mind. There is wisdom in choosing how to handle the falls and stumbles that happen in life. We can turn problems into opportunities by understanding and using our mental lens, which is the power to see things differently. When trouble arises, picture yourself as a wrestler whom the Logos, like a trainer, has paired with a rough young man. This reminds us of the Stoic saying, "The real man is revealed in difficult times." Think of every mistake you make as a learning opportunity that will help you take control of your mind. 4. Follow what nature tells you to do. Have you ever been through something that threw your inner compass off, like being fired without warning, losing a loved one suddenly, or getting turned down for a job? Remember what Marcus Aurelius said, "Life is nothing but change, and change is nature's delight." This ties in with the fourth lesson of our journey to master our minds. Do what nature says. Uncertainty and change are necessary for life, but they are not necessarily harmful to tranquility. On the contrary, these sudden changes in the wind of fate give us chances to adapt and grow. When you don't know what will happen, don't freeze up in despair or let fear cloud your judgment. Instead, move forward with the knowledge that change is a normal part of life. We can navigate life's turbulent undercurrents with serenity if we align ourselves with nature's ebbs and flows. Do we curse the skies if Mother Nature lets it rain on a sunny day or throws a storm into a clear night sky? We don't think so because we know that everything is natural and out of our control. This is how we should deal with life's rough waves. Accept them and adapt with resilience. You can experience a level of tranquility and empowerment that is unmatched by accepting the flow of life and sailing with the tides of change. Nature and life itself are not things that we can change to fit our needs. Instead, we need to learn how to flow with them naturally and gracefully without losing sight of who we are. 5. Be disciplined with yourself. Think about your life so far and how it has changed you. You've probably come across distractions that made you want to go off track, like wanting to binge-watch your favorite show instead of studying for an exam, or having one too many slices of that delicious cake while you're trying to stay on track with your diet. The nobility of their ambitions and the strength of their self-discipline was a thought that the great Stoic philosopher Seneca had. This is a beautiful reflection of another important lesson in mastering your mind. Practice self-discipline. To become self-masterful, we must first understand and admit how important self-discipline is for protecting our life goals. It's the shield that keeps us from losing our valuable time and energy to other things. It's like a skilled gardener who always takes care of a huge number of colorful flower beds. It doesn't matter how pretty those rose bushes are, they'll take just as much care of their tulips and sunflowers. How, then, does one cultivate such minds? Pay close attention to times when temptations try to steer you wrong. When you see these things, don't look at them with a harsh eye of judgment. Instead, see them as normal parts of life. When you know what distracts you from your path, it's easier to come up with ways to stop these distractions. Like a gardener who grows different flowers, you need to be able to see and deal with each distraction with unwavering determination. From avoiding the temptations we face in our personal lives to building mental toughness for work, self-discipline is without a doubt one of the most important building blocks of mind mastery. When you feel like giving up or giving in to temptation is strong, remember Epictetus's wise words. No great thing is created suddenly. Practicing self-discipline is the same way. It's a journey that never ends and requires constant attention and effort. Sixth, enjoy the present moment. Have you ever been so caught up in thinking about a regret or a worry that you forgot to enjoy the beauty of the moment and the sunset? Too often, people have the flaw of being physically here, but mentally somewhere else. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Do not let the panorama of your life oppress you. Do not dwell on all the different problems that may have happened in the past or may happen in the future. Just think about the present and what can fix it." We should try to enjoy life as it happens, one precious moment at a time. Every breath we take and every feeling we have should bring us back to the present moment. Don't think about a finished chapter in the past or an unwritten chapter in the future. These thoughts take away from the power and beauty of living in and enjoying the present. Instead of dwelling on things that are out of your control, enjoy the present and apply your energy to making it better in the here and now. Time doesn't wait for anyone, and it always slips through our fingers, leaving us walking a thin line between our memories of the past and our hopes for the future. To find the real power of life, though, we have to realize that right now is all we have. Let yourself enjoy every sunrise and every compliment you get. Enjoy every cup of coffee you drink, and fully engage yourself in every conversation. Enjoy every single moment of the present. It's not enough to just accept what's happening right now. You have to actively immerse yourself in it. It's about enjoying every part of today without letting the shadows of yesterday or the unknowns of tomorrow dim its light. At the moment, it's about getting hungry. So, live as if you were already living for the second time, and as if you had acted the first time, as wrongly as you are about to act now, says Seneca. Mastering your mind begins with mastering this very moment. Follow this philosophy and be amazed at how it can change you as you work to become mentally strong. Seventh, make or join a group of people who can help you grow. A hiker by himself or herself climbing the highest cliff in the middle of a forest that never ends. The view from above might be beautiful, but the journey by yourself can be very quiet and, well, by yourself. Now, instead of that lone hiker, think of a group of explorers on the same trip. The ordeal seems a lot less scary now, doesn't it? In his timeless Stoic wisdom, Marcus Aurelius said, "Mankind are made for each other, either to teach them better or bear with them." This is a very important lesson for mastering your mind. Communities are supportive places where people with similar interests and values can learn from each other. You can increase the collective force behind each step toward your goals by collaborating with people who have the same goals in mind as you do. An uplifting community is one where people can teach and learn, be inspired and be inspired, and be motivated and be motivated. Let's leave the realm of metaphors for a moment and go on this trip. You see a chance to join a book club. Don't think twice. Just do it. You'll be intellectually satisfied and help other people do the same. You meet other people on this journey to mental mastery, and you decide to work together with them. As important as it is to grow as a person, it's also important to help others. Building or being a part of communities that support each other's growth is good for everyone. It helps you grow personally and also helps the group move forward. Seneca tells us, associate with people who are likely to make you better. In the end, you are empowering yourself while empowering others on their own mental mastery journey, a sign of our progress together on this path of life. Have you ever thought about what makes some people smarter and better at learning than others? Want to get the skills and information you need to do well in your personal and professional life? You're in the right place if so. Here, we'll talk about how to be smarter than everyone else. We'll look at strategies and tips that can help you learn better, understand better, and use what you know in your everyday life. This journey will give you the tools you need to make the most of your intelligence, which is a valuable asset that can improve every part of your life. So, if you want to reach your full intellectual potential and take on challenges with a clear head, please keep watching. We're going to look at these 10 keys together. They will help you become smarter and do better in any area you choose. Get ready for a journey that will help you learn more about yourself and grow intellectually. First, encourage people to be curious. To grow your curiosity is like starting a spark of intelligence. Think of your curiosity as a compass that leads you through huge amounts of information. By being curious all the time, you become someone who is always ready to find answers, which is one way to be smarter than other people. You are a college student, and you are learning about history in class. You have never heard of this subject in ancient history before your professor brought it up. There's no longer a passive way for you to take in the information from the teacher. You display interest during class. You inquire about what led to and resulted from events in this history. You wonder why people in the past behaved the way they did, and you even wonder how this event might have affected the world we live in now. You're still interested in more. You start reading more books and other materials about this subject after class. To find out more about this old history, you search online and take part in online discussions. This will not only help you understand this subject better, but it will also help you see history and its relevance to our present lives in a bigger picture. Your interest has led you to learn new things and broaden your views, which has made you smarter about how to understand and interact with the world around you. If you're interested, you'll ask why and how things work, instead of just accepting them as they are. It makes you want to learn more, question what you think you know, and question what you believe without question. You are broadening your intellectual horizons with every question you ask and every new thing you learn. Curiosity helps us find out about the world's wonders, from the secrets of the universe to the mysteries of our own bodies and minds. But it's not just about gathering information, it's also about really understanding it. Being curious helps you see beyond the obvious and make connections between things that don't seem to go together. So how do you get more interested? First, look at the world around you as if it were brand new. Check things out and ask questions if you don't understand them. Open yourself up to new things all the time. Read books about a wide range of topics and learn about other cultures. Remember that interest is what starts the fire of learning. You are already smarter than other people because you are taking care of it. Number 2. Reading a lot of different kinds of books is a great way to improve your knowledge and intelligence. When you read a lot, it's like opening a treasure chest full of information, experiences, and thoughts. When you read a lot, you imagine yourself traveling to faraway places. You can access knowledge that has been gathered over many generations and from many different cultures. The wisdom of people who lived hundreds of years ago can be accessed through reading. Books cover a lot of ground, from history and science to philosophy and fiction. Every page offers a chance for learning, reflection, and perspective expansion. Reading makes you smarter, whether you're reading about the complexities of quantum physics, the complexities of human relationships in a novel, or the mysteries of ancient civilizations. Reading also helps you build your vocabulary and language skills, which are important for communicating clearly and getting your point across. It makes you think critically and use your imagination. It helps you understand how people from different cultures feel and see the world in new ways. A lot of important people in history were voracious readers who got ideas and inspiration from books. By doing what they did, you can find new ways to use your intelligence and get ahead of the competition. Reading a lot is not only a habit, but also a way to learn new things and expand your horizons. Before you start this reading journey, you should make a list of books on a wide range of topics. Reading books, articles, or blogs about things that interest you is a good place to start. This could be art, history, business, science, or something else. The important thing is to make sure that your list is varied and full of different things so that you can find new ideas and information. Once you have a list of books to read, set aside time every day or every week to read. You should see this time as a valuable chance to think about and learn from the works you've chosen. Let yourself learn from the books and other materials you come across and enjoy the process. Joining book clubs or discussion groups is another way to get even more out of reading a lot. This will help you connect with people who share your interests and have deep conversations about what you've read. You can share your thoughts and opinions, and you can also learn from what other people have to say. It's also a great way to find new books and get suggestions from other readers who really love reading. Large amounts of reading are a great way to stand out from the crowd and gain a lot of knowledge in a world full of it. It will help you get smarter than everyone else. Use the variety and depth of literature to improve yourself and your thinking by feeding your soul with books and ideas all the time. Number 3, it's important to keep a growth mindset. Maintaining a mindset is one of the most important things you can do to keep growing smart over the course of your life. This comes from a strong belief that your skills, knowledge, and awareness can naturally get better as you work hard, learn, and keep at it. Instead of avoiding situations where you might fail or have trouble, keeping this mindset helps you embrace challenges and difficulties as learning opportunities. You go into them with courage and determination, believing that failing is a normal part of learning and not a reflection of your abilities. You are more likely to embrace innovation and make the most of your current skills if you keep your minds open. This could mean learning new things, expanding your knowledge in different areas, and getting better at the things you already know how to do. Being open to constructive feedback is a big part of continuing to grow intellectually. Instead of seeing feedback as something that could hurt your self-esteem, you see it as a chance to learn and grow. Your point of view is very valuable, and you know that the people around you can teach you a world of wisdom. Let's say you are a young person who is in school and working on your career. You get the results of an important test one day, and you failed. You choose to see this failure as a chance to learn and grow instead of giving up and feeling insecure. You don't give up or avoid that subject. Instead, you choose to learn from your flaws and mistakes. To get better at that subject, you make a new study plan, look for useful learning materials, and work harder to learn more and get better at it. Because you have a growth mindset, you not only get over failing, but you also get better at what you do. You discover that yourself is becoming stronger, more flexible, and better able to deal with challenges in the future. Having a growth mindset is a journey that lasts a lifetime and requires commitment, dedication, and persistence. It means taking on challenges, looking for ways to grow, and always trying to reach your full potential. With this mindset, you set yourself up for lifelong learning and intellectual growth. You're making room for new opportunities and broadening your views. Remember that your intelligence is not something that stays the same. It is something that changes over time. You can reach amazing intellectual heights and do amazing things you never thought possible if you have a growth mindset. 4. Accept failure and use it to learn. If you want to be smarter than other people, you need to accept that failure is a part of the way to success. It's possible to gain useful insights, learn from your mistakes, and get stronger when you fail. Failure is not a setback. It is a way to move forward. Failure teaches us something, gives us a chance to think, and gives us a chance to get better. Let's say you are an entrepreneur who wants to start a new business. You face many challenges and setbacks in the beginning stages. Your product might not satisfy the needs of the market. Your marketing plan might not work to draw in customers, or you might be having financial difficulties. You don't give up. Instead, you keep going and learn from your mistakes. You look at what went wrong, figure out what could be done better, and then change how you do things. You get useful experience, improve your business model, and eventually become successful by following this process. Resilience, humility, and courage are necessary for accepting failure. It means being honest about your flaws, willing to listen to feedback, and ready to change. When you accept failure, you liberate yourself from the fear of making mistakes and allow it to take risks. You think of new, creative, and flexible ideas more often. Accepting failure also helps you develop a growth mindset, which means you see challenges as chances to learn and improve. Do not forget that failure is not the opposite of success. It is an important part of it. You are not only smarter than other people when you accept failure and learn from it, but you are also setting yourself up for future success. Number 5. Learn how to think critically. Critical thinking means being able to look at, judge, and make sense of information in a way that is fair and makes sense. It helps you question what you think you know, see things from different points of view, and make smart choices. To get a better understanding of complicated issues and solve problems effectively, you need to work on your critical thinking skills. It means having an open mind, being skeptical, and being intellectually interested. Let's say you are a student doing a project for school. When you get information from different sources that doesn't agree with each other, it can be hard to tell which ones you can trust. You choose to use critical thinking skills instead of taking things at face value. You carefully judge the reliability of each source by looking at things like the expertise of the author, the reputation of the publication, and the evidence given. You also have to look at the arguments, find any mistakes in logic, and decide if the conclusions are valid. By doing this, you can tell the difference between information that you can trust and information that you can't. This will help you write a well-thought-out research project that is based on evidence. To improve your critical thinking skills, you need to be intellectually humble, ready to admit when you're wrong, and willing to change your mind if new information comes along. Being intellectually honest, avoiding biases, and trying to think about all the relevant information before coming to a conclusion are also important. Learning how to think critically makes you a smarter and more analytical thinker who can handle the complicated world we live in with ease and confidence. You have more information to help you make smart choices, solve problems, and make a meaningful contribution to society. In conclusion, one of the most important things you can do to get smarter is to learn how to think critically. It gives you the power to think more clearly, reason better, and connect with the world around you in deeper ways. Take on the challenge of improving your critical thinking skills today to reach your full intellectual potential. Sixth, learn how to listen actively. Active listening is an important skill for getting things done and growing as a person. It means giving the speaker your full attention, listening carefully, and trying to see things from their point of view. To listen actively, you need to understand, be patient, and keep an open mind. Giving the speaker your full attention means being in the present moment and putting other things aside. Let's say you are in a group discussion with other people from work. You can tell that some of your co-workers are not paying attention when one of them talks about their thoughts on a certain subject. They are looking at their phones, drawing, or having conversations on the side. You don't want to be like them, so you choose to listen actively. You look at the person speaking and nod every so often to show that you are paying attention. By not cutting the speaker off or adding your own thoughts, you let them say what they want to say. You also ask clarifying questions and rewrite important points to make sure you fully understand their point of view. By actively listening, you show that you respect the other person and make it easier for people to talk and share their ideas. Listening actively means not only understanding what someone says, but also how they feel and what they want to say. You have to be willing to understand, care about, and see things from the speaker's point of view. You can improve your communication, make your relationships stronger, and learn a lot about other people's thoughts and feelings by practicing active listening. You also become a more thoughtful and caring person who can make meaningful connections and work together with others. In conclusion, active listening is a skill that you need to improve your mind and yourself. It helps you connect with others more deeply, see things from different angles, and understand the world better. So, resolve to use active listening in all of your daily interactions and see how your relationships and mind grow. Number 7. Learn how to solve problems. Solving problems is an important part of being smart and learning. In order to achieve the desired results, it entails identifying challenges, considering potential solutions, and putting effective plans into action. To get better at solving problems, you need to be creative, persistent, and willing to take risks. It means looking at problems with a positive outlook and believing that you can get past them. So let's say you have a tough problem at work. Your team is having a hard time meeting a short deadline, and it doesn't look like there's a way out. You choose to use your problem-solving skills instead of giving up or feeling overwhelmed. You get your team members together to come up with ideas and figure out different ways to do things. You promote open communication and creative thinking by looking at things from different points of view and questioning what people think they know. By working together and trying new things, you can come up with a strategic plan of action and make good use of your resources to solve the problem. The challenges are thus overcome, and you succeed within the allotted time. To get better at solving problems, you need to practice, be persistent, and be ready to learn from your mistakes. It means being able to change how you do things and being open to feedback and new ideas. You become more resourceful, creative, and resilient in the face of adversity when you improve your problem-solving abilities. Additionally, you feel more capable of meeting challenges and achieving your objectives. In conclusion, learning how to solve problems is important for both personal and professional growth. It helps you get past problems, take advantage of chances, and confidently move through the complicated world we live in today. Take on the challenge of getting better at solving problems, and you'll see your intelligence and accomplishments soar to new heights. 8th, encourage creativity and new ideas. Innovation and creativity are what keep intellectual progress and growth going. They require you to think outside the box, question the status quo, and come up with new ideas and solutions. To encourage creativity and new ideas, you need to keep an open mind, be ready to take risks, and be dedicated to finding out what else is out there. It has to do with letting go of the limits of common sense and embracing the unknown. What if you are an artist who is making a new painting? You choose to try out new mediums and styles instead of sticking to the ones you already know how to do. You let go of ideas you already have about what art should be like and let your imagination soar. You find new ways to express yourself and make a masterpiece that moves and inspires other people when you try new things and look into them. To encourage creativity and innovation, you need to make a space that supports curiosity, encourages experimentation, and values different points of view. The goal is to create an environment where people work together and share their ideas, and everyone feels like they can contribute and find new opportunities. You can reach your full creative potential and encourage others to do the same by encouraging creativity and new ideas. You also bring about good change and transformation. Your big ideas and forward-looking thinking shape the future. In conclusion, encouraging creativity and new ideas is important for both personal and societal growth. It helps you break free from the status quo, push the limits of what is possible, and make a better future for yourself and others. So, take on the challenge of making your life more creative and innovative, and watch as your mind and impact continue to grow. Building a love of learning is the 9th tip. Building a love of learning is one of the most important things you can do to improve your mind and stay smart throughout your life. It means being interested, eager, and driven to learn new things and improve your skills. To develop a love of learning, you need to keep an open mind, be eager to learn, and be dedicated to improving yourself. Seeing learning as a journey rather than a goal, and enjoying the search for knowledge are important parts of this book. Let's say you are a student getting ready for a test. You decide not to see studying as a chore, and instead approach it with interest and excitement. You look for new information and ways to learn, and you consider different points of view and ideas. You also push yourself to think critically and creatively by using what you've learned to solve problems and deal with situations in the real world. Because you love learning, you understand the material better and pick up useful skills that you can use outside of school. Being proactive and self-directed in your learning is important if you want to develop a love of learning. Being proactive, setting goals, and looking for ways to improve and grow are all important parts of this. If you develop a love of learning, you will keep looking for new challenges and experiences to broaden your knowledge throughout your life. You also become more flexible, strong, and able to confidently and clearly navigate the complicated world we live in today. To sum up, developing a love of learning is important for both intellectual growth and personal happiness. It helps you reach your full potential, follow your dreams, and live a life with meaning and purpose. So, enjoy the process of learning, and you will see your intelligence and growth opportunities grow. 10th, surround yourself with people who have different points of view. Surrounding yourself with people who have different points of view is important for both intellectual and personal growth. It means looking for people with different experiences, backgrounds, and points of view, and having an open and honest conversation with them. To surround yourself with different points of view, you need to be humble, empathetic, and have an open mind. It means realizing that everyone has something useful to offer and that you can learn from other people's experiences and ideas. It's possible that you are working on a project with people from different cultures. You don't stick to the same old ways of thinking and doing things. Instead, you choose to value the different points of view on your team. You ask your teammates for feedback and actively encourage them to share their thoughts and ideas. You also pay close attention to what they have to say and try to understand their points of view and experiences. You can use your team's collective wisdom to come up with new solutions that are based on different points of view by working together and talking to each other. To surround yourself with different points of view, you need to leave your comfort zone and be open to talking to people who are different from you. It's about removing obstacles and building bridges, promoting empathy and understanding, and making society more fair and open to everyone. When you surround yourself with people who have different points of view, you broaden your horizons, test your assumptions, and see more of the world. You also grow more caring and understanding, which makes you better able to make relationships stronger and change the world for the better. Surrounding yourself with people who have different points of view is important for intellectual growth and societal progress. It helps people from different backgrounds understand and care about each other better by broadening their horizons and challenging their assumptions. So, look for chances to interact with people who are not like you, and you will see your knowledge and influence grow. How would you like to live your life? Even though this question seems simple, it gets to the heart of who we are and forces us to face the cycles of mediocrity, disappointment, and overthinking that have trapped generations in a web of unrealized potential. This quiet time to think about yourself is where the path to greatness starts. Not by making big promises or setting lofty goals, but by making a deep, unwavering promise to yourself. A promise to change, to grow, and to break out of the never-ending cycle that has trapped us. Stoic philosophers, who had a deep understanding of what it means to be human, gave us a way to get through this dangerous terrain by following the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Epictitus said, "First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do," which sums up the main idea of Stoic philosophy. This is about aligning our very selves with the virtues of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, not just about defining our goals. This is an action call and a reminder that greatness is not given, but made through the choices and actions we make every day. In this way, Stoicism is not just accepting what happens, it is an active participation in life, a promise to live by the values we value, even when our lives are chaotic and under a lot of pressure. There will be setbacks, disappointments, and a lot of overthinking on the way to becoming a great person. The Stoics said that the first step to becoming great is to think about yourself and tell yourself what you want to become. But this isn't just about making plans or goals. It's about figuring out how to be the kind of man you really want to be, in line with nature and virtue. You have to picture the version of your character who always does the right thing, no matter what the world's chaos, pressures, and temptations are like. By Stoic philosophy, this is the real start of a committed life, where all of your thoughts and actions are in line with this better version of yourself. Let this be our rallying cry to break free from the chains that hold us back, and to rise with courage and conviction, and build a legacy of excellence that goes beyond the limits of our past. When we take mindful steps, make decisions with purpose, and face challenges with unwavering resolve, we not only set ourselves up for success, but we also encourage those around us to start their own journey of change. Let's say goodbye to mediocrity and take a bold step into a future full of opportunity, meaning, and unmatched success. The first lesson is that perception is reality, and inner peace is based on this. The first and maybe most important thing that Stoicism teaches us is how powerful our thoughts are. Being able to stay focused on our inner compass is very important in a world full of distractions and outside pressures. We have the power to challenge the status quo, rise above mediocrity, and make a way for greatness when we are in charge of our thoughts and feelings. The first step to breaking out of the cycle of mediocrity and becoming a great person is to realize that our perceptions have the power to change our reality. We give ourselves the tools we need to handle life's challenges with poise and resilience by adopting the Stoic principles of emotional mastery, reason, and focus. This path isn't simple, and there are things that could get in the way. However, we grow and change as a result of the challenges we face. We can choose to see challenges as insurmountable obstacles or as chances for development and learning at any given time. This choice, which may not seem important by itself, has a big impact on the course of our lives. We can prepare for the ups and downs of life by adopting the Stoic practice of seeing challenges as opportunities for growth. This change doesn't just affect how we think about life, it also changes how we actually live it. We stop seeing each day as a set of problems that need to be solved and start seeing it as a chance to practice good qualities like patience, resilience, and courage. This lesson challenges us to rethink how we relate to the world, despite its straightforward wording and revolutionary implications. The idea behind it is that our minds are where real battles happen that make us great. Breaking the cycle of mediocrity starts with how we see things. To do this, we need to not only understand Stoic principles, but also be resolute in our efforts to live by them in every part of our lives. Lesson 2. Becoming stronger by accepting what happens is called resilience. Stoicism is a powerful way to learn how to accept fate and break out of the cycle of mediocrity, disappointment, and overthinking that often gets in the way of our success. This old philosophy says that we can choose how to react to things that happen to us, even if we can't change the things themselves. Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius tells us to accept that everything that happens to us is part of the universe's larger, more rational order. Accept the things that fate binds you, he says, emphasizing how important it is to accept our situations with courage and tranquility. This acceptance is not a passive giving up, it is an active participation in life. Accepting fate is more than just putting up with life's ups and downs. It means recognizing where we are now and striving for excellence within those limits. It means actively appreciating them as important parts of our growth. This viewpoint challenges us to see every setback and disappointment as a chance to put virtues like patience, resilience, and perseverance into practice. Because of this, we change how we feel about failure so that we don't see it as the end, but as a step towards success. This change in how people think is very important for breaking the cycles of hopelessness and underachievement that last for generations. Failure teaches us that our power is not in avoiding it, but in how we deal with it, which helps us develop a mindset that is focused on learning and getting better all the time. In addition, this lesson from Stoicism tells us to stop overthinking, which stops us from acting and makes us unhappy. Life's challenges can be handled in a balanced way if we accept our fate and work hard within our sphere of influence. Finding this balance between accepting things as they are and taking action is what will help us reach our goals and reach our full potential. It keeps us from getting stuck in analysis paralysis and lets us move forward even when we don't know what will happen. Using this Stoic wisdom in our daily lives builds up our resilience, which not only helps us deal with the challenges of our own journeys, but also frees us from the limits that previous generations put on us, creating a plan for a future filled with accomplishments, happiness, and win. The third lesson is about using the power of the present moment. To break out of the cycle of mediocrity, disappointment, and overthinking, you have to be deeply involved with the present moment. Stoicism teaches us the importance of living in the present moment, not as a way to avoid facing life's challenges, but as a way to do so with clarity and focus. Seneca, a famous Stoic philosopher, said, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without worrying about the future." This wisdom encourages us to change our focus from what was or what might be to what is. We can free our minds from the web of overthinking that keeps us stuck in imagined futures and past regrets by focusing on the present. This lets us act decisively and effectively. To embrace the present moment is not just to passively acknowledge it, it means to actively interact with it. As a Stoic, we must carefully watch our thoughts, actions and feelings to figure out which ones we can change and which ones we have to accept. Becoming more aware of the many chances we have at all times to be good, make progress toward our goals, and make the changes we want to see in our lives is possible when we are mindful. We can break the cycles of mediocrity that have ruled our lives and generations by acting in the present. Every moment gives you a choice. Give in to the old patterns of disappointment and inaction, or rise with purpose and action. Being present also teaches us how to walk the thin line between wanting more and being happy with what we have. Even though Stoicism tells us to strive for excellence, it also tells us not to tie our happiness to reaching future goals. We can develop a sense of satisfaction that isn't saved for a future success, but is felt right now by finding value in the process, in the small steps we take every day. This method lessens the disappointment that comes from not getting what you wanted and the paralysis that comes from thinking too much about all the possible outcomes. We can change our reality, develop resilience against the tides of mediocrity, and pave the way for long-term success as we learn to live fully in each moment. The fourth lesson is about the virtues of self-reflection and always getting better. Stoicism introduces the crucial practices of self-reflection and ongoing improvement in the effort to break the cycle of mediocrity, disappointment, and overthinking. Epictitus, a Stoic philosopher, says that we should think about and reflect on our actions and thoughts every day. He says that self-reflection is the only way to see our true selves, without the chaos and confusion of the outside world getting in the way. This practice of self-reflection is a powerful way to find the patterns and habits that hold us back and keep us unhappy and unfulfilled. When we regularly think about our actions and choices and how they relate to our core values and goals, we start a process of continuous personal evolution. With each reflection, we get closer to our ideal selves. Self-reflection isn't just a way to find flaws or shortcomings, though. It's also a way to really improve yourself. It means putting our egos aside, being humble and honest about our character and actions, and being ready to admit when we fall short of our Stoic ideals. We have to be open and brave during this process because it forces us to face painful truths about ourselves. Still, it is in this discomfort that we grow. We develop the virtues of wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance when we accept our flaws and work to improve our character. When we follow these virtues, they show us the way out of mediocrity and toward excellence. Also, the Stoic practice of self-reflection teaches us to stop thinking too much by directing our thoughts toward positive self-evaluation and taking steps to get better. We learn not to be afraid of making bad choices. Instead, we make the best choices we have access to at the time, learn from the results, and improve the way we make decisions over time. We develop a proactive mindset through this ongoing cycle of action, reflection, and change, which helps us move toward our goals with clarity and purpose. When we make this a regular part of our lives, We not only break free from mediocrity, but we also start a lifelong journey of personal growth and fulfillment, building a legacy of success that goes beyond the limits of our past. Lesson 5. Learn how to be disciplined and control yourself. Strive for discipline and self-control. These Stoic virtues will help you get past deep-seated patterns of mediocrity, disappointment, and overthinking. These virtues are necessary to develop a mindset and way of life that will lead to success and happiness. One of the most important figures in Stoic thought, Epictitus, says that the way to freedom is not to seek freedom itself, but to develop discipline and self-control. This seemingly contradictory wisdom says that controlling your actions and desires is the first step to having real control over your life and its outcomes. By following strict rules in our daily actions, thoughts, and routines, we give ourselves the tools we need to break free from the chains of laziness and procrastination that keep us from reaching our goals. In the Stoic sense, discipline is more than just following rules or schedules without question. It's about putting yourself in a state of balance that fits with your values and goals. It takes work to pick the harder right over the easier wrong, to wait for bigger rewards instead of smaller ones, and to stay focused when life is full of distractions. Our ability to self-regulate and organize ourselves is what helps us handle life's challenges with grace and direct our efforts effectively toward our goals. That being said, self-control is the skill of managing your feelings and wants in a way that helps your progress instead of getting in the way. It means having the inner strength to resist temptations in the short term in order to achieve long-term success. Also, learning discipline and self-control is a powerful way to treat the problem of overthinking. When we train ourselves to act quickly and with purpose, we leave less room for the doubt and indecision that make us think too much. This proactive approach to life promotes an action-oriented mindset over a ruminative one. The person making decisions does not do so out of fear or anxiety, but from a place of strength and clarity. Not only do these Stoic virtues help us break out of the cycle of mediocrity, but they also show us what is possible in our lives when we are disciplined and self-controlled. Lesson 6. The power of adaptability and accepting change helps you plan a path to success that is both meaningful and long-lasting. To break the cycle of being average, being let down, and overthinking, and to be successful, one must use the Stoic virtue of adaptability. The Stoics, who had a deep understanding of how unpredictable life is, advocated accepting change as a way to develop resilience and grow. Seneca, a great figure in Stoic philosophy, said that being too set in our plans or expectations can cause us to suffer and be frustrated. He instead pushed for a flexible approach to life's challenges, telling us to change our plans and ways of thinking when things change. We can handle the difficulties of life with grace because we are able to adapt. We can turn setbacks into chances to learn and grow. In the Stoic sense, adaptability does not imply laziness or a lack of ambition. Rather, it denotes a dynamic engagement with the present moment, equipped with the wisdom to recognize what is within our control and the serenity to accept what is not. By making our minds open to change, we can break free from the paralyzing grip of overthinking and the disappointment of having our hopes and dreams not come true. We can change direction when we need to and look for new ways to act that are in line with our long-term goals and core values. This willingness to change and grow is what will help us get past the shackles of mediocrity and find a way to success that can adapt to the ups and downs of life. Accepting change also encourages a culture of new ideas and creativity, which are important for striving for excellence. We develop a resilience that is impervious to the fear of failing when we see every new challenge as an opportunity to learn and adapt. People around us are more likely to adopt the same mindset, which is good for our own personal and professional growth. As we learn to handle life's ups and downs with ease and confidence, we show others how to break free from cycles of disappointment and not achieving their goals. Not only do we succeed, but we also help move society toward one that is more flexible, strong, and successful. Seventh lesson: why setting limits and making lists are important. Learning how to set clear boundaries and prioritize effectively is a crucial part of overcoming the cycle of mediocrity, disappointment, and overthinking. This is a Stoic practice. Stoicism, which stresses living in harmony with nature and focusing on what's important, teaches us how important it is to know the difference between what really matters and what doesn't. In his Meditations, Marcus Aurelius tells us to focus our minds on what we can control. He suggests that we direct our actions, thoughts, and energies toward the things that are most important to us. With this method, we have to carefully consider our commitments and choose to only do things that are in line with our core values and help us reach our long-term goals. By putting limits on our time and energy, we keep ourselves from getting caught up in things that will only make us mediocre. Prioritizing is more than just getting rid of things that aren't important. It's also about choosing where to put our attention and energy to get the most out of them and feel the most fulfilled. According to this Stoic principle, we should live our lives on purpose, making choices that will lead us to success. To do this, we have to say no to some opportunities and tasks, not out of fear or laziness, but because we know our resources are limited and need to be used wisely. Setting priorities helps us deal with the demands of life with clarity and purpose, making sure that the things we do help us grow personally and professionally. This structured way of living also helps people who can't make decisions because it gives them a clear framework for doing so. It's easier to make decisions when we know what's important to us and what our limits are. This clarity clears out the mental clutter that often keeps us from making decisions and putting things off, letting us move forward with confidence. Setting limits and making lists of things to do helps us live a life with meaning and excellence, breaking the cycle of mediocrity and laying the groundwork for long-term success. This lesson from Stoicism not only helps us reach our goals, but it also makes sure that we do so with wisdom, self-respect, and peace of mind. Lesson 8. Using failure as a building block for success. Changing how we feel about failure is a key part of breaking out of the cycle of mediocrity, disappointment, and overthinking. Stoicism teaches us to see failure not as a setback, but as a necessary part of success by taking a practical approach to life's challenges. Marcus Aurelius's reflective writings tell us to gather wisdom from our mistakes and see each one as a chance to improve ourselves and our plans. From a Stoic point of view, we can shift our attention from the fear of failing to the fact that every attempt is a chance to learn. When we accept that failure is a necessary and valuable part of the path to excellence, we free ourselves from the crippling grip of overthinking and the crippling fear of making mistakes. This shift in perspective is necessary to break out of the cycles of mediocrity and disappointment that trap people who don't dare leave their comfort zones. Engaging with failure in a constructive way also builds resilience, which is a quality that is necessary for long-term success. The Stoic practice of premeditatio malorum, or thinking about bad things that might happen, helps us be calm and determined when things go wrong. It helps us prepare for problems and setbacks, not so we can dwell on them, but so we can come up with ways to get past them. This proactive approach makes sure that when we fail, we don't give up, but are instead ready to look at what went wrong, learn from it, and move on with more strength and understanding. When we see failure as a stepping stone instead of a problem, it changes our path to success into a journey of constant growth and self-improvement. Achieving great things and being happy is possible by breaking the cycle of mediocrity. Lesson 9. Adopting the Stoic principle of being self-sufficient is a key to success. The Stoic principle of self-sufficiency is deeply intertwined with the process of overcoming the cycle of mediocrity, disappointment, and overthinking. Stoicism teaches that the only way to truly be free and powerful is to depend on yourself for happiness and satisfaction, instead of looking for it in other people's approval or accomplishments. This idea, supported by philosophers like Seneca and Epictitus, advises us to build an inner fortress of strength and peace from which we can draw resilience and inspiration. By working on being self-sufficient, we give ourselves the tools to handle life's ups and downs calmly, making sure that our happiness and success are not dependent on how things change in the outside world. To break free from the chains of mediocrity, this shift in mindset is essential. It takes us away from the never-ending search for external rewards and toward a more meaningful, virtue-driven life. A sense of clarity and purpose that is crucial for overcoming overthinking and indecision is also fostered by the practice of self-sufficiency. When we know that we have everything we need to be happy and successful, it's easier to make choices. We are less likely to be swayed by other people's thoughts and expectations, and more likely to follow the paths that are in line with our own true values and goals. Being able to think and act on your own is a big part of making a successful life that goes beyond the mediocrity that societal norms and personal insecurities force on you. Through the Stoic practice of self-sufficiency, we not only gain the courage to define success on our own terms, but we also gain the resilience to support it in the face of setbacks. 10th lesson: how to get past being stuck in analysis by taking mindful action. In order to break out of the cycle of mediocrity, disappointment, and overthinking, Stoicism offers the idea of mindful action, which can change everything. This principle emphasizes how important it is to make decisions and work on tasks with full awareness and purpose, rather than letting regrets from the past or worries about the future take our attention away. Marcus Aurelius is a famous example of the Stoic philosophy. This way of life says that we should do everything with a clear mind and a clear focus, so that our energy is directed toward meaningful goals. This kind of mindfulness in action helps us get over the paralysis that comes from overthinking. It frees us from the chains of not making a decision or putting things off, which keep us stuck in a life of mediocrity. By making it a habit to be fully present in our activities, we not only become more efficient and effective, but we also get more pleasure from them. Additionally, practicing mindful action helps us feel more connected to our duties and tasks, which leads to a more enriching and satisfying level of engagement. This Stoic way of thinking lessens the disappointment and disillusionment that come up when our actions don't match up with our values. Making sure our actions are in line with our strongest beliefs makes each step a reflection of who we really are and gives our lives a sense of integrity and coherence. By practicing mindful action, we learn to handle the challenges of our goals with poise and determination, seeing possible setbacks as chances to grow. By doing this, we not only break out of the cycle of mediocrity, but we also start on a path to success that is marked by honesty, meaning, and a deep sense of accomplishment. We should carry the torch of enlightenment with us as we learn from the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. It can help us see our way out of the darkness of mediocrity, disappointment, and overthinking. To be successful, you don't need to have no problems. What you need are the strength, resilience, and clarity to get through each one. By practicing the Stoic virtues of mindful action, adaptability, self-reflection, and living in line with our true nature, we can redefine success on our own terms and turn our goals into real achievements. The ancient wisdom of Stoicism offers a very different way to live in a world where telling everyone everything about our lives has become normal. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius and the Stoic philosophers Epictitus and Seneca taught us lessons that have stood the test of time. They taught us how important it is to keep some parts of our lives private. Their lessons teach us to treat life's experiences with respect and tranquility, understanding that not everything should be made public. Let us examine 7 aspects of life that, in accordance with Stoic wisdom, are best kept private in order to help us live a life of virtue, resilience, and inner peace. The first one is your inner citadel. Marcus Aurelius introduced us to the idea of the inner citadel, which is a stronghold inside us where we can find safety and strength no matter what is going on around us. Our most private reflections, struggles, and victories take place in this personal sanctuary. There is an unmatched level of privacy there, where the outside world can't see what makes us unique. We meet our true selves in the serenity of our inner citadel and have a conversation with them that shapes how we see the world, what we believe, and even who we are. Stoics think that this inner dialogue is essential for self-improvement and realizing our place in the cosmos. It's a process of constant improvement and reflection in which we look at our reasons for doing things, face our fears, and grow virtues like wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. It's not meant for the public to see this journey of self-reflection. Talking about the details of our inner change can make it less meaningful and take us off the path of real self-discovery. The inner citadel is also a safe place to escape the chaos of the outside world. It's a place where we can go to get peace and clarity, away from other people's opinions or expectations. Focusing only on our actions and responses is a Stoic practice that helps us figure out what we can control and what we can't. We learn this in the solitude of our inner fortress. Being able to tell the difference between these two things is important for staying calm when life is uncertain. By keeping our inner citadel holy and secret, we protect its power as a source of strength and resilience. This helps us stay strong in our Stoic pursuit of virtue and inner peace. The second thing is your problems and challenges. The experience of difficulties is deeply personal and transformative, and it shapes us in ways that are distinctive to each person. The Stoics say that the details of our struggles should be kept secret, not out of a sense of secrecy, but as a reflection of how deeply personal our development is. We are called to use virtues like patience, discipline, and resilience when we face problems. These times put our character to the test and shape it in the fire of trial. Forgetting to focus on the internal process of overcoming and learning can happen when we share every detail of these challenges. Instead, we may look for approval or sympathy from others. The Stoic way of thinking tells us to take our problems to heart, think deeply about them, and use them to grow as people. Recognizing that the real value of adversity lies in the strength and wisdom we gain from it, it is a process that requires introspection and self-reliance. Additionally, keeping our adversity private protects our pride and gives us control over the story. We live in a culture that often makes suffering seem exciting, so facing our battles with calm determination, without needing public praise or recognition, gives us a quiet sense of dignity. This doesn't mean we shouldn't ever ask for help or support. It just means that the specifics of our struggles are ours to own and work through. By doing this, we follow the Stoic principle of focusing on what we can change, how we think, what we choose, and how we respond to adversity. Stoics believe that keeping our challenges and difficulties to ourselves is not a sign of loneliness, but rather a testament to the fortitude of the human soul. It reminds us that we often grow in the quiet parts of our lives when no one is around. When we accept our problems as they are, we can really learn from them and use what we've learned to deal with future problems. In this way of doing things, you can develop resilience, self-reliance, and a deep sense of inner peace, all of which are important for navigating the rough waters of life. Third, what you think and feel about politics. As Stoic philosophy stresses reason, self-control, and the search for inner peace, talking about political views and opinions takes on a more complicated role. Stoics like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictitus wrote and did things that had to do with politics. Aurelius, in particular, was a Roman emperor. However, their teachings stress how important it is to focus on what one can control. Politics can cause a lot of disagreement, so talking about political views and opinions can sometimes cause needless trouble, stress, and disagreement, which can get in the way of living a good and peaceful life. So, it might be best to keep your political views to yourself so that you can focus on personal growth and philosophical principles. Stoic philosophy says to protect your inner peace and focus on personal virtue. Hiding your political views is similar to this. You can reduce the chance of outside conflicts upsetting your tranquility by choosing not to participate in public political debates or to reveal your political views. This way of thinking doesn't mean that you don't care about or are interested in politics. Instead, it means that you have chosen to put inner peace and rational conversation ahead of potentially divisive public exchanges. Keeping political views and opinions to yourself also makes it easier to interact with others in a more open-minded way, which can help build community spirit that goes beyond political differences. This action shows the Stoic principle of cosmopolitanism, which says that all people are part of the same community based on mutual respect and understanding instead of conflict and division. We make room for dialogue that focuses on shared human values and collective progress when we don't wear our political beliefs on our sleeves. This way of thinking encourages us to actively listen and think about things from different points of view, which helps us understand and relate to others better. By doing this, we not only uphold the Stoic virtues of wisdom and justice in our interactions with others, but we also help build a society where people's differences of opinion don't get in the way of our pursuit of the common good and our humanity. Stoics believe that ideas should be discussed rationally and ideas should be judged on their own merits. Keeping political views private respects this belief. Stoicism encourages people to understand and care about others, and it tells them to listen and think instead of trying to convince or follow the crowd. Choosing to keep your political opinions private can be a way to uphold Stoic ideals of wisdom and temperance in a time when political discussions can quickly become polarized and disconnected from constructive debate. The fourth thing is your plans and goals. Stoic philosophy, which Marcus Aurelius and his followers followed, stressed how important it was to live a good life based on reason and virtue, focusing on actions rather than words. Stoics say that our plans and goals should also be kept secret because of this principle. Stoics place a high value on resilience, patience, and adaptability, because the path to our goals is frequently riddled with uncertainty and challenges. By keeping our plans and goals to ourselves, we can stay focused and maintain our inner tranquility while pursuing them without being sidetracked by other people's expectations or early scrutiny. Stoics believe that the only thing we can really control is our own thoughts and actions, which is why they say to keep your ambitions private. When we make our goals public before we're ready, we open ourselves up to opinions and possibly negative feedback, which can weaken our resolve or make us question our path. Also, the Stoic practice of focusing on the present and what we can change is harmed when we worry too much about what we will do in the future or what other people will think of us. The act of working toward a goal is just as important as the goal itself. This is an example of the Stoic virtues of wisdom, discipline, and persistence. By not telling anyone about our goals, we make sure that our journey stays true to who we are and what we want, without being affected by societal expectations or passing trends. The Stoics also believed that modesty was a virtue and that quiet achievement was powerful. It's possible to be strong when you work hard toward your goals without drawing attention to yourself. This way of doing things lets you think more deeply about your journey, so you can make changes and learn from your mistakes without worrying about what other people will think. The resolute path of private ambition challenges us to redefine success on our own terms, focusing on personal growth and the satisfaction that comes from acting in accordance with our values and capabilities. In a world where success is often measured by visibility and recognition, Stoic philosophy tells us that keeping our plans and goals to ourselves is more important than getting approval from other people. It reminds us that the journey itself, the challenges we face, the virtues we develop, and the wisdom we gain along the way are what make true achievement so special. This method not only protects our mental and emotional health, but it also makes us more determined to reach our goals. We give ourselves the space and freedom to pursue our goals with honesty, focus, and a strong sense of purpose. When we follow the Stoic practice of privacy in our plans, we get the clarity and strength we need to find true and lasting happiness in the quiet of our own work. 5. The times when you feel most vulnerable. It might not make sense for someone to be vulnerable at times in Stoic philosophy, which stresses building personal virtue and resilience. Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictitus, among other Stoics, recognized the value of facing our own weaknesses and fears as a path to development and self-understanding. Those times when we feel vulnerable are deeply personal events that shape who we are and how we deal with life's challenges. Stoics would say that these kinds of times should be kept secret, not because they show weakness, but because the self-reflection and growth they encourage are inherently personal. When we keep our vulnerable moments to ourselves, we can work through our feelings and experiences without other people judging or affecting us. Because of its solitude, this place is perfect for deep reflection and self-discovery. To face our fears, question our beliefs, and ultimately find strength in our ability to overcome adversity, we need to be alone with our thoughts and feelings. A big part of Stoic philosophy is this process, which stresses how important it is to master yourself and your thoughts. Following the Stoic principle of focusing on what we can control, our thoughts, feelings, and actions, allows us to deal with our weaknesses in private. The Stoics also know how important it is to be able to rely on yourself, and how powerful it is to face our weaknesses without looking for approval or sympathy from others. This doesn't mean that getting help isn't a good idea. It just means that the main journey of realizing and overcoming our weaknesses is a personal one. Going inside to deal with our deepest fears and doubts is a sign of the Stoic virtues of courage and wisdom. You can really practice the Stoic ideals of calmness and courage in these private moments. They help you get ready to face the world with more strength and clarity. Stoicism's practice of keeping times of weakness private is a deep recognition of how personal growth and self-improvement are. It tells us to see our flaws not as instances of failure, but as chances to learn more about ourselves and grow as people. We show the Stoic virtues of courage, wisdom, and self-reliance by being honest about our weaknesses in front of our own reflection. This way of doing things not only builds a strong and good character, it also makes sure that our path to self-mastery stays real and true. We find the strength and wisdom to live a life based on Stoic principles, one based on virtue and the pursuit of personal excellence, when we are alone and feeling weak. Number 6. How much money you have. Stoic philosophy offers a different perspective on the issue of financial status in a world where wealth and financial success are often displayed and openly discussed. Stoics like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictitus say that virtue, wisdom, and contentment are more important than wealth and other things that people can see. Stoics believe that person's character and their pursuit of a good life are more important than the things they own when it comes to true wealth. Because of this, it is best to keep the details of one's finances private, whether they are rich, in debt, or somewhere in between. This method encourages modesty, stops pointless comparison, and keeps the attention on what really matters, growing as a person and living an ethical life. Stoic philosophy says we should focus on what we can control, like our character, actions, and how we deal with life's challenges. Keeping our financial situation a secret is in line with this. Stoic principles of living a simple life and being happy with what you have support the practice of keeping money matters private. We develop a sense of gratitude for what we have, regardless of how it compares to others, by doing this. This way of thinking encourages a simple life, where happiness isn't tied to money, but to the quality of our relationships, the pursuit of wisdom, and the practice of virtue. Stoic advice to keep financial information private also makes sure that interactions aren't tainted by assumptions or biases. This makes it possible for relationships to grow deeper and more meaningful based on mutual respect, understanding, and shared values. Today, people are very focused on getting things they want. This way of doing things reminds us of the Stoic belief that a person's worth is not in their money, but in their character and virtues. By putting privacy about our money first, we embrace a way of life that measures success in personal growth, contributing to the well-being of others and the pursuit of wisdom. This supports the Stoic idea that real wealth is found in the quality of our lives and relationships, not the amount of things we own. Number 7. Your complaints and anger. Personal grievances and resentments are seen through the lens of introspection and control over one's reactions in Stoic philosophy, which places a strong emphasis on reason, emotional resilience, and the pursuit of virtue. Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictitus all stressed the importance of overcoming negative emotions through comprehension, forgiving, and realizing that only our reactions to external events can harm us. So, letting off steam and holding on to anger are not only useless, they go against the principles of Stoicism. These philosophers would say that these kinds of things should stay private, because talking about them in public often makes things worse and takes attention away from personal development and finding tranquility. Stoic advice says to focus on what we can control, which means keeping our complaints and anger to ourselves. By choosing not to talk about every wrong or unfair thing we think has happened to us, we take back control of our emotions and refuse to let outside events control us. By doing this, we are encouraged to think about what our problems are, work on solving them within ourselves, and learn to forgive others and ourselves. In order to maintain our composure and peace of mind in the face of life's unavoidable challenges, This process helps us develop emotional maturity and character. The Stoics also thought that actions spoke louder than words. The virtues we want to grow are shown by how we handle our complaints in private and how we show resilience and forgiveness through our actions. In addition to being good for our own health, this way of thinking might also make the people around us think about how they react and maybe take a more calm approach to their problems. Stoic advice to keep our complaints and anger to ourselves teaches us the value of resolving problems within ourselves and the power to control how we react to things that happen in the outside world. In order to live a good, peaceful life, it challenges us to rise above small arguments and emotional upheaval and instead focus on our own growth. We develop resilience, forgiveness, and emotional intelligence by adhering to this principle, all of which improve our overall health and allow us to live in harmony with the world around us. We find the strength to let go of negativity and move forward with grace and wisdom in the solitude of our own reflections. Let us use the wisdom we've learned from Stoic philosophy to make our daily lives better. The decision to protect our inner sanctum, our hopes, our weak spots, our personal boundaries, and beyond becomes a source of strength and serenity in a world full of noise and the demand for our attention. Remember that the power of privacy is not in hiding who we are, but in honoring the sacred places inside of us that promote development, wisdom, and resilience. Let these 7 pillars help us grow a garden of tranquility in our souls, where virtue thrives and peace resides as we go through the busy crossroads of life. Just for a moment, imagine that the most important thing you can do to live a meaningful, happy life isn't something you can buy, earn, or get from other people. It's already inside you, just waiting to be found and used. This isn't just a thought experiment. It's based on the wisdom of Stoicism, a philosophy that has helped countless people find meaning, tranquility, and peace in their lives over the centuries. Stoicism teaches us that the key to a good life is not praise from others or material wealth, but learning how to value ourselves through the virtues of temperance, courage, wisdom, and justice. It serves as a strong reminder that, despite the chaos and challenges of the outside world, we have the solid foundation for our own happiness and well-being inside of us. We're getting rid of the layers of societal expectations and self-doubt to find the timeless Stoic principles that can change how we see the world and ourselves. This journey isn't just about getting better at yourself. It's also about rediscovering our true worth and learning how to live in line with our deepest values. You have come to the right place if you want to find personal freedom, resilience, and fulfillment. Sign 1. Putting up with less than you deserve. We've all done it at some point or another, right? We settle and make concessions all the time, whether it's staying in a job that drains us, staying in relationships that don't make us feel better, or not going after our dreams because we're afraid. We believe this is the best thing that can happen. Why do we do that, though? Is it worry? Is it ease? It could be a mix of the two. Stoicism teaches us that these outside things don't change our true worth, our essence. If you're in a palace or a prison, Stoicism says that what makes us unique is not where we are, but how we react to it. It means realizing that we may not be able to control everything in our lives, but we do have complete control over how we think, feel, and act. When we settle for less than we deserve, aren't we saying that other people and things have more power over us than we do? Stoicism tells us to question that idea. Stoicism tells us to ask ourselves, is this situation in line with my values? Am I reacting to this in a way that shows what I'm really worth? If the answer is no, it doesn't just leave us feeling hopeless. No, it gives us power. It states, look, You have the power to change your perception, to choose your response, and in doing so, to transform your reality. Remember this Stoic wisdom the next time your self starts to accept less than you deserve. You are not your job title, your relationship status, or the size of your bank account. Remind yourself of this. Your worth depends on how well you can stick to your values and always act with courage, wisdom, and honesty, no matter what. We shouldn't blame ourselves for our problems. Instead, we should give ourselves the tools to see and take control of the things we can change. Let's not settle for less, not because we think we deserve it or are cocky, but because we know how valuable we are. The strength and resilience that come from knowing who we are and what we stand for will help us face life's challenges. This is how Stoics live. When we do it, we don't just live, we thrive. Sign 2. Playing down your accomplishments. Why? Because recognizing our successes isn't just a way to feel good about ourselves. It's also a way to honor the hard work, discipline, and persistence that got us there. It has to do with keeping our promises to follow through on our goals and values. Let us break it down. In Stoicism, virtues like temperance, courage, wisdom, and fairness are very important. Most of the time, these virtues are what help you reach your goals, no matter how big or small they are. It might have taken bravery to apply for that job, wisdom to deal with the challenges that came up, or discipline, which is a form of temperance, to put that closet back together. You're not only undervaluing the result when you say your success was due to luck, or that anyone could have done it. You're also undervaluing the good habits you used to get there. How then do we alter this state of minds? How can we start to be proud of what we've done without becoming cocky? Being balanced and honest are important to the Stoic way of thinking. You should tell yourself, yes, I worked hard for this. Yes, I faced challenges and overcame them. And yes, this achievement is a reflection of my hard work and my virtues. You should do this not to boost your ego, but because it's the right thing to do. Okay, now I want you to think of something new you can do. It does not matter how big or small it is. Think about the good things you did to get there. You might have been very disciplined. You might have been brave and left your comfort zone. To solve a problem, you might have used your wisdom. No matter what it is, take a moment to recognize it and the good things that led to it. You're not supposed to pat yourself on the back during this exercise. Instead, it's meant to help you see the truth about your character and work. Adopting this Stoic practice can change how we see our own successes and how we see ourselves. It helps us stop being fake modest and start really appreciating our own strengths and skills. When we recognize our accomplishments, it's not about our egos, but about the good qualities we've shown and the hard work we've put in. Sign 3. Putting the needs of others ahead of your own. It happens all the time, right? Sometimes it feels noble, selfless, and even heroic to do things like stay late at work to help a coworker, skip your morning run to make breakfast for your family, or put your own dreams on hold to help someone else's. Still, there's a catch. Putting other people's needs ahead of your own all the time can make you tired, angry, and lose your sense of self. If you try to fill cups from an empty pitcher, you'll get nowhere. You run out at some point. Being detached or self-centered is not what Stoicism is about. It actually puts a lot of weight on being good and making society better. But it also shows us how crucial self-care is. Why? Because taking care of yourself isn't selfish. It's what makes it possible to care for others well. Let us break this down a bit. Stoicism teaches us about the difference between what we can control and what we cannot. We are in charge of our own thoughts, beliefs, actions, and yes, even self-care. No matter how much we want it to be different, we can't directly affect the health and happiness of other people. What we can change, though, is how ready we are to help, support, and love the people around us. We need to start by taking care of ourselves. How much more patient, understanding, and present are you for the people in your life when you're well-rested, healthy, and at peace? How can you help their health and happiness even more effectively? Mental and emotional resilience are just as important as physical health in this situation. It means having the inner strength to care about others, give them good advice, and be a source of stability and strength for them. How then do we find this middle ground? How can we make sure that helping others doesn't mean we forget about our own needs? First, you have to realize that self-care isn't a nice-to-have or an afterthought. It's important. It means setting aside time for things that make us feel better, like working out, meditating, reading, or just being alone for a few minutes. It means being able to set limits and say no when we need to. These things should not be done for selfish reasons, but because we want to be our best selves for the people we care about. You are being asked to think of one way you can put your own health first this week. What could it be? Committing to a daily walk, making time for a hobby you love, or setting limits on your work hours. When you do something to take care of yourself, remember that it's not just for you. It's also a way to make sure that when you do help other people, you're being your best self. Sign 4. It's hard for you to accept compliments. Stoicism teaches us how important it is to look at ourselves with an open mind. This means being honest about our weaknesses as well as our strengths. We should not think about our worth in an egotistical way, but in a fair and balanced way. Why is it so hard for us to take compliments? Most of the time, it's because we have a skewed view of ourselves. It's possible that we're focusing too much on our flaws, or we may have been taught that recognizing our strengths makes us cocky. But here's a Stoic view to think about. Being humble doesn't mean denying our strengths. It means recognizing them in a grounded and realistic way. It's about seeing ourselves as they really are, without the ego or insecurity getting in the way. Stoicism teaches us that recognizing our strengths and accomplishments does not make us less valuable. Accepting compliments with grace is a good way to become more self-aware and objective. It helps us see the good qualities we have and the work we've put in, which helps us understand who we really are. When someone says nice things about us, they're usually noticing something real and admirable about us. We miss out on the chance to see ourselves through someone else's eyes and understand how we affect the world around us when we ignore these moments. How can we get better at taking compliments? Changing our minds is the first step. It's helpful to think of praise as a mirror that shows off your good qualities and hard work. Instead of avoiding the truth, take a moment to think about what they said. You can practice by simply saying, "Thank you." Don't downplay or avoid the compliment. Instead, express gratitude for the acknowledgement of your work and qualities. Additionally, Stoicism advises us to take advantage of these moments for reflection. Ask yourself, what did I do to deserve this praise? How does it show my virtues and hard work? This isn't about stroking your ego. It's about recognizing the part of you that can do great things and make a difference. Sign 5. Not wanting to make a choice. When you were faced with a choice that seemed easy, did you find yourself frozen, unable to make a choice? It's more than just indecision. This fear of making the wrong choice is a reflection of a deeper problem, a lack of self-trust. We feel like we're standing on the edge of a diving board, looking down into the pool below. We know we need to jump, but we can't. In this fog of uncertainty, Stoicism offers a lantern. For us, it teaches us that making choices based on wisdom and reason is more important than being sure of what will happen. Stoicism reminds us that we have full control over the process of making decisions, but not over how those decisions turn out. It means making decisions that are in line with our values, being honest, and accepting that the results, no matter what they are just the way life is. What is it that makes us afraid to choose? Most of the time, it's because we don't want to make the wrong decision, which could lead to results we see as failures or mistakes. But Stoicism asks us to change how we think about mistakes and failures. According to the Stoics, every outcome is a chance to learn and grow. Failures don't exist. Lessons do. This point of view tells us to believe in ourselves and make choices with courage and confidence, because we know that the outcome will help us grow and understand. How, though, do we learn to trust ourselves? How can we, so to speak, get better at making decisions? The first step is to accept wisdom and reason. Take some time to think about your choice before making one. When you make a choice, ask yourself, does this choice fit with my values? Am I acting with integrity? By basing your choices on your core values and reason, you can be sure that you made the choice with the best intentions and knowledge you had at the time. Stoicism teaches us that we should accept the results of our choices and learn from them. We can learn something from every result, even if it's not what we wanted. This is a call to think about what went well and poorly, and how we can use these lessons in the future. Self-confidence is developed through this process of reflection and learning. It gives us confidence that we can handle the rough waters of life, make choices that are in line with our values, and learn from each experience. Sign 6. Critiquing yourself too much. Stoicism teaches us how to make smart choices, especially about how to use our minds. It says that beating ourselves up for every mistake we think we've made is like trying to sail a ship without paying attention to the wind and tides. We have our attention on the wrong things. According to Stoic wisdom, we should understand that perfection is a lie that we can't reach. Instead, we should aim for progress, steady, deliberate steps that help us become better people. Why do we get stuck in the habit of being overly critical of ourselves? Most of the time, it's because we hold ourselves to impossible standards, ones we would never hold anyone else to. We forget that part of being human is having flaws, making mistakes, and most importantly, being able to learn and grow from them. Stoicism provides a potent remedy for this self-imposed tyranny, self-compassion, and the pursuit of progress rather than perfection. From a Stoic perspective, self-compassion means treating ourselves with the same kindness, understanding, and forgiveness that we would extend to a good friend. It means realizing that setbacks are a normal part of life and not a reflection of who we are as people. The Stoic way to deal with failure is not to blame yourself, but to ask, what can I learn from this? How can I grow? A change in how we view our journey is necessary to adopt this mindset. We are making progress with every effort, even if the results are not what we had hoped for. Our mantra will be progress, not perfection. This doesn't mean we stop trying to get better or stop caring about it. Rather, it means we work harder to get better, while having the wisdom to understand that growth isn't always linear, is full of challenges, and is beautifully imperfect. Why does it seem so simple to compare things? Some of it comes from the fact that people naturally compare their own worth and achievements to those of those around them. However, this tendency is amplified to a level that has never been seen before in the age of social media. We see snapshots of other people's lives all the time that only show the good times and never the bad. This makes us wonder if our own experiences are worth living and what they mean. The cultivation of self-awareness and gratitude for our own journey is a powerful antidote to this gloom that Stoicism offers. As it says, it tells us to look inward and think about our own growth, virtues, and the progress we've made. Stoicism encourages the idea of inspiration over comparison rather than isolation or indifference to other people. It shows us how to admire the good qualities and accomplishments of others without making our own less important or less progress. To avoid falling into the comparison trap, how can Stoic principles be applied? First, by being mindful and noticing when we start to compare our behind the scenes to someone else's highlight reel. It's about reminding ourselves that social media is just a collection of carefully chosen photos, not a true reflection of life. Second, Stoicism teaches us how important it is to focus on the things we can change, like our actions, our thoughts, and our good qualities. These are the seeds that our unique journey will grow from. Focusing on taking care of these seeds helps us grow a garden that is full of personal meaning, without the need for outside approval or comparison. Finally, gratitude is very important. Practicing gratitude for our own experiences, challenges, and successes helps us stay in the present and enjoy how full our lives are. This doesn't make us lazy. Instead, it gives us the strength to seek growth and improvement from a place of contentment, not inadequacy. Sometimes you forget to do the things you want to do, like take that class, start that hobby, or even take care of yourself. A lot of us do it. This isn't just because we don't have enough time or money. It's often because we don't see our own worth. It's like telling ourselves, "I'm not worth the trouble." That being said, Stoicism, which has deep insights into how people are and what is right and wrong, challenges us to see self-improvement as more than just a task. It's a way to respect yourself. Stoicism tells us that our ability to reason and be good makes us unique, and that the only way to find true happiness is to work on these things. So, how can we begin to put that money into ourselves? This starts with changing our minds, which is in line with Stoic philosophy. We must begin to view self-improvement as a crucial, non-negotiable part of our lives. This doesn't mean making big changes to our lives all at once. It means investing in ourselves in small ways over time. A simple way to do this could be to read a book about something that interests us, meditate for a few minutes every day, or start a hobby that makes us happy. The importance of reflection and self-examination is another lesson that Stoicism teaches. This helps us figure out our strengths and weaknesses, which guides our personal investment efforts. It gives us a sense of purpose and direction to regularly look at our lives, set goals, and think about how we're doing. It's important to align our actions with our values, develop our virtues, and live a life with purpose and meaning as part of the self-reflection and goal-setting process, not just to achieve external success markers. Accepting the idea of lifelong learning is another important part. According to the Stoics, wisdom was not a place you get to, but a path you take. A mindset of being interested and willing to try new things can change how we think about personal investment. It's not a chore, it's an adventure, a chance to see how much life has to offer in terms of knowledge and experience. Living in line with our values and principles is the only way to truly feel validated. The Stoics thought that our actions, intentions, and responses were the only things we could really change. Marcus Aurelius reminded us in a beautiful way that what bothers us is not other people's opinions, but how we think about those opinions. Why do we look for approval from other people? A lot of the time, it comes from feeling insecure and afraid of not being good enough in a world that is always telling us what we should be, do, or have. It's simple to lose track of our way. Stoicism, on the other hand, tells us to turn our attention inward and work on improving our character and living a good life. It teaches us that real happiness and peace don't come from other people's approval, but from knowing we've been true to ourselves. How then can we break free from the chains of outside approval? Being aware of yourself is the first step. By becoming aware of our propensity to seek approval, we can begin to question why we do the things we do. Are we working toward a goal because it fits with our values or because we want praise? Stoicism teaches us to regularly reflect on our intentions to make sure they are in line with our values and self. Developing self-sufficiency is another Stoic practice that can help us fight the need for approval from other people. This doesn't mean shutting ourselves off or not caring about other people. It means being happy and content with ourselves and realizing that we are whole just the way we are. Another Stoic philosopher, Epictitus, said that we should focus on what we can control and let go of what we can't. When we work on being happy inside, we depend less on outside sources of approval. Stoicism also tells us to change how we think about success. Stoicism teaches us that we shouldn't judge our success by awards or praise from other people. Instead, we should judge it by how well we can live our lives according to our values. The pursuit of virtue, the application of reason, and the development of resilience in the face of life's challenges are all important components of success from a Stoic perspective. Being able to handle bad situations. Why do we often put up with bad situations? Most of the time, it's because we don't believe we can change. We may be afraid of the unknown, hold on to what we know, or question our worth. Stoicism challenges these fears and doubts by helping us see how valuable we are and how much control we have over our actions and thoughts. It tells us to question the idea that we are stuck and to understand that most of the time we have the power to change our situations or how we think about them. Stoicism gives us tools to get around and change the places we're in. The development of internal resilience and autonomy is a crucial Stoic practice. For this reason, we shouldn't be indifferent or detached. Instead, Marcus Aurelius suggests that we strengthen our inner citadel so that we can stay strong and true to our values, even when things are bad and chaotic. Building a strong inner core makes us less vulnerable to the bad things going on around us and more able to make decisions that are good for our health. The idea of living in harmony with nature is another Stoic principle that can help us. This means trying to find harmony in our own lives and in the world around us. This means that we actively look for or make environments that help us grow, be healthy, and be happy. It means realizing that we deserve respect, kindness, and good interactions with others, and choosing not to settle for less. In real life, finding environments that help us grow could mean setting limits in our personal relationships, looking for new job opportunities, or even changing our social circles to include more positive and helpful people. It also means putting time and effort into creating a personal space by doing things like journaling, meditating, or hobbies that are good for our mental and emotional health. What is it about fear that makes it so strong? Often, it's because we know very well what we have to lose. We have vivid images in our minds of failing, of wasting time and effort, and of how other people might judge us. Stoicism recognizes our fears, but it also asks us to consider what we have to gain. We are told to compare our fears to the chances of growing, being happy, and making our dreams come true. Stoicism teaches us that the pursuit of virtue, or doing the best that fits our nature, is a worthwhile goal in and of itself, no matter what happens. Fear of following your dreams. To get over the fear of following your dreams, one Stoic practice is to imagine bad things that might happen. This is also known as negative visualization today. This means thinking about the worst-case scenarios, but not to dwell on them. The goal is to make them less powerful over us. We often find that our fears are not as scary as we thought they were when we think about the hard things that might happen and accept that we can get through them. It doesn't mean we stop caring about risks or become careless. Instead, it means we approach our dreams with a balanced view, knowing that failure is possible, but not the end. It's a step on our way to growth. Amor fati, which means love of fate, is another Stoic idea that can inspire us to follow our dreams. This is the idea that we should welcome whatever life brings us with joy, not just resignation. When we follow our dreams with amor fati, we open ourselves up to all kinds of experiences, including successes, failures, joys, and disappointments. These are all normal parts of being human. This acceptance frees us from the fear that holds us back and lets us move forward with courage and determination. Stoicism stresses how important it is to act in line with our own strengths and abilities. It reminds us that our real worth doesn't come from what we've done, but from how committed we are to living a good life and working hard to reach our goals with honesty, courage, and integrity. In this light, being afraid to follow our dreams is not only something that stops us from succeeding, it also stops us from living a life that is truly ours. Failure to see your own value. Why do we forget this basic lesson from Stoicism so often? Part of the reason is that we naturally want to connect with others and feel important. If we don't watch out, this can make us look for our worth in the reflection of other people's opinions or in the milestones of success we reach. Stoicism, on the other hand, teaches us that real worth comes from living in line with our nature and virtues. Epicurus said very well that the best way to be free is not to get what we want, but to get rid of what we want. This principle has a big impact on how we think about our worth. Real freedom and happiness don't come from approval from other people, but from understanding and accepting our own worth. Stoicism tells us to stop focusing on what we can do for other people and start working on improving our character. It teaches us that our worth is not based on the titles we have, the money we have, or the approval we get, but on our promise to live a good life and always act with honesty, kindness, and courage, no matter what. Not that accomplishments and praise don't matter. They do. What I mean is that they are not what make us valuable. Our worth is built into us and can't be changed, just like the stars in the sky at night. Realizing this frees us from always looking for approval from other people. What can we do to develop this calm sense of our own worth? Self-reflection, which involves looking inward to recognize and value our strengths, efforts, and resilience, is where it all starts. Recognizing that our skills, character, and potential are the real measures of our worth, practicing gratitude for them is a big part of it. It also means learning to separate our sense of worth from other people's opinions, which change, and from the short-term nature of accomplishments. This distance isn't a sign of indifference. It's a way of seeing things and figuring out what's important in the big picture of our lives. This feeling can come from a lot of different places, like past traumas, societal norms, or personal failures. We compare our journey to others, only seeing the best parts of their lives while being very aware of what goes on behind the scenes in our own. We doubt our worthiness because of this comparison, which is fueled by the false belief that happiness is a limited resource that is only given to those who deserve it. Stoicism tells us to get rid of these false ideas and see that happiness is not a reward, but a way of life. It asks us to think about our values, make sure that our actions are in line with these values, and find joy in the pursuit of virtue and the practice of reason. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our thoughts, actions, and reactions, and let go of what we can't. This helps us deal with not deserving of happiness and the practice of reason. This way of looking at things gives us the power to create our own happiness through the choices and attitudes we have every day. How can we adopt this serious way of looking at happiness? It starts with changing the story we tell ourselves about being worthy. We need to fight the idea that being happy depends on accomplishments, approval from others, or being perfect. Believing that happiness comes from being good, making the best decisions we can, and enjoying the present moment is a better way to think about it. Stoicism also emphasizes the value of gratitude. When we practice gratitude, we change our attention from what we don't have to what we do have, from what we think we don't have enough of to the abundance in our lives. This change in perspective is very important for feeling like you deserve happiness, because it lets you see the good things, chances, and potential in your daily life. Stoicism reminds us how important it is to have friends and family. Finding happiness is not a journey you take by yourself. By building meaningful relationships and supporting each other, we know that our worthiness for happiness is supported not only by ourselves, but also by the love and wisdom of those around us. Now it's time to go on a deep dive into the human mind and find the knots that hold us back from being mentally strong. We will face these shadows by drawing on the ancient art of Stoicism and come out on the other side as architects of our own strength. 1. We often get caught up in the illusion that we are in charge of outside events because we are holding on to the illusion of control in the maze of our thoughts, where shadows dance. It's a tempting lie, a mirage that draws us into the world of fake omnipotence. The profound truth that has been hidden in the recesses of our minds is revealed by Stoicism, with Epicurus as our guide. Epicurus, who seems to speak through the ages, reminds us with a voice as old as the universe itself. We can't change the things that happen to us, but we can always change how we react to them. This statement, a light of calm enlightenment, shines through the darkness of our skewed perceptions. The most important part of Stoic wisdom is not trying to control the outside world, which is a constantly changing mosaic that we can't grasp. Instead, real resilience comes from being able to control how we react to life's unpredictable threads. This revelation is where our power is kept safe. We can shape our futures not by fighting the things we can't control, but by taking control of our inner world. When we face the storms going on around us, the Stoic path helps us get through them. It teaches us that we don't have control over the chaos going on around us, but over how we react to it. We use the chisel of our reactions to carve meaning from the raw materials of circumstance, like a skilled artist shaping a work of art. We should stop trying to change the outside world to fit our needs, says Epicurus, and put our energy into controlling our own reactions instead. By doing this, we reveal a source of strength, resilience, and untapped potential. Instead of a pointless fight against things that can't be controlled, the Stoic journey is an inner journey to mastery of self. When life is full of unknowns, Stoicism shines like a lantern, showing the way to self-mastery. Even though the shadows may still be there, accepting the Stoic revelation frees us from the false allure of outside control. We are in charge of our own lives, not by taking power from the world, but by shaping our responses with the timeless wisdom found in Epicurus's words. When people in the holy halls of Stoic wisdom fear the inevitable, Seneca said something profound. He who fears death will never do anything worthy of a man who is alive. These words, like an ancient spell, reverberate through the halls of time, revealing a holy truth that goes beyond this world. Seneca, the Stoic philosopher, tells us to face the constant threat of death with a bravery that goes beyond mere existence. His wisdom is a strong call to action that urges us to free our spirits from the chains of fear. What it means is that we are invited to dance with the fact that we will die, turning our fear of death into a spark for a life that is richer than ever. To be afraid of death is to live in the shadows, a prisoner of fear that stops you from living. The ancient philosopher Seneca takes on the role of a torchbearer, leading us out of this dark realm. He urges us to accept death not as a sign of bad things to come, but as a friend, a constant companion that makes our lives more interesting. When we accept that life is short, we free ourselves from the weight of an impending end. The ghost of death, which used to be a scary presence, changes into a quiet muse that encourages us to enjoy every moment with a never-ending zest for life. The paradoxical truth that accepting that death is inevitable frees us to truly live is demonstrated by Seneca's wisdom. The Stoic call to free ourselves from the fear of what will happen is an opening into a world of endless possibilities. It's a recognition that the human spirit can reach impossible heights when faced with death. When we let go of the fear that comes with death, we can build a life that isn't limited by the dark things that lie ahead. Seneca's words don't just have philosophical meaning, they also have a transformative power. They call us to build resilience so that we can navigate the complicated tapestry of life. When we accept that we will die, we not only face our mortal limitations, but we also awaken the dormant powers within us that allow us to leave a legacy that lasts beyond time. When we listen to the call to get over our fear of death, we open the door to a life that is lit up by the beauty of our own passing. Seneca's wisdom becomes a lighthouse that guides us through the dark and gives us the strength to make a way that connects with the deep vitality of the human spirit. When we accept that life is temporary, we find the true power to live fully, without worrying about what lies ahead. In the vast theatre of human existence, the search for external validation casts shadows that reach far and wide, enveloping the soul in the murkiness of insecurity. Marcus Aurelius's deep wisdom shines through this darkness with a warning that echoes through the halls of time. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. These words contain a revelation that goes beyond the limits of time and space in ancient Rome, offering a timeless light of enlightenment to those who are willing to follow its call. The constant need for approval from others makes it easy for the shadows of weakness to grow and wrap themselves around the roots of our sense of self-worth. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic king and philosopher, tells us to look inside, away from the world's fleeting praise. He says that the real source of strength is not the fleeting words of others, but the fires of self-approval that burn in the crucible of our own convictions. Going outside of yourself to find approval is like giving up control of your identity to the random judgments of others. As we try to fit in with other people's expectations and lose sight of our true selves in the process, the shadows grow longer. Marcus Aurelius, a famously Stoic figure, begs us to break free from this self-imposed prison and look deeply within. True strength is built in the holy place of self-approval. It's not the praise of many people that makes someone strong. It's staying true to their own principles and values. When we know how valuable we are, the fires inside us get fed. This is where the authentic self is shaped and improved. The whispers of approval from other people are short-lived, like echoes that disappear into the distance of time. By turning our attention inward, we can walk along a path lit by the steady flame of self-validation, which can stand up to the winds of other people's opinions. Having this inner strength protects us from the shadows of weakness, so we can stand firm in the face of the world's temporary judgments. Marcus Aurelius's Stoic wisdom tells us to take back our time from people who are looking for approval. When we understand how valuable each moment is, we stop wasting our life's currency on seeking unattainable external affirmations. We invest in the wealth of self-approval instead, building a resilience that goes beyond the fleeting nature of praise from others. When we embrace Marcus Aurelius's wisdom, the shadows of our weakness fade, and the light of self-approval shines on our path. In this inner sanctuary, we find a strength that lasts, unaffected by what other people think. So, let's listen to the call to turn our attention inward, because self-approval is where the unquenchable strength of the human spirit finds its last flame. 4. When we give in to the whispers of desire in the complex maze of our desires, we embark on a dangerous journey where the siren calls of unbridled want threaten to drown out the sounds of reason. Fear not, for the Stoic path, a light of wisdom in this maze-like space, begs us to shut up the tempting whispers that lead us astray. A Stoic philosopher from ancient times named Epictitus said, "We suffer not from the events in our lives, but from our judgments about them." Desire, with its alluring allure, can become the maze that traps the unwary traveler. The Stoics, who were influenced by Epictitus, show us that what holds us back is not the events themselves, but the judgments we make about them. To navigate this maze with wisdom and resilience, the call to master our desires becomes a rallying cry. To master desire is not to put out the fires inside, but to direct them with purpose. It's a call to tell the difference between short-lived desires that lead to temporary pleasures and long-lasting goals that are in line with who we really are. We learn to tell the difference between the transient shadows of want and the enduring light of fulfillment in the furnace of self-mastery. The chains of never-ending desire, made in the fires of unchecked desire, are heavy on the spirit. With Epictetus as our guide, the Stoic sage tells us to break free from these chains by making our wants less intense. In this freedom, we don't find a lonely void, but a place where the true self can come out, free from the chains of unquenchable desire. The path of Stoicism turns into a pilgrimage, an inner alchemy journey, where desires are changed from cruel masters to obedient servants. While going through this change, the traveler is freed from the ego's constant demands and is able to navigate life's maze with grace and purpose. When we listen to the Stoic call to control our wants, we find a deep truth. We have the power to write our own stories. Events that happen around us become opportunities for growth and self-discovery rather than chains that bind. Epictetus, in his sage wisdom, tells us that suffering is not caused by events themselves, but by how we interpret them. The Stoic soul finds comfort in the silence that comes after the noise of unrestrained wants. Once a confusing maze, the labyrinth of desire changes into a holy place where clarity rules. Taking control of our desires is where the Stoic path shows its transformative power. This is the power that frees us from the labyrinth's traps and lets us walk forward with purpose, resilience, and a strong commitment to our soul's deepest desires. 5. In the huge cosmic tapestry, there are things that try to stop the flow of change. But change is always there, shaping the very fabric of the universe. Somber souls that are in tune with the beat of the cosmic dance find comfort in Heraclitus's deep teachings, which include the phrase, "Change is the only constant." These words hold a timeless truth, showing how everything is always changing. We have to pay attention to change, because it's like an ethereal maestro conducting the symphony of life. Stoics, who got their ideas from Heraclitus, say that we should accept that things are always changing with an open mind. To fight against the ebb and flow of change is to face the unending void, a chasm that people who stand against the cosmic current risk falling into. Through the light of Heraclitus's wisdom, The Stoic path invites us to give up, but not to the void, but to the beautiful river of existence. We find a deep serenity in this surrender, an oasis in the midst of life's storms. To move through this river of change with grace, letting its currents carry us to new shores of experience and understanding, we must accept that it is inevitable. To fight against change is to fight against the very nature of things. The Stoic soul, on the other hand, picks a different path, one of acceptance and living in balance with the cosmic dance. When we give up, we become skilled dancers who move in sync with the complicated choreography of change and find beauty in the way it flows. With its twists and turns, life is like a river that takes us through landscapes of happiness and sadness, growth and decay. The Stoic finds resilience in accepting this journey that goes beyond the transient nature of the material world. The void that the stubborn soul feared would consume them turns into a huge canvas where the Stoic paints the masterpiece of a life well lived. It's not passivity to accept change, it's empowerment. Realizing that the never-ending change is where growth, wisdom, and self-discovery can be found. Stoic souls float on the currents of acceptance, allowing them to navigate the river of life with a tranquility that those who desperately cling to the shores of sameness cannot achieve. The ancient philosopher Epictitus taught us a truth that will never go out of style. Change is what makes the universe go round and round. The Stoic finds deep serenity in accepting that everything in life is transient when they align themselves with this heartbeat. To dance with the cosmic rhythms of change is to embrace the sublime beauty of life. We find comfort not in the still waters of resistance, but in the river that flows continuously towards the endless horizons of our own becoming. Sixth, if you don't pay attention to the power of now in life's grand symphony, the present moment becomes the most beautiful and valuable note, full of the possibility of joy, fulfillment, and deep meaning. We often get stuck in the echoes of the past or anxiously look ahead to the uncertain beats of the future, though because life is so well planned. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, invites us to seize the day, enjoy the harmony of the present, and realize that the only way to be truly happy is to enjoy the present without worrying about what will happen in the future. The present moment, like a fleeting melody, holds the essence of what it means to live. Life happens in the present moment, where the symphony of sensations, emotions, and opportunities blends to make a one-of-a-kind piece that can't be replaced. But because minds tend to wander, people often get stuck in the hallways of the past or project their worries onto the canvas of an uncertain future. Without losing his Stoic clarity, Seneca tells us to let go of our worries about the future and enjoy the present moment. The pursuit of true happiness, he says, lies not in the hazy promises of the future or the somber reflections of the past, but rather in the conscious and mindful engagement with the notes that dance in front of us right now. It's not just a call to action to seize the day. It's a way of life that goes beyond the fleeting nature of time. Engaging with the richness of the present and drawing out the nectar of joy from every moment is a choice. We free ourselves from the weight of regrets and the worries of what lies ahead by doing this, and we experience a deep serenity that can only be found in the present moment. Philosopher Seneca wrote a counsel that contains Stoic wisdom that tells us to develop a presence of mind that makes each moment more aware. He says that we can only be truly happy when we stop being held captive by time and stop looking forward to future rewards or dwelling on mistakes made in the past. To enjoy the present without worrying about what might happen in the future is to reach a state of mindful equilibrium. This is when you know that everything changes and enjoy the beauty of the present moment. Seneca's advice to seize the day is like an invitation to enjoy life's symphony, to enjoy the melody of each moment with a deep appreciation for how it fits into the orchestral masterpiece that is our lives. Seneca's words become a guiding refrain that reminds us to pay attention to the present, enjoy the harmonies of now, and understand that true happiness is a melody written in the key of mindful living. A melody that grows with each note we choose to hold on to and enjoy in the constantly changing score of our lives. When life gets rough, the Stoic warrior stays calm inside, letting the storms outside determine their own peace. They are a model of resilience, unaffected by the chaos around them. The Stoic ethos, a call to action that goes beyond the illusions of external tranquility, is encapsulated in the words of Epictitus, a revered Stoic philosopher. We cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond. We can't control how life unfolds. It's an unpredictable tapestry of happiness and sadness. The Stoic warrior, on the other hand, gets through this complicated dance not by changing the outside threads, but by learning how to respond. Epictetus tells us to realize that we have control over our reactions, which is a very empowering idea that is at the heart of Stoic resilience. Building castles on shifting sands is like clinging to the illusion of external tranquility, because the world is always changing. Stoics, on the other hand, look inward because they know that true and lasting peace doesn't depend on the random events of life. Instead, it is a fortress built in the depths of the soul, a safe place where the storms that happen outside can't get in. The Stoic warrior doesn't hide in a false utopia of unbroken serenity or deny the existence of external challenges. Instead, they face the chaos head-on, knowing that their inner strength is the key to their overall health and happiness. The Stoic soul develops its fortitude in the face of adversity. Even if we can't change the things that happen around us, how we react to them determines our fate. The Stoic warrior learns to deal with chaos in a way that goes beyond it through disciplined self-reflection. They become not a victim of their circumstances, but a creator of their own fate. A deliberate practice, an art form that demands commitment and resilience, is cultivating an unshakable inner peace. It means training the mind to tell the difference between the temporary chaos of the outside world and the deep, lasting calm that lives inside each of us. Through this inner alchemy, the Stoic warrior learns that real mastery is not in controlling the storms, but in riding them out with a calm and peaceful mind. Epictetus tells us that the Stoic warrior's journey is a call to accept the contradictions of life, to know that we can't control what happens in the outside world, but strongly control how we react to it. In this dance between chaos and calm, the Stoic warrior stands out as a symbol of the strong human spirit, one that can choose the steady path of inner peace and resilience even when life is rough. If we ignore the inner citadel within, in the crucible of the soul, where the fires of experience shape the core of who we are, there stands an inner fortress, an impregnable bastion that can stand up to the chaos that flows through the corridors of existence. A lot of people have said this over the years, but Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor of Stoicism, said, "Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking." This deep command is an invitation to strengthen the citadel within, because that's where our real strength lies. The birthplace of the inner fortress is the crucible of the soul, which is a figure of speech for the place where life's problems shape who we are. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic luminary, lights the way to the sanctuary, an inner stronghold that can't be damaged by the storms that may come from the outside. This safe place is not made of bricks and mortar, but from the things we think, believe, and point of view. Marcus Aurelius said that to strengthen this citadel means to understand the power that lies within us, the power that comes from the way we think. Being able to say that true happiness is not dependent on outside circumstances, but on how we feel. Inside is a great example of the Stoic philosophy. So, the inner fortress turns into a safe place where happiness isn't tied to what happens in the outside world, but is a flame that ignites itself when we choose how to understand and react to life's many aspects. It becomes necessary to watch over this sanctuary, because inside its walls lies the source of our true strength. Marcus Aurelius thinks of the Stoic warrior as someone who stands not against the outside world, but in unwavering defense of this inner stronghold. It's a call to fiercely guard the sanctity of our thoughts by developing a vigilant mindfulness that keeps the fortress safe from the forces that might try to break through its walls. Marcus Aurelius says that the richest part of a happy life is not having a lot of things or enjoying short-lived pleasures, but being in charge of your inner world. In this wisdom, the Stoic path encourages careful and deliberate management of the mind, an art of thinking that turns the fiery furnace of the soul into a stronghold that can't be broken by life's ups and downs. When we realize how powerful our thoughts are, we gain a deep sense of independence and the power to shape our own lives. The Stoic way of thinking strengthens our inner fortress, which acts as an anchor in the rough waters of life, giving us the strength to calmly handle storms, find joy in the simple things in life, and find our way through the maze of life with unwavering purpose. We set out on a journey of self-fortification as we heed Marcus Aurelius's plea, an odyssey into the core of our thoughts and beliefs. As soon as the inner citadel is strengthened, it turns into an unbreakable source of strength and a lighthouse of resilience that guides us through life's challenges. Protect it with all your might, because inside its walls lies the key to a happy and fulfilling life, a treasure trove of happiness that can't be touched by the changes in the outside world. As we walk the boards of life, we realize that the script we follow is not just our own creation. We are living in the vast cosmic theater where the people who inhabit existence play their parts on a stage that goes beyond the limits of time and space. The Stoic sage Epictitus says something profound. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. In this wisdom, we are invited to let go of what we can't control, to tune our senses to the cosmic symphony, and to submit to the ebb and flow of the cosmos. When you think of ourselves as actors on a cosmic stage, you can see how grand our lives are. They are like a story, and fate and cosmic forces shape our journey. Realizing that our script isn't completely our own is a freeing realization that urges us to give up the illusion of full control and embrace the mysteries of our existence in the universe. Epictitus, known for his Stoic ideas, draws our attention to the balance that is built into our bodies. For example, the way that 2 ears are placed next to 1 mouth is a powerful reminder that we should listen with more than just our physical senses. It is a reminder to tune in to the wisdom that flows through the vastness of the universe and to find the hidden messages in the music of life. Being humble means listening twice as much as we speak. It means realizing that the universe speaks in whispers and that deep insights may come to light in the silence between our words. It means admitting that giving up the need to control every story lets us be open to the lessons woven into the cosmic fabric, which is full of lessons and universal truths. The Stoic advice to let go of what you can't control turns into a holy mantra that will be heard for all time. It tells us to let go of the weight of pointless resistance, loosen our grip on the false promises of power, and let the dance of fate unfold in our hearts. By giving up, we align ourselves with the universe's natural rhythms and stop fighting the current against it. Instead, we become part of a beautiful ballet. Giving in to the ebb and flow is the only way to gracefully ride the waves of life. It's not a sign of giving up. It's a sign of a deep understanding that our greatest power lies in accepting what we can't change. Giving in to the cosmic forces helps us find balance, which lets us move with purpose and poise, riding the waves of fate instead of fighting their pull. We start on a journey of receptivity and surrender as we heed Epictetus's wisdom and accept that our story is just one thread in the cosmic tapestry. We can get advice, comfort, and a stronger connection to the vastness of existence by listening to the whispers of the universe. Let go of what we can't control, tune our ears to the cosmic symphony, and dance with humility and grace in sync with the flow and ebb of the cosmic current. Giving up the Stoic path in order to walk it is like starting a sacred odyssey, a personal journey of self-discovery and building up unwavering resilience. As the famous Stoic philosopher Seneca said, "He suffers more than necessary who suffers before it is necessary." This saying is heard often in the hallowed halls of Stoic wisdom, calling those who are ready to find their inner strength. You are being clearly asked to act quickly, learn from the teachings of the Stoics, and make a way to the holy place of resilience. It is important to carry the flame of Stoicism with us as we walk through the maze of shadows inside us, a flame that knows no end and burns forever. Seneca's words have been true for a long time and remind us that suffering doesn't have to be an unnecessary burden. Instead, it can be a place where we test our strength. On this holy journey, we learn that the path to mind control is lit by the Stoic flame, which is bright and won't bend. On the Stoic path, you don't go on a solo journey. You go with other people. Echoes of Seneca's wisdom bring us together and help us see that we are not the only ones trying to find inner strength. When we all agree on Stoic principles, we become a community of seekers, each navigating the complicated terrain of the soul for the same reason. We are all on this journey together, and it holds us together in a silent agreement that goes beyond the shadows we each face. We can follow the bright path that Stoic wisdom left us as we go through the deepest part of self-exploration. It cuts through the darkness and gets rid of the false ideas that are getting in the way of our progress. When we follow the teachings of Stoicism, they help us find the shores of inner strength and resilience. We can find comfort, inspiration, and the strength to face our shadows in the Stoic flame. Finding inner strength isn't something you do by yourself. It's a goal we all share that ties our individual journeys together. May the echoes of Stoic wisdom reverberate through all of our efforts and bring us together in a common goal. May we emerge from the labyrinth not as lost souls, but as shining lights of resilience, illuminating a shadowy world. We learn from the crucible of the Stoic path that suffering can be transformed into a force for good when faced with the resilience that comes from wisdom. Seneca's advice becomes a guiding star, telling us to tell the difference between suffering that is necessary and suffering that is not, and to use the Stoic flame as a lighthouse to show us the way. Let's take this holy journey together, strengthening our inner fortresses with Stoic principles and shining like lights of resilience in a world looking for comfort in the dark. As we wrap up our 3-hour journey into the heart of Stoicism, I hope you feel empowered, enlightened, and equipped with the tools to navigate life's ups and downs with a newfound resilience. We've traversed through the principles of Stoicism, from understanding what's within our control to embracing obstacles as opportunities for growth. The wisdom of the Stoics is timeless, offering a beacon of clarity in our often tumultuous lives. Remember, Stoicism isn't just a philosophy to be studied, it's a way of life to be lived. The transformation you seek begins with small, consistent steps, whether it's practicing mindfulness, reflecting on your daily experiences, or simply choosing to respond to challenges with calm and rationality, every effort counts. I encourage you to revisit these teachings whenever you need a reminder of your inner strength and the tranquility that can be achieved through Stoic principles. Life is a continuous journey of learning and growth, and Stoicism provides a solid foundation to build upon. Thank you for spending these hours with me, exploring how to transform your life with Stoicism. The journey doesn't end here, it's just the beginning. Continue to seek wisdom, practice virtue, and live a life of purpose. Remember, the best time to begin your Stoic practice was yesterday. The next best time is now. Let's carry forward the lessons learned and create a life filled with peace, resilience, and fulfillment. Farewell, and may your path be guided by the light of Stoic. Imagine waking up every day with a sense of peace, purpose, and unshakable joy. Picture yourself moving through life with the confidence that no matter what challenges come your way, you can handle them with grace and resilience. This is not a distant dream or an unattainable goal. It's a way of life that you can cultivate, starting now. Life is filled with ups and downs, moments of triumph and trials, joy and sorrow. We all face struggles, whether it's dealing with stress at work, navigating complex relationships, or simply trying to find happiness in a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable. But what if there was a way to not only endure these challenges, but to thrive through them? What if, instead of being tossed around by the storms of life, you could remain grounded, centered, and joyful? The philosophy of Stoicism offers us timeless wisdom that has helped countless people across the ages find their inner strength, peace, and happiness. It's a philosophy that teaches us how to live with purpose, how to rise above our circumstances, and how to find joy in every moment, no matter how difficult life may seem. At its core, Stoicism is about embracing the present moment and understanding that while we cannot control everything that happens to us, we can control how we respond. It's about focusing on what truly matters, letting go of what we cannot change, and cultivating virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These virtues aren't just abstract concepts. They are practical tools that can transform the way we live and experience life. In today's world, where we are constantly bombarded with information, distractions, and pressures to conform, the wisdom of Stoicism is more relevant than ever. We live in a time where stress and anxiety are at an all-time high, where people are searching for meaning and happiness in all the wrong places. But the truth is, joy doesn't come from external achievements or possessions. It comes from within. It's about how we perceive and interact with the world around us. Imagine a life where you no longer fear the unknown, where you face difficulties with a calm mind and a steady heart. A life where you find contentment not in the pursuit of more, but in the appreciation of what you already have. This is the power of Stoicism, a philosophy that teaches us that true happiness is not about avoiding pain, but about embracing it as a part of the human experience and finding joy in the journey. As you embark on this journey, you will discover that Stoicism is not about suppressing your emotions or becoming detached from life. On the contrary, it's about fully engaging with life, with all its beauty and complexity, while maintaining a clear mind and an open heart. It's about finding joy in the small, everyday moments and learning to appreciate the simple things, like a warm cup of tea, a kind word from a friend, or the feeling of the sun on your face. This journey will also challenge you to look within, to confront your fears, doubts, and insecurities, and to transform them into strengths. You will learn to shift your focus from the things you cannot control, like other people's opinions, the weather, or the past, and instead focus on what you can control: your thoughts, your actions, and your attitude. This shift in perspective can be life-changing, leading to a deeper sense of peace and fulfillment. As you delve deeper into this philosophy, you will begin to see the world in a new light. You will understand that life is not about the pursuit of perfection, but about progress and growth. It's about learning from our experiences, both good and bad, and using those lessons to become better, stronger, and more compassionate. You will come to realize that every challenge you face is an opportunity to practice virtue, to become more patient, more resilient, and more loving. But Stoicism is not just about personal development, it's also about how we relate to others. It teaches us to build meaningful relationships based on mutual respect, understanding, and empathy. It encourages us to connect deeply with others while maintaining a healthy sense of detachment so that we can love fully without becoming overly attached or dependent. In this way, Stoicism helps us cultivate relationships that are not only fulfilling but also enduring. As you continue on this path, you will discover that joy is not something you chase, it's something you create. It's a state of being that comes from living in alignment with your values, from doing what is right, even when it's difficult, and from finding purpose in your daily actions. This kind of joy is not fleeting or dependent on external circumstances. It's a deep, abiding sense of contentment that stays with you, even in the face of adversity. In a world that often tells us we need more to be happy, more money, more success, more possessions, Stoicism reminds us that we already have everything we need within us. It's about stripping away the excess and focusing on what truly matters: our character, our relationships, and our inner peace. When we live with this kind of clarity and purpose, we find that joy is not something that comes and goes, but something that grows stronger with each passing day. So, as you begin this journey, know that you are not alone. The path of Stoicism has been walked by many before you, philosophers, leaders, warriors, and everyday people who have found in it the strength to live fully and joyfully, no matter what life throws their way. And now, it's your turn to walk this path, to discover the power of Stoicism for yourself, and to craft a life of unshakable joy. This journey is not about becoming someone else or changing your circumstances. It's about becoming the best version of yourself, right where you are. It's about finding peace in the present moment, joy in the simple things, and purpose in every action. It's about living with intention, with courage, and with an open heart. And as you do, you will find that the joy you seek is already within you, just waiting to be uncovered. Anxiety can feel like a heavy weight pressing down on your chest, a constant buzz of worry that steals your peace and makes it hard to find joy in even the simplest moments. It's a feeling that so many of us know all too well, a nagging sense of dread about the future, the fear of losing control, the overwhelming pressure to be everything to everyone. But what if you could learn to quiet those anxious thoughts? What if you could find a place of calm and tranquility within yourself, no matter what chaos surrounds you? The wisdom of Stoicism offers us powerful tools to do just that. Through its ancient teachings, we can learn to manage our anxiety, not by avoiding it, but by understanding it and facing it head-on. By applying these Stoic techniques, you can transform your relationship with anxiety, turning it from an enemy into a teacher. These practices are not quick fixes or temporary solutions. They are lifelong habits that, when cultivated, can lead you to a state of lasting inner peace. One of the core principles of Stoicism is the distinction between what is within our control and what is not. Anxiety often stems from the fear of the unknown, from worrying about things that may never happen or that we have no power to change. The Stoics teach us to focus our energy on what we can control, our thoughts, actions, and attitudes, rather than wasting it on what we cannot. This shift in focus can be liberating. When you stop trying to control the uncontrollable, you free yourself from the burden of unnecessary worry. Instead of fixating on what might go wrong, you learn to take responsibility for your own responses. This doesn't mean ignoring your problems or pretending they don't exist. It means approaching them with a calm mind, knowing that you can handle whatever comes your way. By focusing on what you can control, you begin to see that many of the things you worry about are outside your influence. For example, you can't control how others behave, but you can control how you react to their behavior. You can't control the outcome of every situation, but you can control the effort you put into it. This simple yet profound shift in perspective allows you to channel your energy more effectively, reducing the anxiety that comes from feeling powerless. Moreover, this principle teaches you to trust in the natural flow of life. The Stoics believed that the universe operates according to a rational order, and by aligning yourself with that order, by focusing on what is within your control, you can live more harmoniously. This doesn't mean everything will always go your way, but it does mean that you can find peace in knowing that you've done your part and that the rest is beyond your control. The Stoics believed in the power of living in the present moment. Anxiety often pulls us into the future, making us anxious about what might happen tomorrow, next week, or even years from now. But the present moment is where life happens. It's the only time we truly have. By practicing mindfulness, you can anchor yourself in the here and now. Pay attention to your breath, notice the sensations in your body, and observe your thoughts without judgment. When you find your mind drifting to future worries, gently bring it back to the present. This practice helps you break the cycle of anxious thinking, allowing you to find peace in the moment. Mindfulness isn't just about paying attention, it's about fully engaging with the present. When you're mindful, you're not just going through the motions, you're truly experiencing life as it happens. This can be as simple as savoring the taste of your morning coffee, feeling the warmth of the sun on your skin, or listening intently to a friend without letting your mind wander. By cultivating this habit, you train your mind to stay grounded in the present, reducing the tendency to ruminate on past mistakes or worry about future uncertainties. Over time, this practice can help you develop a deeper sense of peace and contentment as you learn to appreciate the richness of the present moment rather than being caught up in the anxieties of what might come. At first glance, the idea of negative visualization might seem counterintuitive. Why would you want to think about worst-case scenarios? But this Stoic practice is not about dwelling on negative thoughts. It's about preparing yourself mentally for life's challenges. By imagining the worst that could happen, you can reduce the fear and anxiety associated with it. This doesn't mean you're wishing for bad things to happen, but rather, you're mentally rehearsing how you would handle them. This practice can help you build resilience and reduce the shock if things don't go as planned. And often, you'll find that the reality is far less daunting than your imagination led you to believe. Negative visualization also helps you appreciate what you have. When you consider the possibility of losing something or someone important, you're reminded of their value in your life. This practice can deepen your gratitude and reduce the tendency to take things for granted. It's a way of mentally preparing yourself for loss, while also enhancing your appreciation for the present. This technique doesn't make you pessimistic. Instead, it equips you with the mental strength to face challenges head-on. It allows you to confront your fears in a controlled way, reducing their power over you. By regularly practicing negative visualization, you build a psychological buffer that can help you maintain your peace of mind, even in the face of life's inevitable difficulties. The Stoics taught that everything in life is temporary: our possessions, our relationships, even our lives. This may sound bleak, but it's actually a powerful reminder to appreciate what we have while we have it. Anxiety often arises from the fear of losing what we hold dear, whether it's our health, our loved ones, or our status. By accepting the impermanent nature of life, you can let go of the need to cling to things out of fear. Instead of being consumed by the possibility of loss, you can focus on fully enjoying the present. This mindset doesn't eliminate anxiety, but it helps you face it with a sense of calm and acceptance. Impermanence teaches us that change is the only constant in life. When you accept this truth, you become more adaptable and resilient. You stop resisting change and start flowing with it, understanding that every ending is also a new beginning. This perspective can help you navigate life's transitions with grace, whether it's a career change, the end of a relationship, or the loss of a loved one. Moreover, embracing impermanence can deepen your relationships and enrich your experiences. When you recognize that every moment is fleeting, you're more likely to savor it, to be fully present, and to express your love and gratitude. This awareness can transform how you live your life, making it more meaningful and joyful. Writing down your thoughts is a powerful way to manage anxiety. The Stoics were great advocates of journaling as a tool for self-reflection and personal growth. By putting your worries on paper, you can gain clarity and perspective on what's troubling you. Journaling allows you to examine your fears, understand their root causes, and challenge the thoughts that fuel your anxiety. It's a way to hold yourself accountable, to track your progress, and to remind yourself of the strength and wisdom you're cultivating. Over time, this practice can help you develop a more balanced and peaceful mindset. When you journal, you create a space where you can process your emotions without judgment. This practice helps you untangle the web of thoughts that often accompany anxiety, making them more manageable. It also gives you an opportunity to reflect on your experiences, learn from them, and make conscious decisions about how you want to respond to life's challenges. Furthermore, journaling can serve as a record of your growth. When you look back on your entries, you can see how far you've come, how your perspectives have shifted, and how your ability to manage anxiety has improved. This can be incredibly empowering, reinforcing your confidence in your ability to overcome difficulties. Stoics believed in the practice of voluntary discomfort as a way to strengthen the mind and build resilience. This involves deliberately exposing yourself to minor discomforts or challenges, like taking cold showers, fasting, or going without certain luxuries. By doing so, you train yourself to be less affected by discomfort and better equipped to handle stress and anxiety. When you voluntarily face discomfort, you prove to yourself that you can endure more than you think. This practice helps reduce the fear of suffering, making you more resilient in the face of life's inevitable challenges. It's a reminder that discomfort is temporary and that you have the power to overcome it. Voluntary discomfort also helps you appreciate what you have. When you temporarily give up something you enjoy, whether it's a meal, a warm bed, or a leisurely activity, you're reminded of how much you value it. This practice can cultivate a deeper sense of gratitude and reduce the tendency to take things for granted. Moreover, by regularly exposing yourself to discomfort, you build mental and physical toughness. You become more adaptable and less easily shaken by life's challenges. This resilience can help you manage anxiety more effectively as you develop confidence in your ability to handle whatever comes your way. Gratitude is a powerful antidote to anxiety. When you focus on what you're grateful for, it's hard to remain anxious about the future. The Stoics emphasized the importance of appreciating what you have rather than constantly striving for more. By regularly practicing gratitude, you shift your focus from what's missing in your life to what's already present. This simple practice can help you cultivate a sense of contentment and reduce the anxiety that comes from always wanting or fearing the loss of something. Gratitude grounds you in the present moment and reminds you of the abundance that already exists in your life. To cultivate gratitude, consider starting a daily gratitude practice. Each day, take a few moments to reflect on 3 things you're grateful for. They don't have to be big or life-changing. Often, it's the small, everyday things that bring the most joy. This practice helps you train your mind to look for the positive, rather than fixating on what's wrong or what could go wrong. Gratitude also encourages you to see the good in difficult situations. Even in the midst of challenges, there are often things to be grateful for: lessons learned, strength gained, or support from loved ones. By focusing on these positives, you can reduce the intensity of your anxiety and cultivate a more optimistic outlook. Detachment, in the Stoic sense, doesn't mean being indifferent or uncaring. It means not becoming overly attached to things outside of your control. Anxiety often arises when we become too attached to specific outcomes, people, or possessions. By practicing detachment, you learn to care deeply about the things and people in your life, but without the anxiety of losing them. This doesn't mean you stop loving or valuing what you have, but rather you accept that everything in life is transient. When you let go of the need to control or cling, you open yourself up to a more peaceful and liberated way of living. Detachment allows you to engage fully in life without being consumed by it. You can pursue your goals, build relationships, and enjoy life's pleasures, but without becoming dependent on them for your happiness. This mindset frees you from the fear of loss and disappointment, as you understand that your well-being isn't tied to external circumstances. Moreover, detachment helps you maintain a sense of inner peace, even in the face of challenges. When you're not overly attached to specific outcomes, you're more adaptable and open to change. This flexibility can reduce the anxiety that comes from trying to control or predict the future, allowing you to live more fully in the present. Anxiety often narrows our focus, making us feel trapped in our own thoughts. The Stoics valued wisdom and the pursuit of knowledge as a way to gain perspective on life's challenges. When you seek out wisdom, whether through reading, learning from others, or reflecting on your experiences, you broaden your understanding of the world and your place in it. Gaining perspective can help you see your worries in a new light. It reminds you that you're not alone in your struggles and that countless others have faced and overcome similar challenges. This broader view can help reduce the intensity of your anxiety, giving you the mental space to find solutions and move forward. The pursuit of wisdom also helps you cultivate a deeper sense of meaning and purpose. When you engage with philosophical ideas, spiritual teachings, or the insights of others, you're reminded that life is bigger than your immediate concerns. This can help you put your worries into perspective, seeing them as part of a larger journey of growth and self-discovery. Moreover, wisdom encourages you to approach life with curiosity rather than fear. Instead of dreading uncertainty, you begin to see it as an opportunity to learn and grow. This shift in mindset can help you embrace life's challenges with a sense of openness and resilience, rather than being overwhelmed by anxiety. Finally, acceptance is a key Stoic practice for managing anxiety. This doesn't mean giving up or resigning yourself to fate. It means acknowledging reality as it is, without resistance. When you accept the things you cannot change, you free yourself from the anxiety of wishing things were different. Acceptance allows you to focus on what you can do rather than what you wish you could do. It's about finding peace in the present moment, even when it's not perfect. This practice can help you let go of the internal struggle that often fuels anxiety, replacing it with a sense of calm and inner strength. Acceptance doesn't mean passivity. It means active engagement with life as it is. When you accept reality, you're better equipped to respond to it effectively. You stop wasting energy on fighting against what is and instead use that energy to make positive changes where you can. This mindset can help you navigate life's challenges with greater ease and confidence. Moreover, acceptance helps you develop a sense of inner peace that isn't dependent on external circumstances. When you accept yourself, others, and the world as they are, you're less likely to be disturbed by the ups and downs of life. This doesn't mean you don't care or that you don't strive for improvement. It means you approach life with a calm, steady mind, knowing that you can handle whatever comes your way. Just as you've begun to grasp the tools to manage anxiety and cultivate inner peace, the next step in your journey is to build something even more profound: unbreakable mental resilience. Life is unpredictable, full of unexpected twists and turns that can challenge even the strongest of us. But imagine possessing a mind so fortified that no matter what life throws at you, you remain unshaken. This isn't about avoiding difficulties, but about facing them with a strength that grows from within, a strength rooted in the timeless wisdom of Stoic practices. This resilience isn't something you're born with. It's something you cultivate moment by moment through deliberate habits. These habits, drawn from the teachings of Stoicism, are more than just strategies. They are a way of life that empowers you to endure, overcome, and thrive in the face of adversity. As you explore these habits, you'll find that resilience isn't just about surviving tough times. It's about transforming them into opportunities for growth and deeper joy. One of the most powerful ways to build mental resilience is through the practice of self-discipline. In a world full of distractions and instant gratification, the ability to stay focused and committed to your values is a rare and powerful strength. Self-discipline allows you to resist the pull of temptation, to stay true to your goals, and to act with integrity even when it's difficult. It's about mastering your impulses and directing your energy toward what truly matters. This habit of self-discipline doesn't just make you stronger, it makes you more resilient. When you train yourself to do what needs to be done, regardless of how you feel, you develop a kind of inner fortitude that can withstand any storm. You become less swayed by external circumstances and more grounded in your own principles. This kind of resilience is not about rigid control, but about the freedom that comes from knowing you can rely on yourself to make the right choices, no matter what. Self-discipline in Stoicism is about mastering the self, and this mastery is key to mental resilience. When you think about it, many of life's greatest challenges are not external, but internal. The real battles are fought in our minds, overcoming doubt, resisting temptation, managing anger, or staying focused amidst distractions. The Stoic approach teaches that by cultivating self-discipline, you build the mental muscle needed to resist these internal pressures. Consider the discipline of a soldier. In battle, discipline isn't just about following orders. It's about maintaining composure, clarity, and effectiveness in the face of chaos. Similarly, in life, self-discipline helps you maintain your course even when the world around you is in turmoil. This resilience allows you to stay true to your goals and values, even when external circumstances tempt you to stray. Moreover, self-discipline is closely tied to the concept of delayed gratification. Many of life's greatest rewards require patience, persistence, and the ability to resist short-term temptations for long-term gain. Whether it's saving money, maintaining a healthy lifestyle, or building a meaningful career, the practice of delayed gratification is a cornerstone of resilience. By training yourself to prioritize long-term benefits over immediate pleasure, you develop the strength to stay the course, no matter how difficult it may become. In today's world, where instant gratification is often just a click away, the ability to delay gratification is increasingly rare but incredibly valuable. It's easy to give in to the allure of immediate pleasure, whether it's through unhealthy eating, impulsive spending, or avoiding difficult tasks. However, these short-term pleasures often come at the expense of long-term well-being. By practicing self-discipline, you build the resilience to make choices that align with your long-term goals, even when the immediate temptation is strong. Another essential habit for building resilience is embracing discomfort. In a society that often prioritizes comfort and ease, the Stoics teach us the value of stepping outside our comfort zones. By willingly facing discomfort, whether it's physical, emotional, or mental, you toughen your mind and prepare yourself for the inevitable challenges of life. This isn't about seeking out pain for its own sake, but about training your mind to endure and even thrive in the face of adversity. When you embrace discomfort, you learn that you are stronger than you think. Each time you push through a difficult situation, you expand your capacity for resilience. You begin to see challenges not as threats, but as opportunities to grow. This mindset shift is crucial for developing the kind of unbreakable mental resilience that can carry you through life's toughest moments with grace and strength. Embracing discomfort is a powerful way to build what the Stoics called voluntary hardship. By deliberately exposing yourself to challenges, you prepare yourself for the hardships that life will inevitably bring. This practice not only builds physical and mental toughness, but also cultivates a deep sense of self-reliance and confidence. When you know you can endure discomfort, you're less likely to be intimidated by life's challenges. For example, the Stoic philosopher Seneca would periodically practice living with less to remind himself that he could endure poverty if it ever came to that. He would sleep on the floor, eat simple meals, and wear plain clothes. This practice wasn't about punishing himself, but about building resilience. By experiencing discomfort in a controlled way, Seneca prepared himself to face any situation with calm and confidence. This habit of embracing discomfort can be applied in many areas of life. It could be as simple as taking a cold shower, going for a run in the rain, or fasting for a day. These small acts of voluntary discomfort build mental resilience by teaching you that you can handle more than you think. Over time, you become less fearful of discomfort and more willing to take on challenges, knowing that you have the strength to endure. Another cornerstone of Stoic resilience is the practice of reflection. The Stoics believed in the power of daily self-examination, taking time to review your actions, thoughts, and emotions. This habit of reflection allows you to learn from your experiences, to understand your own strengths and weaknesses, and to make conscious adjustments that strengthen your resilience. It's a way of staying connected to your inner self and ensuring that you are always growing, always improving. Reflection is more than just thinking about the past. It's about actively engaging with your life in a way that promotes continuous growth. When you take the time to reflect, you gain insights that help you navigate future challenges with greater wisdom and clarity. This habit builds resilience by reinforcing your sense of self-awareness and helping you stay aligned with your values, even in the face of adversity. The practice of reflection is deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, famously kept a journal where he reflected on his thoughts and actions. His writings, later compiled into what is now known as Meditations, reveal the depth of his self-reflection and the importance he placed on continuous self-improvement. By regularly reflecting on his life, Marcus Aurelius was able to maintain a sense of purpose and direction, even in the most challenging times. Incorporating reflection into your daily routine can be as simple as spending a few minutes each evening reviewing your day. Ask yourself questions like, what did I do well today? Where did I fall short? What can I learn from today's experiences? This practice not only helps you identify areas for improvement, but also reinforces the progress you've made, building your confidence and resilience. Reflection also helps you stay connected to your values and goals. In the busyness of daily life, it's easy to lose sight of what truly matters. By taking time to reflect, you remind yourself of your purpose and ensure that your actions are aligned with your values. This alignment strengthens your resilience, as you're less likely to be swayed by external pressures or distractions. Another vital habit is the practice of detachment, not in the sense of becoming indifferent or uncaring, but in learning to let go of things you cannot control. Life is full of uncertainties, and much of our suffering comes from clinging to things we cannot change. The Stoics teach us that true resilience comes from accepting reality as it is and focusing on what we can influence. When you practice detachment, you free yourself from the anxiety and stress that come from trying to control the uncontrollable. This doesn't mean you stop caring or striving. It means you learn to direct your energy where it can make a difference. This habit of letting go builds resilience by helping you stay calm and centered, even in the midst of chaos. Detachment in Stoicism is about recognizing the limits of your control and focusing on what you can change. The Stoics often use the metaphor of the archer's paradox to illustrate this concept. An archer can control how they aim and release the arrow, but once the arrow is in flight, factors like wind and distance are beyond their control. The Stoic approach is to focus on perfecting your aim, your thoughts and actions, and accept the outcome with equanimity. This mindset of detachment can be applied to many aspects of life. For example, in your relationships, you can control how you treat others, but you cannot control how they respond. In your career, you can control your effort and dedication, but you cannot control the outcome of every project. By focusing on what is within your control and letting go of the rest, you reduce unnecessary stress and build the mental resilience needed to navigate life's uncertainties. Detachment also helps you maintain a sense of inner peace in the face of loss or disappointment. Life is full of changes, and many of these changes are beyond our control. By practicing detachment, you learn to accept these changes with grace, rather than resisting them or becoming overly attached to a particular outcome. This resilience allows you to move forward with confidence, knowing that your well-being is not dependent on external circumstances. Another powerful Stoic habit is the cultivation of gratitude. In times of difficulty, it's easy to focus on what's going wrong, but the Stoics remind us to find the good in every situation. Gratitude shifts your perspective from lack to abundance, from frustration to appreciation. By regularly practicing gratitude, you build resilience by reinforcing a positive mindset that can weather any storm. Gratitude is not about ignoring life's challenges or pretending everything is perfect. It's about recognizing the blessings that exist alongside the difficulties. This habit helps you maintain a balanced outlook, enabling you to face challenges with a sense of hope and optimism. Over time, this practice strengthens your resilience by keeping you grounded in what truly matters, no matter what life throws at you. The practice of gratitude is a powerful tool for building resilience because it trains your mind to focus on the positive aspects of your life, even when things are tough. By regularly acknowledging the things you're grateful for, you shift your attention away from what's lacking or going wrong and towards what's good and going well. This shift in focus helps reduce feelings of stress and anxiety, allowing you to approach challenges with a clearer and more optimistic mindset. Gratitude also helps you build stronger relationships, which are a key component of resilience. When you express gratitude to others, you strengthen your connections and create a support system that can help you navigate difficult times. Whether it's thanking a friend for their support, acknowledging a colleague's hard work, or simply appreciating the beauty of nature, these acts of gratitude build a network of positivity that enhances your resilience. One way to cultivate gratitude is to keep a gratitude journal. Each day, write down 3 things you're grateful for. These can be big or small, personal or professional, tangible or intangible. The important thing is to make this a regular practice so that gratitude becomes a natural part of your daily mindset. Over time, you'll find that this habit not only boosts your mood, but also strengthens your resilience as you become more attuned to the good things in your life, even in the midst of challenges. Gratitude also encourages you to see the good in difficult situations. Even in the midst of challenges, there are often things to be grateful for: lessons learned, strength gained, or support from loved ones. By focusing on these positives, you can reduce the intensity of your anxiety and cultivate a more optimistic outlook. The Stoics understood that life's challenges are inevitable, but they also recognized that within each challenge lies an opportunity for growth. By cultivating gratitude, you develop the resilience to face adversity with a positive attitude, knowing that even in difficult times, there is always something to be thankful for. This mindset not only helps you weather life's storms, but also allows you to find joy and meaning in the midst of them. Finally, the Stoics teach us the importance of community and connection. While resilience is often thought of as an individual trait, the Stoics understood that we are stronger together. Building and maintaining strong, supportive relationships is a key aspect of mental resilience. When you surround yourself with people who uplift and support you, you create a network of strength that helps you navigate life's challenges. These connections provide not only emotional support, but also perspective, reminding you that you are not alone in your struggles. By cultivating relationships based on mutual respect and shared values, you build a resilient support system that can help you face life's challenges with confidence and grace. In Stoic philosophy, the concept of sympathia refers to the idea of mutual interdependence and the interconnectedness of all things. The Stoics believed that we are all part of a larger whole, and that our well-being is tied to the well-being of others. This understanding encourages us to build strong, supportive relationships that enhance our resilience and help us navigate life's challenges. One way to cultivate strong relationships is to practice active listening. When you truly listen to others, you show that you value their thoughts and feelings, which strengthens your connection with them. Active listening also helps you gain a deeper understanding of others' perspectives, which can provide valuable insights and support when you're facing challenges. Another way to build strong relationships is to be generous with your time and resources. Helping others not only strengthens your connections, but also enhances your own resilience. When you give of yourself, whether it's through volunteering, offering a listening ear, or lending a helping hand, you reinforce the bonds that support you during difficult times. Building a strong community also involves surrounding yourself with people who share your values and aspirations. These connections provide a sense of belonging and purpose, which are essential components of resilience. When you're part of a supportive community, you're more likely to stay motivated and focused on your goals, even when the going gets tough. Finally, the Stoics remind us that resilience is not just about enduring hardships, but about thriving in spite of them. By cultivating strong relationships and a supportive community, you create a network of strength that helps you navigate life's challenges with confidence and grace. This resilience allows you to face adversity with a positive attitude, knowing that you have the support of others who care about you. As you've started to build unbreakable mental resilience, you've likely noticed that many of life's challenges are not just external, but internal, involving the delicate dance of human relationships and communication. In our daily interactions, conflicts and disagreements are inevitable, and how we handle these moments can make or break our peace of mind. Imagine, though, If you could navigate these conflicts with a quiet strength, one that doesn't require loud words or heated arguments, but instead leverages the profound power of silence. In a world that often values quick retorts and winning at all costs, the idea of silence as a strategy might seem counterintuitive. Yet, the Stoics knew that sometimes the most powerful response is no response at all. It's not about retreating or being passive, it's about choosing your battles, conserving your energy, and allowing silence to speak louder than words. Silence, when used wisely, is a tool of immense power, one that can de-escalate conflicts, preserve your dignity, and ultimately win arguments without ever having to raise your voice. The art of silence in Stoicism is not merely the absence of speech, but a deliberate and thoughtful pause that creates space. Space for reflection, for the other person's emotions to settle, and for the situation to be seen more clearly. In these moments, silence becomes a form of strength, signaling that you are not swayed by the need to prove yourself, that you are secure in your own understanding and do not need to engage in every battle presented to you. Think of those moments in life when silence has spoken volumes, when a calm, quiet demeanor has diffused a tense situation, or when not responding to a provocation has shown more wisdom than any argument ever could. These are the moments when silence doesn't just resolve conflicts, it transforms them, turning potential discord into opportunities for deeper understanding and connection. In the heat of an argument, it's easy to feel the urge to defend yourself, to correct the other person, to ensure that your point of view is heard. But what if, instead of reacting, you chose to be still? What if you allowed silence to do the work, to create a pause that lets the heat of the moment cool? The Stoics understood that silence is not about winning or losing. It's about maintaining your inner peace and integrity, even when emotions run high. The power of Stoic silence lies in its ability to shift the dynamics of a conflict. When you remain silent in the face of provocation, you do more than just refuse to engage. You change the nature of the interaction. Your silence can disarm the other person, leading them to reconsider their own words and actions. It gives you the upper hand, not by overpowering the other, but by refusing to be overpowered by the situation. This strategy is particularly effective because it aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control. You cannot control what others say or do, but you can control how you respond. By choosing silence, you assert your control over the situation, showing that you are not dictated by the need to argue or defend yourself. This quiet strength often leads to more thoughtful and respectful resolutions, as it encourages others to mirror your calm and reflective demeanor. Furthermore, silence can be a profound act of self-preservation. In the heat of an argument, words can easily spiral out of control, leading to regret and deeper conflict. By remaining silent, you protect yourself from saying something you might later wish you hadn't. You give yourself the time and space to consider your response, ensuring that when you do speak, your words are measured, thoughtful, and aligned with your values. Silence also creates an opportunity for deeper listening. In arguments, we often focus so much on what we want to say next that we fail to truly hear the other person. By choosing silence, you shift your attention from speaking to listening, which can lead to greater understanding and empathy. This deeper listening can uncover the true heart of the conflict, allowing for a resolution that goes beyond the surface and addresses the underlying issues. In many cases, silence can also serve as a mirror, reflecting the other person's behavior back to them. When faced with silence, people often become more aware of their own words and actions. This reflection can lead to self-correction, as the absence of a verbal response forces them to confront the impact of their behavior. In this way, silence becomes a powerful tool for encouraging self-awareness and growth in others. There is also a profound connection between silence and humility. The Stoics believed that wisdom comes not from speaking, but from listening and observing. Silence allows you to step back from your own ego, to set aside the need to be right, and to focus instead on understanding and learning. This humility not only fosters personal growth, but also creates a more peaceful and constructive environment for resolving conflicts. In relationships, silence can be a gift. It shows that you value the relationship enough to avoid unnecessary conflict, that you respect the other person's perspective even when you disagree, and that you are willing to listen rather than dominate the conversation. This approach can strengthen relationships by building trust, respect, and mutual understanding. Moreover, silence can serve as a powerful form of non-verbal communication. It can convey emotions and messages that words cannot. A thoughtful pause can express empathy, concern, or a desire for peace, without the need for explanation. This non-verbal communication often speaks louder than words, creating a deeper connection and understanding between people. Silence also plays a crucial role in self-reflection. In the quiet moments, free from the noise of arguments and external distractions, you can connect with your inner self, assess your emotions, and gain clarity on your thoughts. This self-reflection is essential for personal growth and for approaching conflicts with a clear, calm mind. It allows you to step back from the situation, see it from a broader perspective, and decide on the best course of action. In the broader context of life, silence can be a path to inner peace. The Stoics understood that true peace comes not from the absence of conflict, but from the ability to remain calm and centered in the midst of it. By cultivating the habit of silence, you develop the inner strength to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience, maintaining your peace of mind regardless of external circumstances. Silence also helps you conserve your energy. Not every battle is worth fighting, and not every argument needs to be won. By choosing silence, you save your energy for the things that truly matter, rather than wasting it on trivial disputes. This selective engagement is a key aspect of Stoic wisdom, allowing you to focus on what is truly important in life. In today's fast-paced world, where everyone seems to be talking but few are truly listening, the power of silence is more valuable than ever. It is a rare and precious commodity, one that can transform not only your relationships, but your entire approach to life. By embracing silence, you cultivate a sense of calm, clarity, and strength that will serve you well in all areas of life. As you continue on this journey, remember that silence is not a sign of weakness, but a demonstration of strength. It is the quiet confidence of someone who knows that they do not need to prove themselves, who understands that true power lies not in words, but in wisdom. Through the practice of Stoic silence, you can learn to win arguments without ever speaking, resolving conflicts with grace and dignity, and ultimately, crafting a life filled with peace and joy. The role of silence in conflict resolution is perhaps one of the most overlooked yet powerful strategies in human interaction. Silence, when wielded with intention and purpose, becomes more than just the absence of words. It becomes a profound statement, a declaration of self-control, and a beacon of inner strength. This is the essence of Stoic silence, a tool not for manipulation, but for the preservation of peace, both within oneself and in one's relationships. To understand the power of Stoic silence, it is essential to grasp its philosophical underpinnings. The Stoics, particularly Epictitus, emphasized the importance of controlling what is within our power, our thoughts, emotions, and reactions, while accepting what is outside our control. Silence, therefore, is an expression of this control. It is a conscious choice not to engage in every conflict or debate, especially when doing so might lead to unnecessary harm or escalate tensions. Consider the example of Socrates, often regarded as a precursor to Stoic thought. Socrates was known for his method of asking questions rather than making statements, a technique that often involved strategic silences. These pauses allowed his interlocutors to reflect deeply on their own beliefs and assumptions. In many ways, Socrates' use of silence was a form of intellectual humility, recognizing that wisdom often lies not in speaking, but in listening and understanding. Similarly, in modern times, the practice of active listening echoes the Stoic use of silence. Active listening involves fully concentrating, understanding, responding, and then remembering what is being said. It's about listening more than speaking, and in the process, creating a space where genuine communication can occur. This approach not only diffuses potential conflicts, but also fosters deeper connections and mutual respect. In professional settings, the strategic use of silence can be particularly effective. Consider a high-stakes negotiation where emotions are running high. The natural inclination might be to argue your point or to counter every statement made by the opposing party. However, by choosing silence, you can shift the dynamics of the negotiation. Silence can create a powerful pause that forces the other party to reflect, reconsider, and possibly even reveal more than they intended. It's a technique often used by skilled negotiators to gain the upper hand without appearing aggressive or confrontational. In personal relationships, silence can be just as powerful. During an argument with a loved one, for instance, the urge to respond immediately and defend oneself is strong. But by taking a moment of silence, you allow the initial surge of emotions, anger, frustration, hurt, to subside. This pause can prevent the escalation of the argument and provide space for both parties to approach the situation with a cooler head and a more open heart. Over time, this practice can transform the way conflicts are handled in a relationship, leading to more constructive and compassionate communication. Moreover, silence in the face of criticism can be a profound act of strength. It takes considerable self-control to resist the urge to defend oneself when unfairly criticized or attacked. However, the Stoic approach teaches us that not every criticism deserves a response. Sometimes, silence is the best way to demonstrate that you are not shaken by others' opinions, that your self-worth is not dependent on external validation. This doesn't mean ignoring feedback or avoiding constructive criticism, but rather choosing not to engage in negative or harmful exchanges that do not serve your growth or well-being. There are also moments in life when silence serves as a form of protest or resistance. Throughout history, there have been instances where silence has spoken louder than words ever could. Consider the concept of a silent protest, where individuals choose to express their dissent or disapproval without uttering a single word. This type of protest can be incredibly powerful, as it demonstrates resolve and unity without resorting to the very behaviors being protested against. For example, during the civil rights movement in the United States, many peaceful protests were marked by silence. This silence was not a sign of weakness or passivity. Rather, it was a powerful statement of dignity and strength in the face of oppression. The choice to remain silent in these situations communicated a message of resilience and unwavering commitment to the cause. In a more personal context, silence can also be a powerful tool for setting boundaries. There are times when the most respectful and effective way to protect your mental and emotional well-being is to remain silent. This could mean choosing not to engage with toxic individuals or deciding not to participate in conversations that undermine your values. In these instances, silence is not about avoiding conflict, but about preserving your peace and staying true to your principles. Another dimension of the power of Stoic silence is its role in fostering introspection and personal growth. The Stoics believed that silence and solitude were essential for self-reflection, a time to connect with one's inner self and to contemplate life's deeper questions. In today's noisy world, where constant communication and information bombardment are the norms, finding moments of silence can be challenging, yet immensely rewarding. In these quiet moments, free from the distractions of daily life, you can gain clarity on your thoughts, emotions, and actions. This introspection allows you to assess your progress, recognize areas for improvement, and align your life with your values and goals. Silence, in this context, becomes a tool for cultivating wisdom and living with intention. The practice of meditation is a powerful way to incorporate silence into your daily routine. Meditation, particularly mindfulness meditation, involves sitting in silence and observing your thoughts without judgment. This practice not only promotes mental clarity and emotional stability, but also enhances your ability to remain calm and centered in the face of challenges. Over time, meditation can help you develop the inner silence that is at the heart of Stoic resilience, the ability to remain still and composed regardless of external circumstances. Silence also has a profound impact on creativity and problem-solving. Many of history's greatest thinkers and creators have emphasized the importance of silence and solitude in their work. Albert Einstein, for instance, often credited his moments of quiet reflection as the source of his most profound insights. In the silence, the mind is free to explore new ideas, make connections, and arrive at solutions that might not have been possible in the midst of noise and activity. In the context of decision-making, silence allows for thoughtful consideration. When faced with a difficult decision, taking time to sit in silence can help you weigh your options more carefully and make choices that are aligned with your values and long-term goals. This deliberate pause prevents impulsive reactions and fosters more deliberate, considered actions, which are crucial for effective leadership and personal integrity. In spiritual practices, silence is often seen as a pathway to deeper understanding and connection with the divine. Many religious and spiritual traditions emphasize the importance of silence as a way to commune with the divine, to listen to the inner voice of wisdom, and to cultivate a sense of peace and serenity. Whether in prayer, meditation, or silent retreat, these practices highlight the transformative power of silence in fostering a deeper connection with oneself and with the greater mysteries of life. In a broader societal context, the value of silence is reflected in the tradition of moments of silence observed in honor of significant events or individuals. These moments are powerful collective experiences that allow people to come together in quiet reflection, to remember, to grieve, and to find solace in the shared experience of silence. The reverence of these moments underscores the deep respect and significance that silence holds in human culture. As you continue to explore the power of Stoic silence, it's important to remember that silence is not an escape or a withdrawal from life. Rather, it is a deliberate and mindful choice, a way to engage with life more deeply and authentically. Silence is a form of strength that allows you to navigate the complexities of human interaction with grace and wisdom. It is a tool for preserving your peace, for fostering understanding, and for cultivating a life of meaning and purpose. The journey of incorporating Stoic silence into your life is not without its challenges. It requires patience, practice, and a commitment to self-awareness. It's easy to fall into the habit of reacting impulsively, of feeling the need to fill every silence with words. But with time and practice, you can develop the discipline to choose silence when it serves your higher purpose, to listen more than you speak, and to find strength in the quiet spaces of life. Through the practice of Stoic silence, you will discover a new dimension of inner strength and resilience. You will learn that true power lies not in the volume of your words, but in the depth of your understanding. You will find that by choosing silence, you can resolve conflicts with grace, preserve your peace of mind, and create a life that is rich in wisdom, connection, and joy. Having explored the profound power of silence and its capacity to resolve conflicts, deepen relationships, and cultivate inner strength, we now turn to another transformative Stoic practice: gratitude. In a world where it's easy to focus on what's lacking, what's going wrong, or what we wish we could change, Stoic gratitude offers a powerful antidote. Imagine a life where, no matter the circumstances, you find reasons to appreciate, to feel blessed, and to see the beauty in each moment. This is the essence of Stoic gratitude, a way of living that shifts your focus from scarcity to abundance, from dissatisfaction to contentment. Gratitude, as the Stoics understood it, isn't about ignoring life's challenges or pretending that everything is perfect. Instead, it's about recognizing the gifts that life offers in every situation, even in the midst of hardship. It's about finding value in what you have, rather than being consumed by the desire for what you don't. This practice of gratitude is not just a fleeting feeling, but a way of life that can profoundly impact your perspective, your relationships, and your overall sense of well-being. In the hustle and bustle of daily life, it's easy to overlook the simple things that bring joy: a warm meal, a kind word, the beauty of nature. Yet, these are the moments that make life rich and meaningful. By cultivating a habit of gratitude, you begin to see these moments not as mundane or ordinary, but as the precious gifts they truly are. This shift in perspective can transform your entire experience of life, making even the most routine days feel extraordinary. Gratitude in the Stoic sense is about more than just saying thank you when something good happens. It's about actively seeking out and recognizing the good in every situation. It's about training your mind to focus on what's positive rather than what's lacking. This doesn't mean ignoring problems or challenges, but rather choosing to place your attention on the aspects of life that bring you joy, fulfillment, and peace. One of the most powerful aspects of Stoic gratitude is its ability to ground you in the present moment. When you're truly grateful, you're not lost in thoughts of the past or worries about the future. You're fully immersed in the here and now. This presence allows you to savor life's experiences more deeply, to connect with others more authentically, and to live with a greater sense of purpose and satisfaction. Imagine waking up each day with a sense of appreciation for the simple fact that you're alive, that you have another day to experience life's wonders. Imagine approaching each challenge with the mindset that there's something valuable to be learned, something to be grateful for, even in the midst of difficulty. This is the power of Stoic gratitude. It doesn't change your circumstances, but it changes the way you experience them. In relationships, gratitude acts as a bridge, connecting you more deeply with others. When you express gratitude for the people in your life, you strengthen those bonds, fostering a sense of connection and mutual respect. Gratitude shifts your focus from what others might lack or what annoys you about them to what they bring to your life. This shift can have a profound impact on your relationships, making them more fulfilling and harmonious. Gratitude also has a transformative effect on your own well-being. Numerous studies have shown that practicing gratitude can lead to greater happiness, improved mental health, and even better physical health. But beyond these benefits, gratitude aligns you with the Stoic principle of accepting life as it is, rather than constantly striving for more or different. This acceptance doesn't mean complacency, but rather a deep appreciation for the present moment and all it offers. Practicing Stoic gratitude also helps you cultivate resilience. When you're able to find something to be grateful for, even in difficult situations, you build the mental strength to navigate life's challenges with grace. Gratitude shifts your focus from what's going wrong to what's going right, which can help you maintain a positive outlook even in tough times. This resilience is not about denying difficulties, but about acknowledging them while still finding reasons to be thankful. One of the key aspects of practicing Stoic gratitude is mindfulness, being fully present and aware of the blessings in your life. This might mean taking a few moments each day to reflect on what you're grateful for, whether it's the support of a friend, the beauty of a sunset, or simply the fact that you have food on your table. By bringing your attention to these positive aspects of your life, you reinforce the habit of gratitude, making it a natural part of your daily routine. Gratitude also involves recognizing the impermanence of life. The Stoics understood that everything we have is temporary: our health, our relationships, our possessions. This awareness can actually deepen your sense of gratitude, as it reminds you to appreciate what you have while you have it. Rather than taking things for granted, you begin to see them as precious and fleeting, which enhances your appreciation and enjoyment of them. Incorporating Stoic gratitude into your daily life doesn't require grand gestures or dramatic changes. It's about small, consistent practices that help you shift your mindset from one of lack to one of abundance. This might mean starting a gratitude journal where you write down a few things you're grateful for each day. It could involve taking a moment to silently thank someone who has made a positive impact on your life, or simply pausing to appreciate the beauty of nature as you go about your day. The practice of Stoic gratitude also extends to yourself. It's important to recognize and appreciate your own efforts, strengths, and achievements. Self-gratitude is not about ego or self-aggrandizement, but about acknowledging the hard work and perseverance you've shown in your life. By appreciating yourself, you build self-esteem and confidence, which in turn enhances your ability to face life's challenges with resilience and grace. Gratitude can also be a powerful tool in transforming how you view challenges and setbacks. The Stoics believed that every obstacle is an opportunity for growth, and gratitude helps you see these opportunities more clearly. When faced with a difficult situation, rather than feeling defeated or overwhelmed, you can practice gratitude by asking yourself, "What can I learn from this? How can this experience make me stronger?" This shift in perspective can turn even the most challenging experiences into valuable lessons and sources of strength. Moreover, practicing gratitude helps you cultivate a sense of contentment and peace. In a world that constantly pushes us to want more, to achieve more, and to be more, gratitude reminds us that we already have enough. It encourages us to appreciate what we have, rather than always striving for the next thing. This contentment doesn't mean settling for less, but rather finding joy and fulfillment in the present moment, in the life you're living right now. In times of crisis or uncertainty, gratitude can be a stabilizing force. When everything around you seems to be falling apart, finding something to be grateful for can provide a sense of grounding and perspective. It reminds you that even in the midst of chaos, there are still things to appreciate, still reasons to be hopeful. This practice can help you maintain your mental and emotional balance even when the world feels out of control. Gratitude also plays a key role in fostering humility, another central Stoic virtue. When you practice gratitude, you acknowledge that many of the good things in your life are not solely the result of your own efforts, but also the contributions of others and the gifts of fate. This recognition fosters a sense of humility, reminding you that you are part of a larger whole and that your life is interconnected with the lives of others. The act of expressing gratitude to others can also deepen your relationships and build stronger connections. When you take the time to thank someone for their kindness, their support, or simply for being in your life, you strengthen the bond between you. This expression of gratitude can be a powerful way to show your appreciation and to foster a sense of mutual respect and care. It's a simple yet profound way to cultivate love and connection in your life. Practicing Stoic gratitude also involves embracing simplicity. The Stoics believed in the value of living a simple life, free from unnecessary desires and distractions. Gratitude aligns with this philosophy by encouraging you to appreciate the simple pleasures in life: the warmth of the sun, the taste of a home-cooked meal, the sound of a loved one's voice. By focusing on these simple pleasures, you cultivate a sense of fulfillment that is not dependent on external circumstances or material possessions. Furthermore, gratitude can be a powerful tool for overcoming envy and jealousy. In a world where it's easy to compare ourselves to others and to feel envious of their successes or possessions, gratitude shifts our focus back to what we have. It reminds us that our own lives are full of blessings, and that true happiness comes not from having more, but from appreciating what we already have. This mindset can help you let go of envy and find contentment in your own life. Gratitude also has a positive impact on your physical health. Research has shown that practicing gratitude can lead to better sleep, lower stress levels, and improved immune function. This is because gratitude helps to calm the mind and reduce negative emotions, which in turn has a positive effect on the body. By incorporating gratitude into your daily routine, you can improve not only your mental and emotional well-being, but your physical health as well. In the workplace, practicing gratitude can lead to a more positive and productive environment. When you express appreciation for your colleagues' efforts and contributions, you create a culture of respect and support. This can lead to greater collaboration, improved morale, and higher levels of job satisfaction. Gratitude in the workplace fosters a sense of community and teamwork, making it a more fulfilling place to be. Gratitude also plays a crucial role in developing a sense of purpose. When you take the time to appreciate the good things in your life, you begin to see the larger picture, how your actions and choices contribute to the well-being of others and to the world around you. This awareness can help you connect with a deeper sense of purpose, motivating you to live in a way that is aligned with your values and that contributes positively to the lives of others. In the practice of Stoic gratitude, it's important to recognize that every moment, every experience is an opportunity for gratitude. Even in the most challenging times, there is always something to be grateful for, whether it's the strength you find within yourself, the support of loved ones, or the lessons you learn along the way. By adopting this mindset, you can transform your life into a continuous practice of gratitude, where each day is filled with appreciation and joy. Gratitude also fosters a sense of hope and optimism. When you regularly focus on the positive aspects of your life, you train your mind to expect good things. This doesn't mean that you ignore the challenges or difficulties, but rather that you approach them with a mindset of possibility and growth. Gratitude helps you maintain a hopeful outlook, even in the face of adversity, by reminding you that there is always something to be thankful for and that better days are always ahead. In your spiritual life, gratitude can deepen your connection to the divine or to a higher power. Many spiritual traditions emphasize the importance of gratitude as a way to cultivate a sense of reverence and humility. Whether through prayer, meditation, or simply reflecting on the blessings in your life, gratitude can be a powerful way to connect with the sacred and to cultivate a sense of spiritual fulfillment. The practice of gratitude also has a ripple effect, extending beyond yourself and into the lives of others. When you express gratitude, you inspire others to do the same. This creates a cycle of positivity and appreciation that can uplift entire communities. By practicing gratitude, you contribute to a more compassionate and connected world, where people are more likely to support and care for one another. Gratitude also encourages you to live more mindfully, to be more present in each moment, and to appreciate the beauty and richness of life as it unfolds. When you practice gratitude, you become more aware of the small details that make life special: the laughter of a child, the fragrance of a flower, the feeling of the wind on your skin. This mindfulness enhances your experience of life, making each moment more vivid and meaningful. As you cultivate the practice of Stoic gratitude, you will begin to see its impact in every area of your life. You will find that gratitude enhances your relationships, improves your mental and physical health, deepens your sense of purpose, and fills your life with a greater sense of joy and fulfillment. Gratitude becomes not just a practice, but a way of being, a lens through which you view the world and a foundation upon which you build your life. Ultimately, Stoic gratitude is about embracing life as it is, with all its ups and downs, and finding the good in every moment. It's about recognizing that life itself is a gift, and that each day offers countless opportunities for appreciation. By making gratitude a central part of your life, you cultivate a mindset of abundance and joy, one that can carry you through even the most challenging times with grace and resilience. As you continue on this journey of cultivating Stoic gratitude, remember that it's a practice that grows stronger with time and consistency. The more you focus on what you're grateful for, the more you will find to be grateful for. Gratitude has the power to transform your life from the inside out, helping you to see the beauty and value in every moment, and to live with a sense of deep appreciation and joy. Let this practice of gratitude be your guide, your anchor, and your source of strength as you navigate the complexities of life. Embrace each day with an open heart and a grateful mind, and you will find that life itself becomes a more enriching and fulfilling experience. Gratitude is not just about feeling thankful, it's about living with an awareness of the abundance that surrounds you and choosing to focus on the good in every situation. As you immerse yourself in the practice of gratitude, finding joy and contentment in the everyday moments of life, another aspect of Stoic philosophy beckons, one that can transform not only how you feel, but how you live each day: time management. Time, as the Stoics remind us, is our most precious resource. Unlike material possessions, it cannot be regained once lost, and its relentless passage waits for no one. Imagine what your life could look like if you could master each day, using your time wisely and with intention, guided by the principles of Stoicism. In our modern world, where distractions are endless and demands on our time are constant, the ability to manage your time effectively is more crucial than ever. It's easy to feel overwhelmed, to let the days slip by without truly accomplishing what matters most. But what if you could approach each day with a clear sense of purpose, prioritizing your tasks with wisdom and efficiency, and ending each evening with the satisfaction of knowing that you've made the most of your time? Stoic time management isn't just about cramming more tasks into your day or pushing yourself to exhaustion in the pursuit of productivity. It's about aligning your time with your values, making conscious choices about how you spend each moment, and eliminating the distractions and trivialities that often consume our lives. It's about living with intention, ensuring that your actions reflect what is truly important to you. Consider the words of Seneca, who warned us that people are often frugal in guarding their personal property, but as soon as it comes to squandering time, they are most wasteful of the one thing in which it is right to be stingy. This insight highlights a paradox of modern life. We meticulously manage our money, our possessions, and our reputations, yet we often let time, our most valuable asset, slip through our fingers without a second thought. The Stoics challenge us to flip this perspective, to become as disciplined with our time as we are with our finances, treating it as the treasure that it truly is. Imagine starting each day not with a sense of dread or overwhelm, but with clarity and focus, knowing exactly what needs to be done and why it matters. This is the promise of Stoic time management, a life where your time is spent in pursuit of your highest goals, rather than lost to procrastination, distraction, or the demands of others. By mastering your time, you master your life, ensuring that each day brings you closer to the person you want to be and the life you want to live. At the heart of Stoic time management is the principle of living according to nature, which means aligning your actions with your true purpose and the natural flow of life. This involves recognizing that not all tasks are created equal. Some contribute significantly to your growth and well-being, while others are mere distractions. The key is to discern the difference, to prioritize what truly matters, and to let go of the rest. One of the greatest challenges in managing time is the temptation to fill every moment with activity, mistaking busyness for productivity. The Stoics remind us that activity without purpose is futile, and that it is far better to focus on a few meaningful tasks than to scatter your energy across many trivial ones. This focus on quality over quantity is a hallmark of Stoic wisdom, and it applies as much to your time as it does to your actions and relationships. Consider the concept of memento mori, a Stoic reminder of the inevitability of death. While this might seem morbid at first glance, it's actually a powerful motivator for making the most of your time. When you acknowledge that your time on earth is finite, you begin to prioritize what truly matters, letting go of the distractions and superficialities that often consume our lives. Memento mori encourages you to live each day as if it were your last, making every moment count. In practical terms, Stoic time management involves setting clear priorities, focusing on what is within your control, and taking deliberate action each day. It's about making conscious choices with your time, rather than allowing it to be dictated by external pressures or the demands of others. It's about creating a daily rhythm that aligns with your values and goals, ensuring that your time is spent in ways that bring you closer to your highest aspirations. The Stoics also teach us the importance of embracing simplicity in our lives, including in how we manage our time. This means cutting out the unnecessary, the trivial, and the distracting, and focusing instead on what is essential. By simplifying your life, you free up time and energy to devote to the things that truly matter, whether it's pursuing your passions, spending time with loved ones, or simply enjoying the present moment. Imagine for a moment what it would feel like to live a life where every day is filled with purposeful action, where your time is spent not in frantic busyness, but in calm, focused pursuit of what matters most. This is the promise of Stoic time management, a life where your time is used wisely, where each day brings you closer to your goals, and where you end each evening with a deep sense of satisfaction and peace. One of the core principles of Stoic time management is the idea of intentionality, of approaching each day with a clear sense of purpose and direction. This involves not only setting goals and priorities, but also being mindful of how you spend each moment. It's about asking yourself, is this the best use of my time? Is this action aligned with my values and my goals? By constantly reflecting on these questions, you ensure that your time is spent in ways that truly matter. The Stoics also emphasize the importance of focus, of giving your full attention to the task at hand. In a world full of distractions, this kind of focus is increasingly rare, yet it is essential for effective time management. By eliminating distractions and focusing on one task at a time, you can achieve a state of flow, where you are fully immersed in your work and able to accomplish more in less time. This focus not only increases your productivity, but also enhances the quality of your work, leading to greater satisfaction and fulfillment. Another key aspect of Stoic time management is the practice of reflection, of regularly reviewing how you spend your time and making adjustments as needed. This might involve taking a few minutes at the end of each day to reflect on what you accomplished, what challenges you faced, and what you could do differently tomorrow. This habit of reflection allows you to learn from your experiences, to continually improve your time management skills, and to ensure that your time is being used in the most effective and meaningful way possible. Stoic time management also involves embracing the concept of amor fati, or the love of fate. This means accepting whatever happens in your life, including how your time is spent, with grace and equanimity. It's about recognizing that not everything will go according to plan, and that sometimes circumstances will force you to adjust your schedule or priorities. By embracing these changes rather than resisting them, you can maintain your inner peace and continue to make the most of your time, no matter what life throws your way. In the practice of Stoic time management, it's also important to recognize the value of rest and recovery. The Stoics understood that life is a balance between action and rest, and that both are necessary for a well-lived life. This means taking time to rest, recharge, and reflect without feeling guilty or anxious about not being productive. By honoring the need for rest, you ensure that you have the energy and clarity to make the most of your time when you are in action. The Stoics also teach us the importance of starting each day with intention and ending it with reflection. This might involve setting aside a few minutes each morning to plan your day, to set your priorities, and to remind yourself of your goals. It could also involve taking a few minutes each evening to review what you accomplished, to reflect on what you learned, and to make adjustments for the next day. These simple practices can have a profound impact on how you manage your time, helping you to stay focused, motivated, and aligned with your values. As you incorporate these Stoic time management strategies into your daily life, you will begin to see a transformation in how you experience time. You will find that you are more focused, more productive, and more at peace with how you spend your days. You will discover that time, when managed wisely, becomes not a source of stress or anxiety, but a powerful tool for living a life of purpose, fulfillment, and joy. Imagine the sense of fulfillment that comes from knowing that you are using your time wisely, that each day is bringing you closer to your goals, and that you are living in alignment with your values. This is the power of Stoic time management, a way of living that allows you to master your time, and in doing so, to master your life. By embracing these principles, you can create a life where your time is spent not in frantic busyness, but in calm, focused pursuit of what truly matters. In a world where time often feels like a scarce and fleeting resource, the Stoic approach to time management offers a refreshing and empowering perspective. It reminds us that we have more control over our time than we often realize, and that by making conscious, intentional choices, we can create a life that is rich in purpose, meaning, and fulfillment. This is the essence of Stoic time management, a life where every moment is valued, every action is purposeful, and every day is a step closer to living the life you truly want. As you continue on this journey, remember that mastering your time is not about achieving perfection, but about making progress. It's about being kind to yourself when things don't go as planned, and about celebrating your successes, no matter how small. By approaching each day with intention, focus, and reflection, you can gradually build the habits and practices that will allow you to master your time, and in doing so, to master your life. Let these Stoic principles guide you as you navigate the complexities of modern life, helping you to prioritize what truly matters, to focus on the task at hand, and to make the most of every moment. By embracing Stoic time management, you can create a life that is not only productive, but deeply fulfilling. A life where your time is spent in ways that reflect your highest values and aspirations. As you move forward, take with you the wisdom of the Stoics, who remind us that time is our most precious resource and that how we use it determines the quality of our lives. Let each day be an opportunity to practice these principles, to refine your time management skills, and to create a life that is rich in meaning, purpose, and joy. Through the practice of Stoic time management, you can transform not only how you use your time, but how you experience life itself, creating a legacy of wisdom, fulfillment, and peace. The practice of Stoic time management also involves a deep understanding of what truly matters in your life. It's about distinguishing between what is urgent and what is important. The modern world often confuses these two, pushing us to respond to every immediate demand at the expense of our long-term goals and values. The Stoics teach us to prioritize the important over the urgent, to focus on what will have lasting value rather than what simply screams the loudest in the moment. This principle is closely tied to the concept of mindfulness, being fully present in each moment and aware of how you're spending your time. Mindfulness helps you to resist the pull of distractions and to stay focused on your priorities. It's about being intentional with your time, ensuring that every action you take is aligned with your values and goals. This mindfulness is not about rigidity, but about flexibility, allowing you to adapt to changes and challenges while still staying true to your purpose. One practical way to incorporate mindfulness into your time management is through the practice of single tasking, focusing on one task at a time rather than trying to juggle multiple tasks simultaneously. Research has shown that multitasking is not only less efficient, but also more stressful. By focusing on one task at a time, you can work more efficiently, produce higher quality results, and reduce your stress levels. This practice of single tasking is a powerful way to apply Stoic principles to your daily life, helping you to make the most of your time and energy. Another important aspect of Stoic time management is the practice of saying no. In a world where we are constantly bombarded with requests and demands on our time, learning to say no is essential for protecting your time and energy. The Stoics remind us that we cannot do everything, and that by saying no to what doesn't align with our values and goals, we create space for what truly matters. This practice of saying no is not about being selfish, but about being wise, about making conscious choices with your time and ensuring that it is spent on what is most important. Saying no also involves setting boundaries, protecting your time from unnecessary distractions and interruptions. This might mean turning off notifications on your phone, setting aside specific times for deep work, or simply being clear with others about your availability. By setting boundaries, you create a space where you can focus on your priorities and work more efficiently. This practice of setting boundaries is a key component of Stoic time management, helping you to stay focused and productive in a world full of distractions. The Stoics also teach us the importance of discipline in managing our time. Discipline is about making the difficult choices that lead to long-term success, rather than giving in to the temptation of immediate gratification. It's about sticking to your schedule, even when you don't feel like it, and staying committed to your goals, even when challenges arise. This discipline is not about being rigid or harsh with yourself, but about being consistent and committed to what matters most. One practical way to build discipline in your time management is through the use of routines. Routines create a sense of structure and consistency in your day, helping you to stay on track and maintain your focus. This might involve starting your day with a morning routine that sets the tone for the day, or ending your day with an evening routine that helps you wind down and reflect. By establishing routines, you create a framework for your day that supports your goals and helps you make the most of your time. The Stoics also emphasize the importance of reflection in time management. Reflection allows you to step back and assess how you're spending your time, to identify what's working and what's not, and to make adjustments as needed. This might involve taking a few minutes at the end of each day to reflect on what you accomplished, or setting aside time each week to review your progress and plan for the week ahead. This practice of reflection helps you to stay aligned with your values and goals, and to continually improve your time management skills. Incorporating Stoic principles into your time management also involves embracing the concept of acceptance. The Stoics teach us that not everything will go according to plan, and that sometimes circumstances will force us to adjust our schedule or priorities. By accepting these changes with grace and equanimity, you can maintain your inner peace and continue to make the most of your time, no matter what life throws your way. This acceptance is closely tied to the Stoic principle of focusing on what is within your control. The Stoics remind us that while we cannot control the external events of our lives, we can control how we respond to them. By focusing on what you can control, your actions, your choices, and your attitude, you can navigate challenges with resilience and grace. This focus on what is within your control is a powerful way to apply Stoic principles to your time management, helping you to stay calm and focused, even in the face of unexpected challenges. Another important aspect of Stoic time management is the practice of gratitude. The Stoics remind us to appreciate the time we have, to recognize it as a gift, and to use it wisely. This gratitude for time encourages us to make the most of each day, to prioritize what truly matters, and to let go of the distractions and superficialities that often consume our lives. By cultivating gratitude for time, you can create a mindset that supports effective time management and a life that is rich in meaning and purpose. Gratitude for time also involves recognizing the impermanence of life. The Stoics teach us that life is short and that our time on earth is limited. This awareness of impermanence encourages us to live each day with intention and purpose, to make the most of the time we have, and to ensure that our actions reflect our highest values and aspirations. By embracing this awareness of impermanence, you can create a life that is rich in meaning, purpose, and fulfillment. Incorporating Stoic principles into your time management also involves embracing simplicity. The Stoics remind us that a simple life is a well-lived life, and that by focusing on what is essential, we can create a life that is rich in meaning and purpose. This simplicity extends to how we manage our time, encouraging us to let go of the unnecessary and to focus on what truly matters. By simplifying your life, you can free up time and energy to devote to the things that are most important to you, whether it's pursuing your passions, spending time with loved ones, or simply enjoying the present moment. The practice of Stoic time management also involves a deep commitment to self-improvement. The Stoics teach us that life is a continuous journey of growth and development, and that by continually striving to improve ourselves, we can create a life that is rich in meaning and purpose. This commitment to self-improvement extends to how we manage our time, encouraging us to continually refine our time management skills, to learn from our experiences, and to make the most of each day. Incorporating Stoic principles into your time management also involves embracing the concept of community. The Stoics remind us that we are not isolated individuals, but part of a larger community, and that our actions have an impact on others. This awareness of community encourages us to use our time in ways that benefit not only ourselves, but others as well. By incorporating this awareness into your time management, you can create a life that is not only productive, but also contributes positively to the lives of others. As you continue on this journey, remember that Stoic time management is not about achieving perfection, but about making progress. It's about being kind to yourself when things don't go as planned, and about celebrating your successes, no matter how small. By approaching each day with intention, focus, and reflection, you can gradually build the habits and practices that will allow you to master your time, and in doing so, to master your life. Through the practice of Stoic time management, you can create a life that is rich in meaning, purpose, and fulfillment. You can make the most of the time you have, prioritize what truly matters, and let go of the distractions and superficialities that often consume our lives. By embracing these principles, you can create a life that is not only productive, but deeply fulfilling. A life where your time is spent in ways that reflect your highest values and aspirations. Having explored the powerful impact of managing time with intention and clarity, you've begun to see how aligning your actions with Stoic principles can transform the quality of your life. But even as you diligently manage your time and focus on what truly matters, there is another crucial aspect of Stoic wisdom that can bring you deeper peace and resilience: the art of letting go. Imagine how liberating it would be to free yourself from the constant worry, the need for control, and the weight of things that are beyond your influence. This is where the Stoic philosophy offers a profound lesson: how to release what you cannot control and find serenity in the face of life's uncertainties. In a world that often encourages us to take charge, to control every aspect of our lives, and to strive relentlessly for success, the idea of letting go can feel counterintuitive, even unsettling. Yet, the Stoics understood that true strength lies not in trying to control everything, but in recognizing the limits of your power and focusing instead on what you can influence. Letting go isn't about giving up. It's about freeing yourself from the emotional turmoil that comes from clinging to things that are outside your control. It's about finding peace in the acceptance of life's impermanence and uncertainty. Consider the moments in your life when you felt overwhelmed by the need to control outcomes, when anxiety has taken hold because things didn't go as planned, or when you've been frustrated by the actions of others. What if, instead of resisting these uncontrollable forces, you could release them? What if you could shift your focus to what truly matters, your own thoughts, actions, and responses? This is the essence of the Stoic art of letting go, finding freedom and inner peace by relinquishing the need to control the uncontrollable. Letting go is not about passivity or resignation. It's an active choice to live with wisdom and intention. It's about understanding the difference between what you can change and what you must accept, and channeling your energy toward what you can influence. This practice of letting go allows you to navigate life's challenges with grace, to remain calm in the face of adversity, and to find joy and contentment in the present moment, regardless of external circumstances. In relationships, the art of letting go can be transformative. Often, we try to change others, to mold them into our expectations, or to control how they feel or behave. This desire for control can lead to tension, conflict, and disappointment. But when you practice letting go, you allow others to be who they are, accepting them without trying to impose your will. This acceptance can lead to deeper, more authentic connections and a sense of peace that comes from knowing you are not responsible for the actions or feelings of others. In your personal and professional life, letting go means releasing the need to control outcomes. Whether it's a project at work, a personal goal, or a life event, there are always elements that are beyond your control: other people's decisions, unforeseen challenges, or the timing of events. By letting go of the need to control these factors, you can focus on what you can do, your efforts, your attitude, and your resilience. This shift in focus not only reduces stress and anxiety, but also empowers you to act with greater clarity and purpose. The Stoic art of letting go also applies to the past. So often, we hold on to regrets, mistakes, and grievances, allowing them to weigh us down and cloud our present experience. But the past is beyond our control. It cannot be changed or undone. The Stoics teach us to release these burdens, to learn from them, and then to let them go. By doing so, you free yourself from the chains of the past and open up space for growth, joy, and new possibilities in the present. Letting go is also about releasing the fear of the future. The Stoics remind us that much of our anxiety stems from worrying about what might happen, events that are often beyond our control. By letting go of these fears, you can focus on the present moment, where your power truly lies. This doesn't mean ignoring the future or failing to plan, but rather approaching the future with a sense of calm and acceptance, knowing that you can handle whatever comes your way. In the practice of letting go, you also learn to release attachment to material possessions, status, and external validation. The Stoics recognized that true contentment comes not from what we own or how others perceive us, but from within. By letting go of the need for external approval and material wealth, you can find a deeper sense of fulfillment and peace, grounded in your own values and virtues. This shift in perspective allows you to live with greater freedom and authenticity, unburdened by the pursuit of things that ultimately do not bring lasting happiness. Letting go is a process, one that requires patience, practice, and self-awareness. It's about continually reminding yourself of what is within your control and what is not, and making the conscious choice to release the latter. Over time, this practice can become a natural part of your life, helping you to navigate challenges with greater ease, to maintain your inner peace, and to live with a sense of serenity and joy, no matter what life brings. As you explore the Stoic art of letting go, you will discover that it is not just a way to manage stress or reduce anxiety, but a profound shift in how you experience life. By releasing what you cannot control, you open yourself up to new possibilities, to greater resilience, and to a deeper sense of peace. You learn to live in harmony with the flow of life, accepting its impermanence and uncertainty with grace and equanimity. This practice of letting go can also deepen your connection to others, as it allows you to approach relationships with a spirit of acceptance and understanding rather than control or expectation. It can enhance your professional life as you focus on what you can contribute rather than worrying about outcomes that are beyond your influence. And it can bring you a sense of freedom and liberation as you release the burdens of the past, the fears of the future, and the need for external validation. Incorporating the Stoic art of letting go into your daily life is not always easy, but it is a practice that can bring profound benefits. It requires mindfulness, self-reflection, and a commitment to living with intention and wisdom. But as you continue to practice, you will find that letting go becomes a source of strength, resilience, and peace. A way of living that allows you to navigate life's challenges with grace, to find joy in the present moment, and to create a life that is rich in meaning and fulfillment. Imagine the freedom that comes from letting go of what you cannot control, from releasing the need to fix, change, or perfect every aspect of your life. Imagine the peace that comes from accepting life as it is, with all its imperfections and uncertainties. This is the promise of the Stoic art of letting go, a life lived with wisdom, grace, and serenity, where you are free to focus on what truly matters and to let go of the rest. As you embark on this journey of letting go, remember that it is not about abandoning your goals, your values, or your desires, but about aligning them with the realities of life. It's about finding the balance between effort and acceptance, between striving and surrender, and between action and letting go. Through this balance, you can create a life that is both purposeful and peaceful, where you are fully engaged in the present moment, yet free from the burdens of control, worry, and attachment. The Stoic art of letting go is a lifelong practice, one that deepens with time and experience. It's about learning to trust the flow of life, to accept what is, and to release what you cannot change. By embracing this practice, you can create a life that is rich in meaning, purpose, and joy. A life where you are free to be fully yourself, to live in harmony with the world around you, and to find peace in the midst of life's inevitable challenges. In order to truly understand the Stoic art of letting go, it's important to delve deeper into the teachings of the Stoics, particularly the wisdom of Epictitus, Marcus Aurelius, and Seneca. These Stoic philosophers provided timeless insights into how to release attachment, embrace impermanence, and focus on what truly matters. Epictitus, a former slave-turned-Stoic philosopher, emphasized the importance of recognizing what is within our control and what is not. He taught that we should focus our energy on our own thoughts, actions, and attitudes, rather than trying to control external events or other people's behavior. Epictetus famously said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This quote encapsulates the essence of letting go, understanding that while we cannot control the events of our lives, we can control how we respond to them. By focusing on our responses rather than the events themselves, we free ourselves from the need to control the uncontrollable and find peace in the present moment. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, also offered profound insights into the art of letting go. In his personal writings, known as Meditations, Marcus Aurelius frequently reflected on the impermanence of life and the importance of accepting the natural course of events. He wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Marcus Aurelius understood that the key to inner strength and peace lies in our ability to accept what is, rather than resisting or trying to change it. His writings encourage us to embrace the flow of life, to accept the inevitability of change, and to let go of our attachment to specific outcomes. Seneca, another prominent Stoic philosopher, also emphasized the importance of letting go in his writings. In his letters to Lucilius, Seneca often discussed the value of detachment and the need to release our attachment to material possessions, social status, and even life itself. Seneca believed that by letting go of our attachment to external things, we could cultivate a sense of inner freedom and peace. He wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." This insight reminds us that much of our suffering comes from our own minds, from our attachment to things we cannot control, and our resistance to accepting life as it is. The teachings of these Stoic philosophers provide a roadmap for practicing the art of letting go in our own lives. By following their wisdom, we can learn to release our attachment to external things, embrace the impermanence of life, and focus on what truly matters, our own thoughts, actions, and responses. One practical way to incorporate the Stoic art of letting go into your daily life is through the practice of mindfulness. Mindfulness involves being fully present in the moment, without judgment or attachment. By practicing mindfulness, you can cultivate a greater awareness of your thoughts and emotions and learn to observe them without becoming attached or reactive. This practice can help you to let go of negative thoughts, worries, and fears, and to focus on the present moment with a sense of calm and acceptance. Another practical way to practice letting go is through the use of Stoic exercises, such as negative visualization and the premeditation of evils. Negative visualization involves imagining the loss of the things you value, your loved ones, your health, your possessions, in order to appreciate them more fully and to prepare yourself for the possibility of losing them. This exercise helps to reduce attachment and to cultivate a sense of gratitude for what you have, while also preparing you for the inevitable changes and losses that life brings. The premeditation of evils, another Stoic exercise, involves anticipating the challenges and difficulties you may face in the future in order to prepare yourself mentally and emotionally for them. By imagining the worst-case scenarios and how you would respond to them, you can cultivate a sense of resilience and readiness while also letting go of the fear of the unknown. This exercise helps to reduce anxiety and to build confidence in your ability to handle whatever life throws your way. In addition to these Stoic exercises, another important aspect of letting go is the practice of acceptance. Acceptance involves acknowledging and embracing the reality of the present moment without trying to change it or resist it. This doesn't mean that you passively accept everything that happens in your life, but rather that you accept what is, while focusing on what you can change. By practicing acceptance, you can reduce the stress and frustration that comes from trying to control the uncontrollable and instead focus your energy on what you can do to improve your situation. Acceptance also involves letting go of the need for approval or validation from others. The Stoics understood that true contentment comes from within, not from external sources. By letting go of the need for others' approval, you can cultivate a sense of self-worth and confidence that is independent of others' opinions. This practice allows you to live more authentically, true to your own values and beliefs, without being swayed by the judgments or expectations of others. Letting go also requires the practice of forgiveness, both of others and of yourself. Holding on to grudges, resentment, or guilt can weigh you down and prevent you from moving forward in life. By practicing forgiveness, you can release these negative emotions and free yourself from the burden of the past. Forgiveness doesn't mean condoning or excusing harmful behavior, but rather it means letting go of the anger and bitterness that keep you trapped in the past. By forgiving others and yourself, you can create space for healing, growth, and new possibilities. Another important aspect of letting go is the practice of detachment. Detachment involves letting go of your attachment to specific outcomes, desires, or expectations. This doesn't mean that you stop caring or striving for your goals, but rather that you release your need for things to turn out a certain way. By practicing detachment, you can reduce the stress and anxiety that come from trying to control the future, and instead focus on doing your best in the present moment. Detachment allows you to approach life with a sense of openness and flexibility, ready to adapt to whatever comes your way. Detachment also involves letting go of your attachment to material possessions and external achievements. The Stoics understood that true happiness and contentment come from within, not from external sources. By letting go of the need for material wealth, social status, or external success, you can cultivate a sense of inner peace and fulfillment that is independent of your circumstances. This doesn't mean that you stop pursuing your goals or striving for success, but rather that you recognize that these things do not define your worth or your happiness. Another key aspect of letting go is the practice of gratitude. Gratitude involves focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, and appreciating the present moment rather than longing for the past or worrying about the future. By practicing gratitude, you can shift your focus from what is missing in your life to what is already present and cultivate a sense of contentment and joy. Gratitude helps you to let go of the need for more and to appreciate the richness of the life you already have. The practice of letting go also involves embracing the impermanence of life. The Stoics understood that everything in life is temporary: our possessions, our relationships, our health, even our lives themselves. By embracing this impermanence, you can reduce your attachment to things that are ultimately beyond your control and find peace in the acceptance of life's natural cycles of change and loss. This doesn't mean that you become indifferent or detached from life, but rather that you learn to appreciate the present moment, knowing that it is fleeting and precious. Letting go also requires the practice of patience. Patience involves accepting that things may not happen according to your timeline or expectations, and being willing to wait for the natural unfolding of events. By practicing patience, you can reduce the frustration and anxiety that come from trying to force or rush things, and instead allow life to unfold at its own pace. Patience allows you to trust in the process of life and to find peace in the present moment, even when things are not going according to plan. Another important aspect of letting go is the practice of self-compassion. Self-compassion involves being kind and understanding toward yourself, rather than being critical or judgmental. By practicing self-compassion, you can let go of the harsh self-criticism and perfectionism that often keep you trapped in a cycle of stress and dissatisfaction. Self-compassion allows you to embrace your imperfections and mistakes, and to treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer to a friend. Finally, the practice of letting go involves cultivating a sense of trust. Trust in yourself, trust in others, and trust in the natural flow of life. The Stoics understood that life is unpredictable and often beyond our control, but they also believed in the inherent wisdom and order of the universe. By cultivating a sense of trust, you can let go of the need to control every aspect of your life, and instead trust that things will unfold as they are meant to. This trust allows you to approach life with a sense of calm and confidence, knowing that you have the inner resources to handle whatever comes your way. The Stoic art of letting go is a profound practice that can bring greater peace, resilience, and fulfillment to your life. By letting go of what you cannot control, you free yourself from the stress, anxiety, and frustration that come from trying to manage the uncontrollable aspects of life. Instead, you can focus on what truly matters, your own thoughts, actions, and responses, and cultivate a sense of inner peace and contentment that is independent of external circumstances. The Stoic art of letting go is not about giving up or resigning yourself to fate, but about living with intention, wisdom, and grace. It's about finding the balance between effort and acceptance, between striving and surrender, and between action and letting go. Through this balance, you can create a life that is both purposeful and peaceful, where you are fully engaged in the present moment, yet free from the burdens of control, worry, and attachment. As you continue to explore and practice the Stoic art of letting go, remember that it is a lifelong journey, one that deepens with time and experience. It's about learning to trust the flow of life, to accept what is, and to release what you cannot change. By embracing this practice, you can create a life that is rich in meaning, purpose, and joy. A life where you are free to be fully yourself, to live in harmony with the world around you, and to find peace in the midst of life's inevitable challenges. So, as you move forward on your Stoic journey, take with you the wisdom of Epictitus, Marcus Aurelius, and Seneca, who remind us that the key to a fulfilling life lies not in controlling every aspect of our existence, but in letting go of what we cannot control and focusing on what truly matters. Through the practice of letting go, you can cultivate a sense of inner freedom, resilience, and peace that will carry you through the ups and downs of life with grace and equanimity. Letting go is not about abandoning your dreams, goals, or values, but about aligning them with the realities of life. It's about finding the strength to release what is beyond your control and the wisdom to focus on what is within your power. By embracing the Stoic art of letting go, you can create a life that is both fulfilling and serene, a life where you are free to live with purpose, passion, and peace. As we've explored the liberating practice of letting go, releasing what you cannot control, and finding peace in acceptance, You may have begun to notice how this philosophy can transform not just your inner world, but your relationships as well. Yet, the next step on this Stoic journey invites you to navigate a delicate balance. How do you form deep, meaningful connections with others while maintaining the Stoic detachment that preserves your inner peace? It's a question that goes to the heart of our human experience, touching on our deepest desires for connection and the fears that often accompany them. We all crave closeness, the warmth of being understood, and the comfort of knowing we matter to others. But what happens when these desires lead to attachment, to the kind of dependency that leaves us vulnerable to pain, disappointment, and even heartbreak? The Stoics offer us a way to cultivate relationships that are rich, fulfilling, and deeply connected, yet free from the chains of unhealthy attachment. It's a path that requires both courage and wisdom, teaching us to love fully while holding on to the independence of our own minds and spirits. Imagine what it would feel like to connect with others from a place of genuine care, without the fear of losing yourself in the process. To give your love and support freely, without the anxiety of needing something in return. To enjoy the company of those you cherish, while still being rooted in your own sense of self. This is the essence of building Stoic relationships, forming bonds that are strong and meaningful, yet not weighed down by the need for control, approval, or attachment. It might seem paradoxical at first. How can you care deeply for someone without becoming attached? How can you love without clinging? The Stoics understood that true connection does not require possession or control. Instead, it flourishes in an environment of mutual respect, understanding, and a shared commitment to growth. By practicing detachment, you don't distance yourself from others. Rather, you create the space needed for genuine connection, free from the distortions of neediness or fear. Consider the moments in your life when relationships have brought you both joy and pain. Perhaps you've felt the sting of disappointment when someone didn't meet your expectations, or the anxiety of worrying about losing someone you care about. What if you could approach these relationships with a mindset of Stoic detachment, valuing the connection for what it is, rather than trying to mold it into what you think it should be? By embracing this perspective, you can build relationships that are resilient, supportive, and grounded in the reality of who you both are, rather than the fantasy of who you wish the other person could be. Building Stoic relationships means learning to love others as they are, without trying to change or control them. It means recognizing that each person is on their own journey, with their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences that are beyond your control. This understanding fosters a deep sense of respect for the individuality of others and allows you to support their growth and happiness without becoming entangled in the need to direct their lives. In romantic relationships, this approach can be particularly powerful. Romantic love often carries the potential for deep attachment, and with it, the risk of emotional turbulence. By practicing Stoic detachment, you can love your partner fully while also recognizing that their thoughts, feelings, and actions are their own. This doesn't mean you care less. It means you love in a way that respects both their autonomy and your own. It allows you to support each other's growth without the pressure to fulfill every need or expectation. Friendships, too, benefit from the Stoic approach. Friendships can be some of the most rewarding and supportive relationships in our lives, but they can also be sources of conflict or disappointment if expectations and attachments become too rigid. By cultivating detachment, you can enjoy your friends for who they are, without the need for them to conform to your ideals or to always be available on your terms. This creates a more relaxed, accepting atmosphere where both you and your friends can thrive. In family relationships, where ties can run deep and emotions can be intense, the practice of Stoic detachment offers a way to maintain harmony and balance. Families often come with expectations, obligations, and a sense of duty that can sometimes feel overwhelming. By embracing detachment, you can fulfill your responsibilities with love and care without losing yourself in the process. You can offer support without feeling the need to control or fix every problem, and you can love your family members without being consumed by their struggles or demands. The workplace, too, is an arena where Stoic relationships can flourish. Professional relationships are often fraught with competition, misunderstandings, and the pressure to perform. By practicing Stoic detachment, you can engage with your colleagues in a way that is respectful, collaborative, and grounded in mutual respect, without getting caught up in office politics or the need for constant validation. This approach not only enhances your professional relationships, but also helps you maintain your focus and integrity in a challenging environment. The practice of Stoic detachment in relationships also involves letting go of the need for approval or validation from others. The Stoics taught that true contentment comes from within, not from external sources. By letting go of the need for others' approval, you can interact with others from a place of authenticity and confidence rather than insecurity or neediness. This creates relationships that are more genuine, where you can be yourself without the pressure to please or conform. Detachment also involves embracing the impermanence of relationships. The Stoics understood that all things in life are temporary, including relationships. By accepting this impermanence, you can appreciate your relationships for what they are without the fear of losing them. This doesn't mean you care less or that you don't invest in your relationships, but rather that you approach them with a sense of presence and appreciation, knowing that they are part of the natural flow of life. Incorporating Stoic principles into your relationships also involves practicing empathy and compassion. While Stoic detachment encourages you to let go of attachment, it doesn't mean becoming indifferent or uncaring. On the contrary, the Stoics believed in the importance of understanding and caring for others. By practicing empathy, you can connect with others on a deeper level, recognizing their humanity and sharing in their experiences without becoming attached to the outcomes. Another key aspect of building Stoic relationships is the practice of effective communication. Stoic communication involves being clear, honest, and respectful in your interactions with others. It means expressing your thoughts and feelings without the need to manipulate or control the conversation. By communicating in a way that is open and authentic, you can build trust and understanding in your relationships, while also maintaining your own boundaries and integrity. Stoic relationships are also grounded in the practice of mutual respect. Respect involves recognizing and honoring the autonomy of others, as well as your own. It means valuing the individuality and uniqueness of each person without trying to impose your will or expectations on them. By practicing respect, you can create relationships that are based on equality, trust, and a shared commitment to each other's well-being. The practice of Stoic detachment in relationships also involves setting healthy boundaries. Boundaries are essential for maintaining your own well-being, while also respecting the needs and autonomy of others. By setting clear and healthy boundaries, you can protect yourself from becoming overly involved in others' lives or from taking on responsibilities that are not yours. This allows you to maintain your own sense of self while still being there for others in a supportive and caring way. Another important aspect of building Stoic relationships is the practice of forgiveness. Forgiveness involves letting go of grudges, resentment, or anger toward others, and instead choosing to move forward with compassion and understanding. By practicing forgiveness, you can release the negative emotions that can weigh down your relationships and create space for healing and growth. This doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior, but rather letting go of the need to hold on to the past and choosing to approach others with a sense of grace and compassion. Building Stoic relationships also requires the practice of self-awareness. Self-awareness involves being mindful of your own thoughts, feelings, and actions, and understanding how they impact your relationships. By cultivating self-awareness, you can recognize when you are becoming attached, when you are placing unrealistic expectations on others, or when you are allowing your own insecurities to affect your relationships. This awareness allows you to make conscious choices in your interactions with others and to approach your relationships with greater wisdom and clarity. Another key element of Stoic relationships is the practice of gratitude. Gratitude involves appreciating the people in your life and recognizing the positive aspects of your relationships. By practicing gratitude, you can shift your focus from what is lacking or what you wish were different to what is already good and meaningful in your relationships. This practice helps to strengthen your connections with others and to cultivate a sense of contentment and appreciation in your relationships. The practice of Stoic detachment in relationships also involves embracing the concept of amor fati, or the love of fate. Amor fati means accepting and embracing whatever happens in your life, including in your relationships, with grace and equanimity. By practicing amor fati, you can let go of the need to control or direct the course of your relationships, and instead trust that things will unfold as they are meant to. This acceptance allows you to approach your relationships with a sense of calm and confidence, knowing that you can handle whatever comes your way. Another important aspect of building Stoic relationships is the practice of compassion. Compassion involves understanding and caring for others, even in the face of their flaws or mistakes. By practicing compassion, you can connect with others on a deeper level, recognizing their humanity and sharing in their experiences without becoming attached to the outcomes. This practice helps to strengthen your relationships and to create a sense of mutual support and understanding. Building Stoic relationships also requires the practice of patience. Patience involves accepting that relationships may not always progress or unfold according to your timeline or expectations. By practicing patience, you can reduce the frustration and anxiety that come from trying to force or rush relationships, and instead allow them to develop naturally at their own pace. This patience allows you to trust in the process of your relationships and to find peace in the present moment, even when things are not going according to plan. Another key element of Stoic relationships is the practice of acceptance. Acceptance involves acknowledging and embracing the reality of your relationships without trying to change or resist it. This doesn't mean that you passively accept harmful behavior or unhealthy dynamics, but rather that you accept what is, while focusing on what you can change. By practicing acceptance, you can reduce the stress and frustration that come from trying to control or fix your relationships, and instead focus your energy on what you can do to improve them. The practice of Stoic detachment in relationships also involves letting go of the need for perfection. The Stoics understood that perfection is an illusion, and that all human beings, including ourselves, are flawed and imperfect. By letting go of the need for perfection in yourself and others, you can approach your relationships with greater acceptance and compassion and create space for growth and learning. This practice allows you to build relationships that are based on authenticity rather than on unrealistic expectations or ideals. Building Stoic relationships also requires the practice of humility. Humility involves recognizing and accepting your own limitations, as well as the limitations of others. By practicing humility, you can approach your relationships with a sense of openness and curiosity, rather than with a need to control or dominate. This humility allows you to learn from others, to appreciate their unique perspectives and experiences, and to build relationships that are based on mutual respect and understanding. Another important aspect of Stoic relationships is the practice of resilience. Resilience involves the ability to bounce back from challenges, setbacks, or difficulties in your relationships. By practicing resilience, you can approach your relationships with a sense of strength and determination, knowing that you can handle whatever comes your way. This resilience allows you to navigate the ups and downs of your relationships with grace and confidence, and to build relationships that are strong and enduring. The practice of Stoic detachment in relationships also involves cultivating a sense of independence. Independence involves maintaining your own sense of self and identity, even within the context of your relationships. By cultivating independence, you can build relationships that are based on mutual respect and support, rather than on dependency or neediness. This independence allows you to connect with others from a place of strength and confidence, rather than from a place of insecurity or fear. Building Stoic relationships also requires the practice of empathy. Empathy involves understanding and sharing the feelings of others, and approaching your relationships with a sense of compassion and understanding. By practicing empathy, you can connect with others on a deeper level, recognizing their humanity and sharing in their experiences. This empathy allows you to build relationships that are based on mutual support and understanding, and to approach your relationships with a sense of kindness and care. Another key element of Stoic relationships is the practice of trust. Trust involves believing in the integrity and reliability of others, as well as in your own ability to navigate your relationships. By practicing trust, you can build relationships that are based on mutual respect and confidence, rather than on suspicion or control. This trust allows you to approach your relationships with a sense of openness and vulnerability, knowing that you have the strength and resilience to handle whatever comes your way. The practice of Stoic detachment in relationships also involves letting go of the need for approval or validation from others. The Stoics taught that true contentment comes from within, not from external sources. By letting go of the need for others' approval, you can interact with others from a place of authenticity and confidence, rather than insecurity or neediness. This creates relationships that are more genuine, where you can be yourself without the pressure to please or conform. Detachment also involves embracing the impermanence of relationships. The Stoics understood that all things in life are temporary, including relationships. By accepting this impermanence, you can appreciate your relationships for what they are, without the fear of losing them. This doesn't mean you care less, or that you don't invest in your relationships, but rather that you approach them with a sense of presence and appreciation, knowing that they are part of the natural flow of life. Incorporating Stoic principles into your relationships also involves practicing empathy and compassion. While Stoic detachment encourages you to let go of attachment, it doesn't mean becoming indifferent or uncaring. On the contrary, the Stoics believed in the importance of understanding and caring for others. By practicing empathy, you can connect with others on a deeper level, recognizing their humanity and sharing in their experiences without becoming attached to the outcomes. Another key aspect of building Stoic relationships is the practice of effective communication. Stoic communication involves being clear, honest, and respectful in your interactions with others. It means expressing your thoughts and feelings without the need to manipulate or control the conversation. By communicating in a way that is open and authentic, you can build trust and understanding in your relationships, while also maintaining your own boundaries and integrity. Stoic relationships are also grounded in the practice of mutual respect. Respect involves recognizing and honoring the autonomy of others, as well as your own. It means valuing the individuality and uniqueness of each person without trying to impose your will or expectations on them. By practicing respect, you can create relationships that are based on equality, trust, and a shared commitment to each other's well-being. The practice of Stoic detachment in relationships also involves setting healthy boundaries. Boundaries are essential for maintaining your own well-being while also respecting the needs and autonomy of others. By setting clear and healthy boundaries, you can protect yourself from becoming overly involved in others' lives or from taking on responsibilities that are not yours. This allows you to maintain your own sense of self while still being there for others in a supportive and caring way. Another important aspect of building Stoic relationships is the practice of forgiveness. Forgiveness involves letting go of grudges, resentment, or anger toward others, and instead choosing to move forward with compassion and understanding. By practicing forgiveness, you can release the negative emotions that can weigh down your relationships and create space for healing and growth. This doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior, but rather letting go of the need to hold on to the past and choosing to approach others with a sense of grace and compassion. Building Stoic relationships also requires the practice of self-awareness. Self-awareness involves being mindful of your own thoughts, feelings, and actions, and understanding how they impact your relationships. By cultivating self-awareness, you can recognize when you are becoming attached, when you are placing unrealistic expectations on others, or when you are allowing your own insecurities to affect your relationships. This awareness allows you to make conscious choices in your interactions with others and to approach your relationships with greater wisdom and clarity. Another key element of Stoic relationships is the practice of gratitude. Gratitude involves appreciating the people in your life and recognizing the positive aspects of your relationships. By practicing gratitude, you can shift your focus from what is lacking or what you wish were different to what is already good and meaningful in your relationships. This practice helps to strengthen your connections with others and to cultivate a sense of contentment and appreciation in your relationships. The practice of Stoic detachment in relationships also involves embracing the concept of amor fati, or the love of fate. Amor fati means accepting and embracing whatever happens in your life, including in your relationships, with grace and equanimity. By practicing amor fati, you can let go of the need to control or direct the course of your relationships, and instead trust that things will unfold as they are meant to. This acceptance allows you to approach your relationships with a sense of calm and confidence, knowing that you can handle whatever comes your way. Another important aspect of building Stoic relationships is the practice of compassion. Compassion involves understanding and caring for others, even in the face of their flaws or mistakes. By practicing compassion, you can connect with others on a deeper level, recognizing their humanity and sharing in their experiences without becoming attached to the outcomes. This practice helps to strengthen your relationships and to create a sense of mutual support and understanding. Building Stoic relationships also requires the practice of patience. Patience involves accepting that relationships may not always progress or unfold according to your timeline or expectations. By practicing patience, you can reduce the frustration and anxiety that come from trying to force or rush relationships, and instead allow them to develop naturally at their own pace. This patience allows you to trust in the process of your relationships and to find peace in the present moment, even when things are not going according to plan. Another key element of Stoic relationships is the practice of acceptance. Acceptance involves acknowledging and embracing the reality of your relationships without trying to change or resist it. This doesn't mean that you passively accept harmful behavior or unhealthy dynamics, but rather that you accept what is, while focusing on what you can change. By practicing acceptance, you can reduce the stress and frustration that come from trying to control or fix your relationships, and instead focus your energy on what you can do to improve them. The practice of Stoic detachment in relationships also involves letting go of the need for perfection. The Stoics understood that perfection is an illusion and that all human beings, including ourselves, are flawed and imperfect. By letting go of the need for perfection in yourself and others, you can approach your relationships with greater acceptance and compassion and create space for growth and learning. This practice allows you to build relationships that are based on authenticity rather than on unrealistic expectations or ideals. Building Stoic relationships also requires the practice of humility. Humility involves recognizing and accepting your own limitations, as well as the limitations of others. By practicing humility, you can approach your relationships with a sense of openness and curiosity, rather than with a need to control or dominate. This humility allows you to learn from others, to appreciate their unique perspectives and experiences, and to build relationships that are based on mutual respect and understanding. Another important aspect of Stoic relationships is the practice of resilience. Resilience involves the ability to bounce back from challenges, setbacks, or difficulties in your relationships. By practicing resilience, you can approach your relationships with a sense of strength and determination, knowing that you can handle whatever comes your way. This resilience allows you to navigate the ups and downs of your relationships with grace and confidence, and to build relationships that are strong and enduring. The practice of Stoic detachment in relationships also involves cultivating a sense of independence. Independence involves maintaining your own sense of self and identity, even within the context of your relationships. By cultivating independence, you can build relationships that are based on mutual respect and support, rather than on dependency or neediness. This independence allows you to connect with others from a place of strength and confidence, rather than from a place of insecurity or fear. Building Stoic relationships also requires the practice of empathy. Empathy involves understanding and sharing the feelings of others, and approaching your relationships with a sense of compassion and understanding. By practicing empathy, you can connect with others on a deeper level, recognizing their humanity and sharing in their experiences. This empathy allows you to build relationships that are based on mutual support and understanding, and to approach your relationships with a sense of kindness and care. Another key element of Stoic relationships is the practice of trust. Trust involves believing in the integrity and reliability of others, as well as in your own ability to navigate your relationships. By practicing trust, you can build relationships that are based on mutual respect and confidence, rather than on suspicion or control. This trust allows you to approach your relationships with a sense of openness and vulnerability, knowing that you have the strength and resilience to handle whatever comes your way. By focusing on what you can control, your own actions, thoughts, and attitudes, you create a foundation of strength and clarity that allows you to build connections that are both meaningful and resilient. In these relationships, love and respect flow freely, unburdened by the weight of unrealistic expectations or the need for validation. By practicing Stoic detachment, you can love more deeply, connect more genuinely, and create relationships that are both fulfilling and enduring. Through this journey, you will discover that Stoic detachment doesn't distance you from others. It brings you closer, allowing you to connect from a place of wholeness and strength. By letting go of the need to control or cling, you open yourself up to the true beauty of connection, one that is free, authentic, and deeply fulfilling. This is the promise of Stoic relationships: to connect deeply without attachment, to love fully without losing yourself, and to build bonds that are rooted in mutual respect, understanding, and shared growth. As you've explored the principles of building Stoic relationships, forming deep connections while maintaining your sense of self, you've uncovered the profound balance that Stoicism offers in navigating human interactions. But relationships, no matter how well balanced, inevitably bring with them moments of stress, tension, and confusion. How do you stay grounded when emotions run high? How do you maintain clarity when the complexities of life cloud your mind? The answer lies in another cornerstone of Stoic practice: meditation. Not the kind that asks you to empty your mind, but a series of reflective practices that bring calmness and clarity, helping you to navigate life's challenges with a steady heart and a clear head. Imagine waking up each morning with a sense of inner peace, ready to face the day with calmness and purpose. Imagine carrying that peace with you, even in the midst of chaos, conflict, or uncertainty. This is not some unattainable ideal. It is the fruit of Stoic meditation, a practice that has guided countless individuals through the storms of life, offering them the clarity to see what truly matters and the calmness to respond with wisdom and grace. Stoic meditation is not about escaping the world or withdrawing into silence. It's about engaging with life more fully, armed with the tools to manage your thoughts, emotions, and reactions. It's about taking a moment to step back, to reflect, and to center yourself so that you can meet life's demands not with reactivity, but with intention and purpose. Whether you're dealing with a difficult conversation, making a tough decision, or simply trying to keep your mind focused amidst a flurry of distractions, Stoic meditation offers a way to regain your balance and keep your mind clear. These meditations are not reserved for moments of crisis. They are designed to be woven into the fabric of your daily life, providing a constant source of strength and clarity. Through these practices, you'll learn how to cultivate a state of calm that isn't shaken by external circumstances, how to see through the noise of the world to the heart of what matters, and how to approach each day with a sense of groundedness and peace. You might wonder, what exactly does Stoic meditation involve? Unlike other forms of meditation that might focus on emptying the mind or achieving a state of bliss, Stoic meditation is deeply practical. It's about reflecting on your thoughts, actions, and experiences in a way that brings you closer to the Stoic ideals of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. It's about questioning your assumptions, challenging your fears, and preparing yourself mentally and emotionally for whatever life may throw your way. Picture yourself at the end of a long day, feeling overwhelmed by the stresses and challenges you've faced. Instead of letting those feelings fester, you sit down to reflect. You consider what went well and what didn't. You acknowledge your emotions without letting them control you, and you remind yourself of what truly matters. This simple act of reflection can transform your state of mind, turning confusion into clarity and tension into tranquility. It's a powerful practice that not only calms the mind, but also sharpens it, allowing you to move forward with renewed focus and determination. But Stoic meditation isn't just for the end of the day. It can be a morning ritual that sets the tone for the hours ahead, a midday practice to recenter yourself, or a way to wind down in the evening. It's a flexible, adaptable tool that you can use whenever you need it, whether you're facing a major life decision or simply trying to navigate the small challenges of daily life. By incorporating these meditative practices into your routine, you can cultivate a state of mind that is calm, clear, and resilient, ready to meet the world with a steady heart and a focused mind. One of the most well-known Stoic meditations is the practice of negative visualization, also known as premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This exercise involves vividly imagining the loss of the things you cherish, your health, your loved ones, your possessions, or even your life. While this might sound unsettling, the purpose is not to dwell on morbid thoughts, but to prepare your mind for potential losses, and to cultivate a deep appreciation for what you currently have. By regularly practicing negative visualization, you develop resilience against potential misfortunes and strengthen your gratitude for the present. It's a way to confront your fears head-on and to reduce their power over you. This meditation reminds you that everything you have is temporary, which helps you appreciate your life more fully and lets go of the illusion of permanence. Another powerful Stoic meditation is the view from above, which involves imagining yourself from a high vantage point, perhaps from a mountaintop or even from space, looking down on your life and all its concerns. From this perspective, the problems that seem overwhelming when you're in the midst of them begin to appear much smaller and more manageable. This exercise helps you gain perspective, reminding you that your individual worries are just a small part of a much larger whole. The view from above allows you to see your life in the context of the broader universe, fostering a sense of humility and helping you to detach from the intense emotions that often accompany day-to-day challenges. It's a reminder that, in the grand scheme of things, most of our worries are insignificant, and this realization can bring immense calm and clarity. Mindful gratitude is another essential Stoic meditation practice. While gratitude might seem simple, the Stoics saw it as a profound tool for cultivating a resilient and contented mind. This meditation involves taking time each day to reflect on the things you are grateful for, both big and small. Whether it's the support of a friend, the warmth of the sun, or simply the fact that you're alive, practicing mindful gratitude shifts your focus away from what you lack and towards what you have. This not only fosters contentment, but also builds emotional resilience. Gratitude, in the Stoic sense, isn't just about acknowledging what's good in your life. It's about deeply appreciating it and recognizing that it's all temporary, which encourages you to savor it more fully while you have it. Another valuable practice is the evening reflection, or self-examination, a technique that Marcus Aurelius often employed. This involves taking a few moments at the end of each day to review your actions, thoughts, and emotions. Ask yourself, what did I do well today? Where did I fall short? How can I improve tomorrow? This reflective meditation is not about self-criticism, but about self-awareness and growth. It's a chance to learn from your day, to acknowledge your successes, and to identify areas where you can grow. By making this a regular practice, you develop greater self-understanding and cultivate the ability to respond to challenges with more wisdom and clarity. Voluntary discomfort is another Stoic meditation technique that involves intentionally putting yourself in situations that are mildly uncomfortable or challenging. This might mean taking a cold shower, fasting for a day, or sleeping on the floor instead of your bed. The purpose of this practice is to build mental and physical resilience by training yourself to endure discomfort without complaint. It's a way to prepare yourself for the inevitable hardships of life, making you more adaptable and less dependent on comfort. Voluntary discomfort also helps you appreciate the comforts you do have, fostering a greater sense of gratitude and contentment in your daily life. Another Stoic meditation technique is memento mori, the contemplation of death. Far from being morbid, this practice is intended to remind you of the finite nature of life, encouraging you to live more fully and intentionally. By regularly reflecting on your mortality, you are reminded that your time is limited and precious, which helps you to prioritize what truly matters and to let go of trivial concerns. Memento mori is a powerful tool for cultivating presence, focus, and a deep appreciation for the time you have. It helps you to live with greater intention, making the most of each moment and ensuring that your actions align with your deepest values. Amor fati, or the love of fate, is another Stoic meditation that involves embracing everything that happens in your life, both good and bad, as necessary and valuable. This practice encourages you to view every experience, no matter how challenging, as an opportunity for growth and learning. By cultivating amor fati, you develop a mindset that is open and accepting of whatever comes your way, reducing resistance and increasing resilience. This meditation helps you to let go of the desire to control or change the world around you, and instead to focus on how you can respond to life's events with wisdom and grace. It's about embracing your fate with love and gratitude, knowing that every experience is an essential part of your journey. Focus on the present is another key Stoic meditation, which involves training your mind to stay in the here and now, rather than dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. The Stoics understood that the present moment is the only time we truly have, and that most of our suffering comes from either regretting the past or fearing the future. This meditation involves regularly reminding yourself to stay present, to focus on the task at hand, and to fully engage with whatever you are doing. By cultivating this focus, you can reduce anxiety, increase your effectiveness, and find greater peace in your daily life. It's a practice that helps you to live more fully and intentionally, making the most of each moment as it arises. The dichotomy of control is a fundamental Stoic meditation that involves regularly reminding yourself of what is within your control and what is not. The Stoics taught that we should focus our energy on the things we can influence, our own thoughts, actions, and attitudes, while accepting the things that are beyond our control, such as other people's actions, external events, and outcomes. By practicing this meditation, you can reduce unnecessary stress and frustration, and instead direct your energy towards what you can change. This practice fosters a sense of calm and empowerment, helping you to navigate life's challenges with greater clarity and effectiveness. It's a reminder that while you cannot control everything, you can control how you respond, and that this response is where your true power lies. Finally, the practice of metta bhavana, or the cultivation of loving kindness, though not originally Stoic, aligns closely with Stoic values and can be incorporated into your meditation routine. This practice involves developing feelings of compassion and love towards yourself and others, including those with whom you have conflicts. By focusing on these positive emotions, you can reduce feelings of anger, resentment, and hostility, and instead cultivate a sense of peace, understanding, and connection. Metta bhavana encourages you to see the common humanity in everyone, fostering empathy and kindness in your interactions. This meditation helps to build stronger, more compassionate relationships, both with yourself and with others, and contributes to a sense of calmness and clarity in your daily life. Each of these Stoic meditations serves a specific purpose, helping you to cultivate calmness and clarity in different aspects of your life. By integrating these practices into your daily routine, you can develop a resilient, focused, and peaceful mind, capable of navigating life's challenges with wisdom and grace. Imagine beginning your day with a moment of gratitude, acknowledging the simple blessings in your life, and then moving into a brief reflection on what you can control. As you go through your day, you might pause to practice mindfulness, bringing your attention back to the present moment when you find your mind drifting towards worries about the future or regrets about the past. When faced with a difficult situation, you might take a moment to visualize the worst-case scenario, preparing your mind to accept whatever comes and reminding yourself that you have the strength to handle it. At the end of the day, you could spend a few minutes reflecting on your actions, considering what went well and what could be improved, and then let go of any lingering stress by practicing loving kindness towards yourself and others. These simple practices can be woven into the fabric of your daily life, providing you with a constant source of calmness and clarity no matter what challenges you face. They help to keep you grounded, focused, and resilient, enabling you to live each day with intention, wisdom, and peace. As you continue on your Stoic journey, these meditative practices will become an essential part of your toolkit, helping you to cultivate the qualities that define a Stoic mind: resilience in the face of adversity, clarity in the midst of confusion, and peace in the midst of chaos. By practicing these meditations regularly, you can build a strong, calm, and clear mind, capable of handling whatever life throws your way with grace and wisdom. Stoic meditation is not about achieving a state of perfect calm or complete clarity. It's about developing the tools and habits that allow you to navigate life's challenges with greater ease and effectiveness. It's about learning to see the world through the lens of Stoic wisdom, to approach each moment with a sense of calm and clarity, and to cultivate a state of inner peace that remains with you, no matter what challenges you face. As you integrate these meditative practices into your daily routine, you'll begin to notice a shift in your mindset and in how you respond to the world around you. You'll find that you're more grounded, more focused, and more at peace, even in the midst of life's inevitable challenges. You'll discover that, no matter what happens, you have the tools to remain calm, clear-headed, and resilient. These meditations are not just exercises. They are a way of life, a path to greater wisdom, resilience, and peace. They are a means of cultivating the calmness and clarity that are essential for living a fulfilling and meaningful life. By practicing these meditations regularly, you'll develop the ability to navigate life's challenges with greater ease and grace, to stay focused on what truly matters, and to find peace in every moment. So, as you continue on your Stoic journey, embrace these meditative practices as a way to deepen your connection to the Stoic ideals, to cultivate a sense of calmness and clarity in your daily life, and to find peace and purpose in every moment. Through Stoic meditation, you'll discover the power of a calm and clear mind, the peace that comes from inner resilience, and the clarity that guides you through life's challenges with wisdom and grace. These meditations will become your anchor in the storm, your source of strength in difficult times, and your guide to living a life of wisdom, purpose, and peace. Through Stoic meditation, you can cultivate the qualities that define a Stoic mind: resilience in the face of adversity, clarity in the midst of confusion, and peace in the midst of chaos. These practices will help you to stay grounded in your values, to see through the distractions and noise of the world, and to approach each moment with a sense of calmness and clarity. Whether you're facing a major life challenge or simply navigating the everyday stresses of life, Stoic meditation will be your guide, helping you to find peace and purpose in every moment. As you continue to explore the principles of Stoicism, these meditative practices will become an essential part of your journey. They will help you to embody the Stoic ideals in your daily life, to navigate challenges with confidence, and to find peace and clarity in a world that often feels anything but peaceful. Through Stoic meditation, you can cultivate a mind that is as clear as it is calm, a heart that is as peaceful as it is courageous, and a life that is as purposeful as it is serene. Imagine the sense of empowerment that comes from knowing that, no matter what happens in your life, you have the tools to remain calm, centered, and clear-headed. Imagine approaching each day with a sense of confidence, knowing that you can handle whatever comes your way with grace and wisdom. This is the power of Stoic meditation, a practice that not only calms the mind, but also fortifies it, allowing you to live each day with intention, clarity, and peace. Through these meditations, you'll learn to cultivate the qualities that define a Stoic mind: resilience in the face of adversity, clarity in the midst of confusion, and peace in the midst of chaos. These practices will help you to stay grounded in your values, to see through the distractions and noise of the world, and to approach each moment with a sense of calmness and clarity. Whether you're facing a major life challenge or simply navigating the everyday stresses of life, Stoic meditation will be your guide, helping you to find peace and purpose in every moment. As you embark on this journey of Stoic meditation, remember that it is not about achieving perfection or reaching some ideal state of mind. It's about practicing, reflecting, and growing day by day, moment by moment. It's about learning to see the world through the lens of Stoic wisdom, to approach life with a calm and clear mind, and to cultivate a state of inner peace that remains with you, no matter what challenges you face. So, as you continue on your Stoic journey, embrace these meditative practices as a way to deepen your connection to the Stoic ideals, to cultivate a sense of calmness and clarity in your daily life, and to find peace and purpose in every moment. Through Stoic meditation, you'll discover the power of a calm and clear mind, the peace that comes from inner resilience, and the clarity that guides you through life's challenges with wisdom and grace. These meditations will become your anchor in the storm, your source of strength in difficult times, and your guide to living a life of wisdom, purpose, and peace. Through Stoic meditation, you can cultivate a mind that is as clear as it is calm, a heart that is as peaceful as it is courageous, and a life that is as purposeful as it is serene. Having explored the practice of Stoic meditation and its capacity to bring calmness and clarity to your daily life, you may have felt a deep sense of inner peace, a grounding in something more enduring than the fleeting circumstances around you. This state of mind is invaluable, especially in a world that often measures success by external achievements, by wealth, status, and the accumulation of material goods. But as you move forward, a crucial question arises. How do you navigate the pursuit of success and wealth without losing sight of your true self? How do you balance the drive for achievement with the Stoic principles that have anchored you? In our society, wealth and success are often held up as the ultimate goals, symbols of a life well lived. The pressure to succeed, to climb the ladder of prosperity, can be overwhelming, driving us to make sacrifices that, in hindsight, may seem all too costly. It's easy to lose yourself in the chase, to let your values slip, and to find that the very things you've worked so hard to gain have come at the expense of your peace of mind, your relationships, or your integrity. The Stoics offer a different perspective, a way to pursue success without losing your soul in the process. Imagine a life where you can strive for your goals, achieve financial security, and enjoy the fruits of your labor, all while maintaining your inner peace and staying true to your core values. Imagine being able to navigate the competitive world of business and finance with wisdom and grace, unshaken by the ups and downs of fortune, and free from the anxiety that so often accompanies the pursuit of wealth. This is not just a dream. It's a way of living that the Stoics believed was not only possible, but essential. The Stoic approach to wealth and success is not about rejecting material prosperity or shunning ambition. Rather, it's about understanding the true nature of wealth and ensuring that your pursuit of it aligns with your deeper values and purpose. It's about recognizing that while money and success can bring comfort and opportunity, they are not the ultimate sources of happiness or fulfillment. The Stoics teach us that real wealth is found in the contentment that comes from living in accordance with our principles, and that success is measured not by the size of our bank accounts, but by the strength of our character. Consider the times when you felt driven to succeed, perhaps at the expense of your health, your relationships, or your peace of mind. What if you could pursue your goals with the same energy and determination, but without the stress, anxiety, or fear of failure? What if you could build a life of prosperity and achievement while still maintaining the balance and serenity that Stoic practice has taught you? This is the promise of Stoicism in the pursuit of wealth, a path that allows you to achieve your external goals without sacrificing your internal peace. One of the key insights the Stoics offer is the distinction between what is in our control and what is not. Wealth, they remind us, is an external good. It can be pursued and enjoyed, but it is ultimately beyond our full control. Markets fluctuate, economies change, and fortunes can be made or lost in an instant. By recognizing this, the Stoics encourage us to focus on what we can control: our actions, our decisions, and our attitudes. In doing so, we can approach the pursuit of wealth with a sense of purpose and clarity, without becoming enslaved by it. The Stoics also warn against the dangers of attachment, particularly to material goods and external success. While it's natural to enjoy the comforts that wealth can bring, the Stoics remind us that true contentment comes from within, not from external sources. By cultivating a mindset of detachment, you can enjoy wealth without becoming attached to it, maintaining your inner peace regardless of whether you gain or lose material possessions. This detachment doesn't mean you care less about your success. Rather, it means you're not defined by it, and you don't allow it to dictate your sense of self-worth. Imagine approaching your career and financial goals with a sense of calm confidence, free from the fear of failure or the anxiety of losing what you've gained. Imagine being able to make decisions based on your values rather than on the pressures of external expectations. This is the freedom that comes from practicing Stoicism in the pursuit of wealth, a freedom that allows you to achieve your goals without being consumed by them. The Stoics also emphasize the importance of living in accordance with nature, which means aligning your actions with your true purpose and the natural flow of life. In the context of wealth and success, this means ensuring that your pursuit of material goals is in harmony with your deeper values and aspirations. It means asking yourself, why do I want to achieve this? What is the purpose of my success? By reflecting on these questions, you can ensure that your pursuit of wealth is not just about accumulating more, but about building a life that is meaningful, fulfilling, and aligned with your core values. In practical terms, this might mean setting financial goals that are not just about maximizing wealth, but about creating the conditions for a life of balance, fulfillment, and purpose. It might involve making career choices that align with your values, even if they don't lead to the highest possible income. It might mean being generous with your wealth, using it to support causes that you care about, or to help others in need. By aligning your pursuit of wealth with your deeper values, you can achieve success that is not only financially rewarding, but also personally meaningful. The Stoics also teach us the value of temperance or moderation in the pursuit of wealth. While it's natural to want to succeed, the Stoics remind us that more is not always better. By practicing moderation, you can avoid the trap of endless striving and the stress that comes with it. Instead, you can enjoy the wealth you have without constantly feeling the need for more. This doesn't mean you stop pursuing your goals, but rather that you do so with a sense of balance, knowing when enough is enough and appreciating what you have. Another important aspect of Stoicism in the context of wealth is the practice of gratitude. The Stoics understood that true wealth is not about how much you have, but about how much you appreciate what you have. By practicing gratitude, you can shift your focus from what you lack to what you already have, fostering a sense of contentment and fulfillment. This gratitude not only enhances your well-being, but also makes you more resilient in the face of financial challenges, helping you to maintain your peace of mind even when times are tough. Gratitude also plays a key role in helping you maintain perspective on wealth. The Stoics remind us that money and material success are temporary and subject to change. By cultivating gratitude, you can appreciate the wealth you have without becoming overly attached to it. This perspective allows you to enjoy your success while remaining grounded, knowing that your true value lies not in your material possessions, but in your character and the way you live your life. The practice of gratitude also extends to your work and the opportunities it provides. Instead of viewing your career as a means to an end, simply a way to make money, the Stoics encourage you to see it as a valuable part of your life's journey. By appreciating the opportunities, challenges, and experiences that come with your work, you can find greater fulfillment in your career and approach it with a sense of purpose and meaning. Another Stoic principle that is particularly relevant to the pursuit of wealth is the concept of justice. The Stoics believed that true success is not just about personal gain, but about contributing to the greater good. This means conducting your business and financial affairs with integrity, fairness, and a sense of responsibility to others. It means ensuring that your pursuit of wealth does not come at the expense of others, and that you use your success to make a positive impact on the world. In practice, this might involve making ethical choices in your business dealings, treating your employees and colleagues with respect, and using your wealth to support causes that benefit others. It might mean being a responsible steward of your resources, ensuring that your success contributes to the well-being of your community and the environment. By aligning your pursuit of wealth with the principles of justice, you can achieve success that is not only financially rewarding, but also morally fulfilling. The Stoics also teach us the importance of resilience in the face of financial challenges. Wealth and success are often accompanied by risks, uncertainties, and setbacks. The Stoics remind us that these challenges are an inevitable part of life, and that true success lies not in avoiding them, but in how we respond to them. By cultivating resilience, you can navigate financial challenges with grace and determination, using them as opportunities for growth and learning. Resilience involves maintaining a sense of perspective in the face of setbacks, recognizing that they are temporary and that you have the strength to overcome them. It also involves staying focused on your long-term goals, even when the path is difficult, and not allowing short-term challenges to derail your progress. By practicing resilience, you can build a strong foundation for long-term success, one that is based on inner strength and determination rather than external circumstances. Another key aspect of Stoicism in the pursuit of wealth is the practice of humility. The Stoics remind us that success, while desirable, does not make us better or more valuable than others. By practicing humility, you can stay grounded and maintain a sense of perspective, recognizing that your wealth and success are not solely the result of your own efforts, but also the result of factors beyond your control. This humility allows you to approach your success with gratitude and a sense of responsibility, rather than arrogance or entitlement. Humility also involves recognizing that wealth and success are not the ultimate goals of life, but rather tools that can be used to create a meaningful and fulfilling life. By keeping this perspective, you can avoid the trap of becoming consumed by the pursuit of wealth and instead focus on what truly matters, living in accordance with your values, contributing to the well-being of others, and finding fulfillment in your relationships and personal growth. The Stoics also emphasize the importance of self-discipline in the pursuit of wealth. Self-discipline involves maintaining focus and control over your actions and decisions, even in the face of temptation or distraction. In the context of wealth, this might mean resisting the urge to spend extravagantly, to chase after quick gains, or to engage in unethical behavior in the pursuit of success. By practicing self-discipline, you can stay true to your values and make decisions that are aligned with your long-term goals, rather than being swayed by short-term temptations. Self-discipline also involves setting clear goals and priorities, and staying committed to them even when the path is challenging. This might mean making sacrifices in the short term in order to achieve your long-term goals, or staying focused on your work even when it's difficult or unglamorous. By cultivating self-discipline, you can build the habits and practices that are necessary for long-term success and ensure that your pursuit of wealth is guided by wisdom and intention rather than impulse or greed. Another important aspect of Stoicism in the pursuit of wealth is the practice of detachment from outcomes. The Stoics remind us that while we can control our actions and decisions, we cannot control the outcomes of those actions. By practicing detachment from outcomes, you can focus on doing your best in the present moment without becoming overly attached to the results. This detachment allows you to pursue your goals with determination and focus while maintaining a sense of inner peace and balance, regardless of the outcome. Detachment from outcomes also involves letting go of the fear of failure. The Stoics teach that failure is not something to be feared, but rather a natural part of the learning process. By letting go of the fear of failure, you can approach your goals with a sense of courage and resilience, knowing that setbacks and challenges are opportunities for growth and learning. This mindset allows you to pursue your goals with greater confidence and determination, without being paralyzed by the fear of what might go wrong. The Stoics also encourage us to practice generosity in the pursuit of wealth. Generosity involves using your resources to support others and to contribute to the greater good. By practicing generosity, you can create a sense of abundance in your life, knowing that your wealth is not just for your own benefit, but also for the benefit of others. This generosity can take many forms, from charitable giving to mentoring others, to simply being generous with your time and attention. By cultivating a spirit of generosity, you can create a sense of purpose and fulfillment in your pursuit of wealth, knowing that your success is making a positive impact on the world. Generosity also involves recognizing the interconnectedness of all people and understanding that your success is not solely your own, but is also the result of the support and contributions of others. By practicing generosity, you can build stronger relationships and create a sense of community and connection in your life. This generosity not only enhances your own well-being, but also contributes to the well-being of others, creating a positive cycle of giving and receiving. Another key aspect of Stoicism in the context of wealth is the practice of mindfulness. Mindfulness involves being fully present in the moment and paying attention to your thoughts, feelings, and actions. By practicing mindfulness, you can become more aware of your motivations and intentions in the pursuit of wealth and ensure that your actions are aligned with your values. This mindfulness also allows you to recognize when you are becoming attached to material success and to bring your focus back to what truly matters. Mindfulness also involves being aware of the impact of your actions on others and on the world around you. By practicing mindfulness, you can make more conscious and ethical decisions in the pursuit of wealth and ensure that your success contributes to the greater good. This mindfulness helps you to stay grounded and connected to your values, even in the midst of the pressures and challenges of the pursuit of wealth. The Stoics also teach us the importance of living with purpose in the pursuit of wealth. Purpose involves having a clear sense of direction and meaning in your life, and ensuring that your actions are aligned with that purpose. By living with purpose, you can pursue wealth in a way that is meaningful and fulfilling, rather than simply chasing after material success for its own sake. This sense of purpose also helps you to stay focused on what truly matters and to avoid getting caught up in the distractions and temptations of the pursuit of wealth. Purpose also involves recognizing that wealth is not an end in itself, but rather a means to an end, a tool that can be used to create a meaningful and fulfilling life. By keeping this perspective, you can ensure that your pursuit of wealth is guided by a sense of purpose and intention, rather than by a desire for more material possessions or status. This purpose helps you to stay grounded and focused on what truly matters, and to create a life that is rich in meaning and fulfillment. In conclusion, the Stoic approach to wealth and success is not about rejecting material prosperity or shunning ambition, but about pursuing these goals in a way that is aligned with your deeper values and purpose. By practicing detachment, gratitude, justice, resilience, humility, self-discipline, generosity, mindfulness and purpose, you can achieve success without losing your soul in the process. You can build a life of prosperity and achievement that is not only financially rewarding, but also personally meaningful and fulfilling. Through the practice of Stoicism, you can navigate the pursuit of wealth with wisdom and grace, ensuring that your success is not just about accumulating more, but about creating a life that is rich in meaning, purpose, and fulfillment. You can achieve your financial goals without sacrificing your inner peace, and you can enjoy the fruits of your labor without becoming attached to them. By integrating these Stoic principles into your pursuit of wealth, you can create a life that is not only successful, but also deeply rewarding and aligned with your true self. As you continue on your Stoic journey, remember that wealth and success are not the ultimate goals of life, but rather tools that can be used to create a meaningful and fulfilling life. By practicing Stoicism in the pursuit of wealth, you can achieve success without losing your soul and create a life that is both prosperous and purposeful, grounded in wisdom, integrity, and inner peace. Having explored how Stoicism can guide you in the pursuit of wealth and success without compromising your values, you've seen how the principles of detachment, gratitude, and purpose can bring balance and fulfillment to your life. But as you strive for success, whether in your career, relationships, or personal growth, one challenge is inevitable: criticism. No matter how carefully you live, how well you perform, or how kindly you treat others, there will always be those who offer negative feedback, often with the potential to sting. So, how do you remain unaffected by criticism while still growing and learning from it? How do you keep your peace and confidence intact when faced with harsh words or judgment? Criticism can be a double-edged sword. On one side, it has the potential to offer valuable insights, guiding us toward improvement and growth. On the other, it can wound, sowing seeds of doubt and insecurity that threaten to unravel our self-esteem and inner peace. In a world where feedback is omnipresent, from colleagues, friends, family, or even strangers on social media, the ability to handle criticism with grace and equanimity is an invaluable skill. The Stoics, with their emphasis on inner resilience and control over one's own mind, offer a powerful approach to dealing with criticism that can keep you grounded, confident, and unshaken. Imagine receiving a harsh critique, whether it's about your work, your choices, or even your character. Your initial reaction might be one of defensiveness, hurt, or anger. But what if, instead of reacting emotionally, you could pause, reflect, and respond from a place of wisdom and strength? What if you could sift through the criticism, take what is useful, and discard what is not, all without letting it disturb your peace of mind? This is the Stoic way of dealing with criticism, a method that helps you stay centered and unaffected while still allowing for personal growth. The Stoics teach us that the opinions of others are beyond our control and therefore should not dictate our happiness or sense of self-worth. By internalizing this principle, you can approach criticism with a sense of detachment, seeing it for what it is, someone else's perspective, not an absolute truth. This detachment doesn't mean ignoring feedback or dismissing it outright. Rather, it's about evaluating criticism objectively, without letting it impact your emotional state or sense of self. Consider the moments in your life when criticism has struck a nerve, when it has lingered in your thoughts, casting a shadow over your confidence. What if, instead of allowing those words to unsettle you, you could approach them with the calm, steady mindset of a Stoic? By mastering this approach, you can transform criticism from a source of distress into an opportunity for growth, all while maintaining your inner peace and integrity. The Stoics also emphasize the importance of self-awareness and understanding your own values. When you are clear about who you are, what you stand for, and where your strengths and weaknesses lie, criticism loses its power to shake you. You can evaluate feedback against your own standards rather than those imposed by others. If the criticism aligns with your values and highlights areas for improvement, you can accept it with humility and use it to grow. If it doesn't, you can let it go, knowing that it doesn't define you. Imagine the freedom that comes from not needing to defend yourself against every critical remark, from not being swayed by others' opinions of you. This is the kind of inner strength that Stoicism cultivates, a resilience that allows you to face criticism with calmness and clarity, and to respond in a way that is aligned with your values and goals. In dealing with criticism, the Stoics also remind us of the importance of perspective. Often, we take criticism too personally, seeing it as an attack on our very identity. But by stepping back and viewing the situation from a broader perspective, we can see that criticism is often more about the person giving it than about us. Their words may reflect their own fears, insecurities, or misunderstandings. By recognizing this, you can distance yourself from the emotional impact of their words and maintain your composure. Moreover, the Stoics encourage us to embrace criticism as an inevitable part of life, something that everyone faces, regardless of their actions or intentions. By accepting this reality, you can approach criticism with a sense of equanimity, knowing that it's simply a part of the human experience. This acceptance helps you to remain calm and focused, even in the face of harsh or unfair feedback. Imagine receiving a critique that, in the past, might have left you feeling defensive or hurt. Now, with the tools of Stoicism at your disposal, you can listen calmly, evaluate the feedback objectively, and decide how to respond, all without losing your sense of self or peace of mind. This is the power of Stoic resilience, a mindset that allows you to face criticism with confidence and clarity, and to emerge from it stronger and wiser. In your journey of self-improvement, criticism will always be a companion, sometimes a helpful guide, sometimes an unwelcome intruder. By mastering the Stoic approach to criticism, you can ensure that this companion does not derail you from your path, but instead helps you to grow and evolve. You can turn what might seem like a threat into an opportunity, and what might feel like an attack into a moment of learning and reflection. Through the principles of Stoicism, you can learn to view criticism not as a judgment of your worth, but as a tool for growth, a perspective that frees you from the emotional turmoil that often accompanies negative feedback. With this mindset, you can face criticism with courage, respond with wisdom, and continue on your path with your integrity and inner peace intact. One of the first steps in the Stoic approach to dealing with criticism is recognizing that criticism is an inevitable part of life. Whether you're a leader, an artist, a student, or simply someone navigating daily interactions, you will encounter criticism. The Stoics teach that it's not the criticism itself that matters, but how we respond to it. Epictitus, one of the most famous Stoic philosophers, reminds us that we cannot control others' opinions or actions, only our own responses. This fundamental Stoic idea is at the heart of handling criticism effectively. When you understand that criticism is unavoidable, you can begin to prepare for it mentally and emotionally. Instead of being caught off guard or feeling personally attacked, you can view criticism as a normal, even expected aspect of human interaction. This shift in mindset allows you to face criticism with a calm and collected demeanor, ready to evaluate it rationally rather than react emotionally. Another essential aspect of the Stoic approach to criticism is the concept of indifference or apatheia in the face of external events, including others' opinions. This doesn't mean being apathetic or uncaring, but rather maintaining a sense of inner tranquility regardless of external circumstances. When someone criticizes you, the Stoic practice of indifference helps you to remain unaffected emotionally, allowing you to assess the criticism logically and without bias. This practice of indifference is closely related to the Stoic idea of focusing on what is within your control. You cannot control what others think or say about you, but you can control how you perceive and react to their words. By cultivating a mindset of indifference, you create a mental buffer between yourself and the criticism, preventing it from disturbing your inner peace. The next step in dealing with criticism, according to Stoicism, is to evaluate the feedback objectively. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, often reflected on the importance of self-examination and self-awareness. He encouraged individuals to consider the source of the criticism, the intent behind it, and whether it aligns with their values and principles. By assessing criticism with a clear and rational mind, you can determine whether it is constructive and worth considering, or if it is baseless and can be disregarded. This objective evaluation involves asking yourself a few key questions. Is the criticism valid? Does it point out a genuine area for improvement? Is it delivered with the intention of helping me grow, or is it motivated by jealousy, anger, or misunderstanding? By answering these questions, you can decide whether to take the criticism to heart or to let it go. For example, if a colleague criticizes your work, take a moment to consider their feedback. Are they highlighting a mistake or an area where you can improve? If so, you can use this as an opportunity to learn and grow. On the other hand, if the criticism is vague, unfounded, or delivered in a harsh and unconstructive manner, it may be more reflective of the critic's own issues than of your performance. In such cases, you can choose to acknowledge the feedback without internalizing it, maintaining your focus and confidence. The Stoics also emphasize the importance of humility when dealing with criticism. While it is natural to feel defensive when criticized, humility allows you to accept that you are not perfect and that there is always room for improvement. By approaching criticism with humility, you can view it as a valuable tool for personal growth rather than as an attack on your character. Humility involves acknowledging that others may see things from a different perspective and that their feedback can provide insights that you may have overlooked. It means being open to learning from others, even when their criticism is difficult to hear. This openness to feedback is a sign of strength, not weakness, and it enables you to grow and improve continually. However, humility does not mean blindly accepting all criticism. It is important to strike a balance between being open to feedback and maintaining your self-confidence. By evaluating criticism objectively and with humility, you can take what is useful and discard the rest, without letting it undermine your sense of self-worth. Another important aspect of the Stoic approach to criticism is recognizing that criticism often says more about the critic than it does about you. People criticize for a variety of reasons, sometimes out of genuine concern, but other times out of envy, frustration, or a desire to assert their own superiority. By understanding the motivations behind criticism, you can gain a deeper perspective and avoid taking it personally. When someone criticizes you harshly or unfairly, it can be helpful to consider what might be driving their behavior. Are they projecting their own insecurities onto you? Are they trying to bring you down because they feel threatened by your success? By recognizing these underlying motivations, you can distance yourself from the criticism and maintain your emotional balance. This does not mean that you should dismiss all criticism as baseless, but rather that you should consider the context and the source before allowing it to affect you. By understanding the potential biases and motivations of the critic, you can make a more informed decision about how to respond. The Stoics also encourage us to practice forgiveness and compassion, both towards ourselves and towards those who criticize us. When you are criticized, it is easy to become defensive or resentful, but these emotions only serve to increase your own suffering. By practicing forgiveness, you can let go of any negative emotions that arise from the criticism and maintain your inner peace. Forgiveness involves recognizing that everyone makes mistakes, including yourself, and that criticism is often a reflection of the critic's own struggles and limitations. By forgiving the critic, you free yourself from the burden of resentment and create space for understanding and empathy. This practice of forgiveness also extends to yourself. If the criticism is valid and highlights an area where you need to improve, it is important to forgive yourself for any mistakes you have made and to focus on how you can learn and grow from the experience. Self-forgiveness is a crucial aspect of maintaining your self-confidence and resilience in the face of criticism. One of the most powerful tools in the Stoic approach to criticism is the practice of mindfulness. Mindfulness involves being fully present in the moment and observing your thoughts and emotions without judgment. When you receive criticism, mindfulness allows you to notice your initial emotional reactions, whether it is anger, defensiveness, or hurt, without letting them control your response. By practicing mindfulness, you can create a mental space between the criticism and your reaction, allowing you to respond with intention rather than reacting impulsively. This mindful approach helps you to stay calm and centered, even in the face of harsh or unfair feedback. Mindfulness also involves staying focused on the present moment, rather than dwelling on past criticisms or worrying about future ones. By staying present, you can deal with criticism as it arises, without letting it affect your overall sense of well-being. Another key aspect of the Stoic approach to criticism is the practice of setting healthy boundaries. While it is important to be open to feedback, it is also crucial to protect yourself from toxic or harmful criticism. Setting boundaries involves knowing when to engage with criticism and when to step away, particularly when the criticism is delivered in a way that is disrespectful or damaging. Boundaries also involve recognizing your own limits and knowing when to seek support. If the criticism you receive is overwhelming or causes significant distress, it is important to reach out to trusted friends, mentors, or professionals who can provide guidance and support. By setting boundaries and seeking help when needed, you can protect your mental and emotional well-being while still engaging with constructive feedback. The Stoics also teach us the importance of focusing on our own growth and progress rather than on the opinions of others. When you are committed to your own personal development, criticism becomes a tool for self-improvement rather than a threat to your self-esteem. By maintaining a focus on your own goals and values, you can use criticism to help you grow and evolve without letting it derail you from your path. This focus on self-growth involves setting your own standards for success and measuring your progress against them, rather than relying on external validation. When you are clear about your own values and goals, criticism loses its power to shake you because you are anchored in your own sense of purpose and direction. Finally, the Stoic approach to criticism involves cultivating a sense of gratitude. While it may seem counterintuitive, finding gratitude in the face of criticism can be a powerful way to transform your mindset. By viewing criticism as an opportunity for growth and learning, you can shift your perspective from one of defensiveness to one of appreciation. Gratitude also involves recognizing the role that criticism plays in helping you to become a better version of yourself. Even when criticism is difficult to hear, it can provide valuable insights that help you to grow and improve. By cultivating gratitude for these lessons, you can maintain a positive and resilient mindset, even in the face of challenging feedback. In conclusion, the Stoic approach to dealing with criticism is a multifaceted and powerful method for maintaining your inner peace and resilience in the face of negative feedback. By recognizing that criticism is an inevitable part of life, practicing indifference to external opinions, evaluating feedback objectively, and cultivating humility, forgiveness, and mindfulness, you can handle criticism with grace and wisdom. The Stoics remind us that criticism, when approached with the right mindset, can be a valuable tool for growth and self-improvement. By setting healthy boundaries, focusing on your own progress, and cultivating gratitude, you can turn criticism into an opportunity for learning and development rather than a source of stress or insecurity. As you continue on your Stoic journey, these principles will help you to navigate the challenges of criticism with confidence and clarity. You will learn to view criticism not as a judgment of your worth, but as a tool for growth, a perspective that frees you from the emotional turmoil that often accompanies negative feedback. With this mindset, you can face criticism with courage, respond with wisdom, and continue on your path with your integrity and inner peace intact. Outro. As we come to the end of this journey into the depths of Stoic philosophy, I hope you found the wisdom and strategies to be as enlightening as they are empowering. Stoicism, with its timeless principles and practical insights, offers a roadmap not just for surviving the challenges of life, but for thriving amidst them. Whether it's managing your time, letting go of what you cannot control, building resilient relationships, or handling criticism with grace, Stoicism equips you with the tools to live a life of purpose, peace, and inner strength. But remember, the true power of Stoicism lies not in simply understanding these concepts, but in applying them consistently to your daily life. The journey doesn't end here. It's in those quiet moments of reflection, in the face of challenges, and in your interactions with the world where Stoic principles truly come to life. It's about making the conscious choice, day after day, to live in alignment with your values, to pursue success without losing your soul, and to cultivate a mind that is as resilient as it is serene. So, I invite you to take these lessons and make them your own. Begin by incorporating just one Stoic practice into your daily routine, perhaps a morning reflection, a midday pause to recenter, or an evening review of your actions and thoughts. Notice how it begins to shape your perspective, how it helps you navigate the complexities of life with greater ease and confidence. Let Stoicism be your guide, your compass, as you move forward on your journey of self-discovery and growth. And as you continue to explore these ideas, remember that this community is here to support you. We're all on this journey together, learning, growing, and sharing our experiences. Your insights and reflections are invaluable, not just to your own growth, but to everyone who is on this path with you. So here's where I'd love to hear from you. What part of Stoicism resonates with you the most? How do you plan to incorporate these practices into your life? Or maybe you have your own experiences or challenges with Stoicism that you'd like to share. Leave a comment below. I read everyone, and I'm genuinely interested in hearing your thoughts. Your perspective could be just what someone else in this community needs to hear today. And if you found value in this content, if these discussions have sparked something within you, consider subscribing to the channel. By subscribing, you'll be joining a community of like-minded individuals who are committed to living with purpose, resilience, and inner peace. Plus, you'll never miss out on future videos that dive deeper into the philosophies and practices that can transform your life. Just hit that subscribe button and let's continue this journey together. Thank you for watching, for reflecting, and for being part of this incredible community. Until next time, keep practicing, keep growing, and keep striving to live your life with Stoic wisdom and grace. We are told that we should be kind and put other people's needs ahead of our own. But does anyone tell us that being too kind and caring can be dangerous? We live in a world where we don't always get what we give, because it's full of generous people who see how their giving empties them both, financially and emotionally. Could being too kind even put our own lives in danger? Be surprised by the bad things that can happen to you when you're kind. Today, I'll tell you 8 bad things that can happen to you if you're too nice. And I'll show you 4 tough ways to keep people from taking advantage of you. Let's move on to number 1 without further ado. You will have too high of hopes for people. The Stoics said that we should accept things as they are and not depend on what other people do to make us happy. Giving without asking too much in return keeps you from being disappointed and helps you practice emotional separation, which gives you a calmer mind. Whether we are aware of it or not, it's hard for us to be fully selfless when we give. When we give everything we have, we expect everyone else to do the same. When it's us who need something important, though, you've gotten people so used to having everything done for them that they'll take it for granted that you can handle everything in their lives and yours, especially your own, because if you don't take care of your own, why would you take care of other people's? In reality, your hopes of reciprocity won't be met, and you'll end up with a bad mood, tiredness, anger, and sadness. Still, if we look at it objectively, people aren't letting you down. They're just doing what you should be doing, which is taking care of their own tasks. People will only expect you to give them something, which is the second point. The Stoics say that it's important to remember that real worth comes from acting in a way that is good and logical, not from just doing what other people want. Moderation and giving in a balanced way help you stay in charge of your actions and keep you from getting into habits that hurt your mental health. You've heard your whole life that people are creatures of habit, and this couldn't be more true. People are made to adapt to a pattern, a way of life, and a symphony of things going on around them. The idea of the comfort zone comes from this desire to change. This means that if you're always giving, the people you help will expect you to give them something all the time. You'll lead them into their comfort zones, and they won't have to do many of their responsibilities because you'll be there to do them. If you don't value yourself, no one is likely to look you in the eyes and tell you to think more about yourself. At least don't expect this kind of empathy from the people you help, because they'd stick to their own Robin Hood, which would cost them a lot in their lives. Third, your goals will not be taken into account. The Stoics said that it's important to live by reason and virtue, to set limits, and to put our own responsibilities first if we want to stay in balance and not give up our identity and well-being for other people. If you put everyone else's needs before your own, you may end up running away from something inside you that hurts and scares you. How do you feel when you spend the weekend alone or come home every day knowing no one is there to greet you? If you're doing so many different things because you want to get away from yourself, the blow will be twice as hard because, on the one hand, you'll have to face yourself sooner or later, and on the other, your bad mood will get worse as you start to put other people's needs before your own. Self-care is one of the most important parts of being healthy. Before you can help others feel better, you need to make sure you're happy, spoiled, and well cared for. That is, you should never give someone a chocolate unless you've first really enjoyed one yourself. Similarly, you shouldn't offer to clean a friend's house until you've cleaned your own, and watched a good movie while sipping wine, the rest of the world comes after you. 4. People will think you are weak and treat you that way. Stoicism tells us to work on being strong and in charge of ourselves. By setting limits and practicing self-discipline, we can show others that we are committed to our own responsibilities and ideals, earning their respect instead of being seen as weak. If you help other people too much over time, you might be seen as an expert in the area where you work with other people. You might be making the exact opposite impression. When you don't set limits, people start to see you as weak, just like the person who opposes a boss. So much so that they'll come to you to get rid of their responsibilities because they know you won't say no. On the contrary, as soon as you use this magic word, they will start to feel something for you. They never thought they would. Respect. You'll have a lot of buts, or people who only come to you when they need something. Stoicism teaches us how important it is to be smart and wise. By choosing who to help with self-control and perspective, we can tell the difference between real people and those who want to take advantage, so we don't waste our time or energy on things that don't help. People who thought you were a good friend all of a sudden only want to hang out with you when they need something. If you think about it logically, it's not so unlikely that this could happen to you, since most people don't invite their employees or co-workers to have coffee with them, let alone a beer. What's going on with you makes sense, but that doesn't mean it's fair. So, you need to learn how to handle the methods I'll tell you about at the end to keep people from taking advantage of you. 6th, you'll only get people who want something and never those who want to give. With patient judgment, we can build relationships that are real and good for both parties. People come into our lives because their energies match up with ours. That is, if we vibrate low, we attract people who are negative, depressed, have dark souls, and want to hurt us. When our vibrations are high, on the other hand, we draw people who are full of good energy, kindness, excitement, hard work, and joy. Because of this, when we give to everyone, we lose so much energy that we start vibrating at a low frequency. This makes needy people feel drawn to us, as well as opportunists who don't even want to help and only want to take what they can from us and leave without even saying thank you. 7. You could end up getting hooked on something. The Stoics taught people to be calm and in charge of themselves. Self-discipline in giving keeps us from getting stuck in bad habits and lets us keep a good relationship with our actions and choices. When shortage is a regular part of our lives, the need for something grows, which is the best way to get addicted. So, one day, someone close to you might notice that you drink too much and not just spring waiter. They might also notice that you eat too much or even gamble too much. Pay close attention to what someone who cares about you says, because your first instinct may be to get mad at them and tell them you don't have any problems. But this is how people usually act when they are so caught up in their own problems that they can't see that they have one. Always remember that people who care about you want what's best for you, so pay close attention to what they say because they're trying to help you stop falling and move forward. Number 8. You'll make people think twice. Stoicism tells us to do good things no matter what other people think of us. By focusing on living in line with our beliefs and principles, we build a good image that can withstand false accusations. No matter how much we'd like things to be different, the truth is that there aren't that many kind people in the world. So, if you are one, people will be suspicious of you instead of being impressed and thankful. It won't be long before your kindness makes people wonder what's going on with you and what plans you have that you don't tell anyone about. This could mean you've met a group of suspicious people, but it's more likely that they're just being honest. Most people who want to help too much are hiding such evil plans that it's best to stay away from them and refuse the help they offer. Now, let's look at what you can do to stop people from taking advantage of you. Strategy number 1. Pay attention to how you feel because it's telling you something. Based on the Stoic idea of self-awareness, pay attention to how you feel. The Stoics thought it was important to think about yourself to understand your feelings and wants. By paying attention to your feelings, you can tell if you're giving too much and wearing yourself out mentally. This lets you change your focus and find a good balance. How does it make you feel to help other people? Thinking about yourself and putting yourself first is such a kind thing to do that you should feel like you're walking on clouds when you do it. So, if you feel too busy, tired, angry, or used, it's time to listen to how you feel. If something you don't have to do makes you feel so bad, you shouldn't lie to yourself about it. Instead, find out how the help you're giving affects your health. Plan number 2. Don't be afraid of the word no. Following the lessons of the Stoics, you should realize that your time and energy are important and need to be used in a balanced way. Self-control can be shown by being able to say no when you feel too busy or when the request is unfair. Even though the word no makes us think of bad things and sadness, it's normal for us to find it hard to say it. But if we don't learn to say this word when someone wants more from us than we can give, pessimism will take over our lives. Practice in front of the mirror and tell yourself that it's the only way to regain your freedom and avoid unnecessary and possible risks. Strategy 3. You have a time and a place for yourself. Respect them. Following the Stoic values of self-discipline and self-respect, it's important to give yourself time and room to take care of yourself. Do what you like exercise, drawing, listening to music while having a cup of tea, or anything else that gets you going. Finish your responsibilities as soon as you can so you can try this out. You should take this very seriously, so seriously that you should schedule this time every day or every week. So, if someone asks for your help at that time, they need to be very kind and helpful to you, not to the person. So without remorse, you tell them no and enjoy that time and space just for yourself. If you don't want to be so direct, you can offer to help at a different time, but make it clear that you will only be able to help for a short time because you have other things to do. Strategy number 4. Identify energy vampires and distance yourself from them. Following the Stoic principles of self-discipline and wisdom, it's important to know which relationships are good for you and which can drain you mentally. By staying away from people who constantly drain your energy and don't add anything positive, you're taking care of your own health and showing Stoic self-control in your relationships. You should know that if you try to help an energy thief, it won't work. These people overwhelm you with their complaints, their pains, and their catastrophic view of life. Don't bother trying to help them, because if their problems were solved, they would have to stop complaining. That's something they wouldn't tolerate. In conclusion, according to Stoic wisdom, in life, the best measure for things is always the middle ground, and generosity is no exception. If we give too little, we come across as selfish and greedy, while if we give excessively, we end up completely drained of energy, time, and probably money as well. So lean toward the grays, which are still the best choices for finding a balance between putting other people's needs first and putting your own needs first. And if you're ever unsure, just remember the magic word, no. Even more so if they offer to drive you home from the window of their car. We've reached the end of this journey, and I sincerely hope these tips will be of great use.